welcome. Or as we would say in Italy,
Benvenuti.
exactly. It just sounds better from you, and I also don't know. Welcome, everybody. It's the FAI World Cup Italia 2025. It was so good in 2024, of course. We had to come back and do this again. I'm Matt Andrews.
And Stefano Mirabelli.
And we are in just beautiful weather with a nice little breeze and an awful lot of Italian sunshine surrounded by an incredibly lovely little park that we're in here in our sports arena where the World Cup Italia 2025 is underway. We are in qualifying and no, we haven't been streaming anything earlier. You haven't missed any racing earlier on. Everybody's been just getting used to this big challenge which is in front of them.
Yes, and on we go with the qualifiers. Actually, it's the second round of qualifying, and we're into Group J now with pilots of Aviv FPV.
Well, we'll get you on board with the pilots in a moment. What we're just doing is showing you how this location is set up, how gorgeous it is. This is before everybody arrives, but it's a wonderful audience with us on site as well. And yeah, we have a food area, we have a bar, that might be important later.
Absolutely.
And downstairs, sort of around the back of where we're located, where the track is, there's more food, there's an enormous sports arena and a big indoor hangar where our friends from France are demonstrating drone soccer. And also on this side over here, as we just take a wander, there's a guy who I thought was selling solar panel tables.
Yeah.
Which I was very intrigued about, but no, they're solar panels on tables, not quite the same thing. And this is a little more familiar in your world, Stefano.
Absolutely, this is Modellismo Varesino. He's a seller of model-based components, even helicopters, dragsters, trucks, and anything you want to buy in RC models.
And this is our co-presenter who will be talking to us occasionally. I think he's just very excited to be here, and I absolutely love this one. What do you call those in Italy?
It's a good question. It's inflatable. It's like gonfiabili, but it's they don't really have a big name. So this is the track where these wonderful pilots from the whole world are going to compete.
So we've got a straight, which we've got a speed trap on as well, very exciting. A big right-hand turn around the flags. Then we're heading to the Tripio, down through the middle. Then slalom to your left to go underneath, and then slalom through all of the tops. We're going to go left, right, and left again through the Tripio and head to the dive tower.
To the dive tower, a wooden dive tower that you have to take it very cautiously because it's very hard and the hit can kill your drone. So back down with a split
ladder,
S.
Yeah,
a
right
little
ladder
yes.
down, a split S here, and then a hard left turn to go through this gate. You stay down, and you're still hugging the floor here. You go split S. Through this one, and then there's the doppio.
Doppio gate underneath, then back left and counterclockwise on top of it, and suddenly a right turn back to another split S in the inflatable gate downwards. Another pretty wide swipe on the right that brings you to the final gate.
So that's the end of one lap. We'll go around again, and then we'll ask you questions and see if you've learned it. Here's the flag turn after the straight. So yes, it's been one round of practice and we are underway with qualifying, but there's so much more of this to come. And pilots are doing really well around here. This is the Tripio. Now we're going to slalom our way through it. And the pilots love it. They've been telling you, Stefano, how much they like the track.
Absolutely. They say it's been very well designed with a good flow around the gates. And obviously there are a couple of complicated passes, but not too complicated. It's a pretty fast track and we have a big wide field in front of us where they can really push it.
Yeah, all of the gates are quite far apart. It is a large field that we're in. This is the doppio with the big left-hand turn through underneath of both gates and then through the top. This gate's a bit on its own, this one. I feel a little bit sorry for that. You've got to fly across it towards it diagonally and you've got to pick out the right one. And there is the start of lap number 3, which is what they're going to be doing in qualifying. 3 laps, and it's only 3 laps in every round of qualifying. But we're going to go through as many qualifying rounds as we can all the way today until about 6:30 p.m. here in Italy. So we've got about 6 hours of qualifying for our afternoon. Then we've got a little ceremony coming along. The mayor is coming to do a speech, and we've got some performances and so on as well, which will be happening. So if you can join us here,
Absolutely.
then you really should, because what a weekend we've got in Italy. And the pilots, I mean, it is a world-class draw. We have the reigning world champion, Yuki from Japan. We have the reigning women's world champion, Luisa Rizzo. Of course, she's here, the Italian superstar.
She's Italian.
She's racing. We've got a big turnout from Italy as well. We've got pilots from every major league and tournament there is in drone racing. This event was sold out to competitors in 6 hours. They announced it.
Yeah.
They opened the. They said, we're going to take sign-ups from this time. 6 hours later, it was full. They had to extend it. They had to get a waiting list formed for everybody else who wanted to be in. Some of the waiting list got in when other people couldn't make it, or so on and so on. I mean, it was so exciting to see the professionals and the amateurs who you don't know so well just immediately like, I'm hovering over the button. I want to be in this thing.
Yeah, I want to be in this game because last year has been actually a success.
Yeah.
A really cool racing event, and we had some bad weather towards the end, but hopefully they managed with everything, and we have a pretty good weather today. I don't want to say anything more. So it's okay.
It's beautiful so far, and we may not get flooded as we did last year. Let's go for Group K. There are O groups, that's 15 if you're not so sure about your alphabet numbers. We're into Group K. So as you can see, we've got Deco from Italy, Pygod from Italy as well, Namaiki FPV from Japan, Kinzo from Sweden, and Dan Buster is here with one of the quite a few pilots who've come over from the UK. So this will be their second go at this on quali. They had one practice flight, which was essentially another round, but that one wasn't counted, and now we are here. Getting underway at speed. So you can see Dan Buster, the first of the pilots to get onto the second lap of this with a 26.5 as his time for his first lap. That's pretty solid, but not his best. So he's already been putting in some great runs in his first couple of tries on the day. He ducks under and now is heading towards the timing gate. He's got his second lap done in 26.7, so he's really consistent.
Both Deca and Pygod from Italy are doing their fastest laps at the moment. They're doing 35 seconds and 36 seconds, almost 37 seconds, respectively. So they're improving their performance, their previous performance. Let's see if they're able to be within the first 32 pilots.
Yeah, it's going to be a top 32 cutoff after qualifying finishes, which I say will be all day today and the start of things tomorrow. Then the top 32 go into a double elimination bracket. So you've got to be in that top 32. It is your single best run in qualifying, your single best run of 3 laps.
Unfortunately, Pygod is down. Dan Buster is down, but he finished actually the 3 laps.
Yep.
He's
Look
done.
at that though, 26.5,
Wow.
26.72, 26.76. That is Mr. Consistent, Dan Buster.
Yeah. Consistency, absolutely, wow.
And a 120 for the 3 of them combined will be very nice. That's going to put you in a really excellent position, I think. His first round had him in 20th in quali, but he's definitely improved on that. He's got I think it's about 6.9 seconds improvement, so he's going to move up a little bit. It is, of course, Stefano, super early in this competition.
Absolutely.
We are going to have so many rounds of qualification. We're here with the wonderful guys at Speedy Pizza Drones who've put the event on, but also Dutch Drone Racing, DDR are running everything, and when DDR are running everything, everybody gets to fly loads. Don't worry about that. Here's Namakai FPV from Japan, finding her way down in the left-hand turn. She may be a little bit in danger of getting timed out here and not getting the 3 laps to count. She got 3 in 2:55 earlier in the first round. This the second round sees her. I think she's going to be okay.
Yeah, probably. She has a few seconds of spare to be able to finish within the 3 minutes.
There is going to be the line now.
In 2 minutes and 46, yeah.
2:46. So actually a 9-second improvement on where she was before. But none of those laps were as quick as one of the laps she did in round 1. So more consistency as opposed to one flat-out good lap. And I think importantly at this stage, 3 laps banked. Like you're in the game.
Yeah, you have to score the 3 laps, absolutely, at least in these first rounds of qualifying. Then you can try to push a little bit more and see if you're able to push it within those first 32 places.
So Dan Buster's fraction over 1 minute 20 has pushed him into 5th place. What an excellent showing from him. And in fact, that's just given him the nudge above the 6th place pilot, King Joshua Stevens, who is now 6th. So we've got 2 UK pilots, 5th and 6th in the top 10. And Dan Buster puts himself in 5th there, and he's only a few tenths behind 4th, which is Gagenga FPV But like we've been saying, there is a lot of qualifying, a lot of racing. 75 pilots, although we have had a couple of drop out due to illness and so on, so it's unfortunate that they can join us. But we've got 15 groups of basically 5 pilots. We're in the second round of qualifying, and we will be doing this all day.
All day, absolutely all day.
There's our starts. Those are the blocks. The brilliant Italian blocks, if you are in the audience on the site here, or as we love, the Utali blocks. Ulati. I beg your pardon. I've got the pronunciation wrong. Ulati, for those of us on stream.
On stream, it's just the opposite.
That's the... Don't spoil all the secrets.
Don't spoil
I was
it.
making it sound clever.
Okay.
That's the pilot line. So it's 5 pilots to a group for qualifying. It will only be 4 in a group when we go racing in all of the eliminations tomorrow. Coming up in the next round, though, very exciting, we're going to get to see in Group L, Killian Rousseau from France is going to have his go at this. He's going to be alongside Small Yuki, that's Yuki Yamamoto from Japan. And then we've got Kipi FPV, many of you may know, Johannes Peak, that's Kipi FPV out of the Netherlands. We've got Luki FPV from Germany, and Bon FPV, good old Chris from Canada, who travels to so many races. This is a good line. We've got to talk about Killian, who in his first round so far has only got 1 lap completed. And if I remember correctly, in practice, didn't even complete 1. So 1 lap in 6 that he could have done, only 3 of which would have counted. Let's see what Killian can do.
Absolutely. We have 3 continents competing in this single heat.
It's amazing, isn't it? This is such a great international event. It's not even like people might think, oh, we're in Italy, it's a really good European event. No, this is world class. Away we go, and it's Killian deciding, yeah, I'm going to get on with this, and he does. So we have Killian in the left of your screen, and all of the screen, and he's heading into the Tripio already. Yes, it's Killian knowing, right, we're going to start to show what we can do. There's the dive tower, he's out through that with no problems. The right-hand ladder is all good. And now we are just blisteringly quick around this, which he was earlier, but he crashed before the end of the first lap. His doppio is good and done and left behind. The split S here is excellent. There's 1 lap, and it's a 24.3, and Killian's on it.
And we have Small Yuki killing it also. He's going on 24.2.
Yeah, of course, the time starts from when you hit the start gate in qualifying, not from when you launch. So some pilots might let everybody go and then try and do their best. But Killian, as you saw, brilliant reaction time immediately to the start and getting on with it. But yeah, Small Yuki definitely giving him a challenge for lap times. He was 1/10 quicker on 1 lap. He's 1 or 2 tenths slower on lap 2. Killian and Small Yuki are absolutely zipping around here in one of their early goes. Killian's only just ahead of Small Yuki, I think. There's the doppio. We'll go through the top halves of those. Small Yuki completes it now as well. And Killian still running along and going to the finish gate and is there. And it is so tight.
And we've got incredible
Killian,
times. Why?
A 1:10.075. Small Yuki a 1:10. 1:85.
185.
11 hundredths of a second. It's too early.
Yeah.
Is what it is. I'm used to doing all these hundreds and thousands. I've done it plenty of times, but this early in a day, I'm having to do fractions of fractions. Small Yuki absolutely gave Killian like a run on every single one of those laps. It's just Killian started a bit earlier. Killian probably doesn't even realize Small Yuki was that close to him throughout. And both of them were pilots who hadn't got 3 laps in earlier. Killian had only flown 1. Small Yuki had managed to get 2. So watch out, leaderboard, because there's an impact coming, and in fact 2 of them. Keepy's managed to improve on his time from earlier with a 1:26 for all of his 3. And Luki FPV, Germany's pilot, didn't get 3 in earlier, but he has now. And Bon FPV's got 3 more in, but it was about 20 seconds slower than the run that he did in the first round. But with Killian getting that, he goes second on our leaderboard, as if we had any doubts that he was going to be challenging. And Small Yuki has gone and taken third.
Third place.
Yeah. Marvellous work. In front of everybody, if you were wondering, it is Yuki Hashimoto, the reigning FAI Individual and Juniors World Champion from Japan. He is the one to beat, or the one to even try and keep in your vision, because the lap times that Yuki was doing in practice, the 1 round in practice and in the first round of qualification, were unbelievably quick. What a start we've got.
And the pilots here are demonstrating what they really worth, and incredible that we've seen 22-second laps already,
Yeah.
only on the second round of qualifying. So are we going to break the 20-second lap, do you think?
Well, according to my good friend Boner FPV, he's part of the DDR team here and is our starter. He's the one who's telling all the pilots to get ready in between rounds, and he's got, I think, maybe the second best voice in drone racing, good as it is. But he reckons he's had an epiphany. He's had a moment just come to him. And I love those kind of instinct out of nowhere ideas or thoughts, because I genuinely think like gut instincts and so on works and matters. If something truly comes to you out of nowhere, I genuinely believe it tends to be right. 19.6.
Wow.
He has visualized, seen in a vision, however you wish it to be, but out of nowhere, not sort of sitting and thinking about it, but just, I don't know, maybe he was dreaming about me and I said 19.6 or something like that. That happens a lot. 19.6, he reckons, is going to be the fastest
lap time of the
because event. When he watched me commentating in Riyadh in January at another FAI event, out of nowhere he predicted in the same way the fastest lap time, and he was out by 200ths of a second.
Oh my gosh.
So he has a power. We'll see. 19.6. I've built it up now. Let's go racing in Group
M.
M is taking away now Joe FPV from Italy, Edvards from Latvia, Topi from Latvia, Vassin from France, and MEFPV also from France.
We have a whole European competition now going on. And Topi probably is going to be one of the fastest here in this particular heat. He's almost finished the first lap in 26 seconds. Good job for him.
Yep, that's his quickest lap time out of this round and the one round they've had so far. Everybody else is still moving to find that end of the first lap. Ed is coming towards it. Avassin has crossed the line, 29.8, so he's 3.6 behind Topi. So yeah, Topi from Latvia, Thomas Petersons, well-known pilot in FAI races, European races, world races, been at the WDRC, the World Championships. A few years in the Drone Champions League as well, of course. Really experienced pilot. I'm really glad he's here with us because he's talked about maybe retiring.
Oh, absolutely.
He mentioned to me a few months ago. He's here and he's with us and he's quick and he's the best in this group so far.
And he's continuing to improve his lap times.
But Avassin has passed him. No, now the times are getting a little bit corrected. Yeah, I'm sure that lap count was a little bit late in coming in for Avassin, not Avassin's fault. Topi's apparently flown 5, but now it says 4. The timer, now we're live, is having a few kind of stage fright moments. I think 117.2 for Topi. That's a marvellous bit of work. That's his quickest.
His quickest by at least 4 seconds compared to his first round of qualifying.
And his lap times all 26 or getting on for just breaking 25. So much quicker than everybody else in his group. Avassin's got 3, or a 29, a 29, a 33 as well. So Avassin completes 3 laps. Joe FPV, not far behind Avassin actually, only a couple of seconds, and sets his quickest lap. At the end there, it's all looking right for Joji Boy Cullen of Italy, who flew 35, 31, 29. That's it. That's improvements. Yep. That's big chunky improvements as well.
Good 8 seconds improvement on the 3 laps.
Yeah. Edvards. Ed from Latvia is flying smoothly. Glad to see. MEFPV just starts their 3rd lap. Ed is into the doppio. And now he's going to go through the top half. There's one. And then out of the second. Then find that gate all on its own. The little lonely gate over there. And then a turn. And you've got a couple more gates. And the timing line is Ed's. There's 3 laps flown in a 2:25. And we've still got MEFPV as well, who is in good shape, I think. And this is the 2nd round of qualifying, and pilots are here with this big range of experiences from World Championship stages and titles and leagues and so on to other pilots. And I'm not talking about anybody in this group in particular, but there's pilots here from a whole range of experiences. I think at this stage, flying sighter laps, right, just getting it done, is totally valid. Absolutely, yeah. But MEFPV sadly pulled out of that 3rd lap. I don't think they were timed out.
yeah, probably she wasn't able to complete the 3 laps in 3 minutes, so she's just been able to complete only 2 of them.
Yeah, I guess it is just the 2. Well, it is just the 2. Yeah, 2:08 for 2 laps. So yeah, just not quite enough to get 3 laps in, but she'll get there. I've no doubt at all, because it's just almost within reach already. And Topi's had timing adjusted for that. But lots and lots of racing to go, and of acid actually. But as we saw, there were a couple of little uncertainties in the timing. There's your run there. Topi being the quickest by some way. And if you're wondering why MEFPV's 2:08 puts her 5th behind Ed's slightly longer time of 4th, it's because Ed did 3 laps in that, and it's the laps that count.
Exactly. Priority goes to obviously the completion of the whole 3 laps, and afterwards the 2 laps and 1 laps, or 0 laps, obviously.
So we've got a beautiful day. Look at that as the pilots are out on track, bringing things in. A little bit of a breeze, which we're all grateful for. But what I'm curious will maybe arise at different times is from what I saw yesterday when no one was flying the track. Let's remind everybody, or make it clear. Nobody trained early. Nobody had access to the track. We had 1 round of practice first thing this morning. Everybody got 1 go, and then we've had 1 round of qualifying, so everybody's had that go, and we're into the 2nd round of qualifying. So it's literally pilots' 3rd time on this track, and there's been an excellent simulator model of it. Absolutely spot on. It's 1-to-1. It was absolutely perfect. Nothing had to be changed here. Well done to Boner FPV and the DDR team. The track is brilliant, and it didn't need any modifications at all. Given so few goes on this, yeah, get it flown and get it completed and get it learned as well.
Yeah, it's incredible skills by the pilots, but at the same time that you even training on the simulator can help you understand where are the turns, and getting that like remembering muscular movements of your thumbs on the sticks.
Now, I had a big old whack of something there.
Probably a Sprocle, or
maybe we in this have Fenneman from France, Bronco FPV, that's Bruno from Sweden, ZTK from Lithuania, Finn's FPV from Italy, and Steve is here out of the UK. But his first, that's his best lap so far, 22.9 for his first lap. Good work from Steve. He's 2 pilots in this group haven't managed to get 3 laps in, and they are, I would say, probably the more experienced of the 5 pilots. So clearly going for a lot of speed early, and Steve not being scared of going for some speed here on his 2nd round of quali. He's lost the finish gate though. Yeah, that's an extra turn. He had to go the long way round. Quick little rotate for him, but he's back on it. Fenneman is also on the 3rd lap. I think these 2 might find each other here in the triplet. The Tripio is out. Steve is on his way to the tower. Fenneman is chasing him. A little bit of a skitter there. That sounded a bit ugly. And yes, it's put Fenneman down onto the grass. He'll try and recover that, and does so. A little bit cloudy for him. Way ahead of him now. Steve continuing in the doppio. There it is. So Fenneman's not too far behind, but he's lost quite a lot of speed, as you can see. He's nowhere near as quick
a lot
as
of vibrations, probably a bent propeller or something similar, or maybe a motor shaft.
He's going to cross the line now. Steve is sat on the ground waiting for him, and has been for a short while. Steve getting done in 1:25. But Fenneman's 1:34 included his best lap so far. Finn's ends up beating Fenneman there, getting the 2nd place in that run. He's done a 35.2, a 33.9, and a 23.2. Finn's either absolutely hit the flow of their life on that 3rd lap, or maybe there's going to be a little change there. I hope that time's right for them, but it seems a bit early.
Seems a bit, a little bit too fast compared to the first 2 laps, but who knows?
But that's what we have the FAI and DDR teams here to make sure everything is correct, and will be. But Steve, the British pilots are getting on with it. And Steve, as I mentioned earlier, we had a couple of British pilots on what was 5th and 6th. They've moved down to 8th and 9th, and Steve is 19th at the moment, which I'm a little surprised about. Yeah, but I mean, there's about 5 seconds of improvement currently between roughly 8th and 19th. So
Race time adjusted for Steve to also.
Okay. That's why then. Yeah, he's gone down lower than that now. So that's yeah, that's. I think he's just still within the top 32, but maybe a little bit further down than he thought he was going to be. Yep, timing all being made sure. Obviously, ideally live during the run, but reviewed and fixed where need be, which it can be done in a very clever system, which I won't talk about because it involves waveforms and things.
We're almost there with the last heat of this second round of qualifying. Group
yeah.
A. Oh,
Birkin FPV, that's Dimo Shtarev. Birkin, who many pilots know well, from Bulgaria, who's 16th after round 1. We have Foxer, Alex, always smiling, always traveling out of the beautiful Taiwan, and the pilot who was 32nd in the first round of quali. Way too early to matter, but interesting just to point out, like he would be on the drop-off if we were running an incredibly short event. He's there, but good to have him with us, as well as Nicola Finke from Switzerland. We've got Elmars, that's Emis FPV from Latvia, and we've got Firefly from France, rounding out the 5 who round out the end of round 2.
you pointed out the 32nd place, and it was 1 minute 33 seconds and 280,000. Let's see where it's going to land at the end of these qualifying rounds, the 32nd spot. How much it's going to improve between 1 minute and 33 seconds, and who knows where.
I mean, Emis was 136, Firefly was a 138, so we've got 3 pilots in this group within 5 seconds of each other. And they're in the kind of middle or slightly higher than middle of the field, so they all want to keep improving, and everybody, as you would expect, more time on track equals improvement. This could be a fairly tight group, actually. They've all kind of started together. Nobody letting the danger get away from them. Everybody's got to get on with it, and I'm enjoying that. MSFPV flying nicely. Firefly just doing their split S into the doppio. First across the line, it is Burkan with all of his experience on a 26.5. Foxer has crossed it too, and Emis so close to Foxer, just ahead of them.
Very
Two
close.
of them into the tripio together, and now Emis pulls away.
Yeah, very close times between the second and third spot. We have 29 seconds to 103 and 29 seconds to 266.
Oh, Burkan! Big hit, but still in the air, which is where you need to be when you're a drone racer. But that's lost him a little bit of time on that second lap. You see he did a 26.5 and it's a 29.4. He didn't lose all 3 of those seconds on that turn, but it made a big difference for him. Is he in danger of being caught by Emis? I would not count that out as they're in the dive tower, so close, and the gates afterwards. And they're still flying. I had a moment then when the video froze and I thought they might have just wiped each other out. It does happen. Here's the doppio. They are in that and out of that together. Burkan on a good line, but I think Emis has got him. And does!
Good job, Emis.
By nearly 2 seconds at the end. And we've got Foxer completing 3 laps in only 1 and a bit seconds behind Burkan. And Firefly is there as well. And Nicola Lego is into the tripio, so they're maybe half a lap behind. But the important things are, do you improve on your own times? That's what you're racing against at the moment. They've done 3 in a 2 minutes 19 in the first round. Can they improve on that? If they get a third lap like their first 2, then they will, and by quite a large way. But you've got to find... Oh, yeah, a little bit of an overshoot on the gates before the doppio. Now completing the left-hand turn here. Getting a little bit more concerned about the time, but I think they're going to make an improvement. There's 1 and 2, and here's the finish. And it's a 2.15, which is an improvement on the 2.19 from earlier, but it felt like it was going to be quite a large improvement.
Yeah.
And they kind of lost a lot more speed towards the end, I feel.
Actually, Emis improved with it by more than 10 seconds.
Wow.
That was a really good improvement by the Latvian racer.
Amazing work from a pilot I'm being told is the future of Latvian racing, and I'm being told that by the current most well-known pilot in Latvia. So yeah, we've got high hopes for him, and we've got some young pilots here. We've got some more experienced people here in racing and in life in general, and that's all right. They're older, in case you didn't get a hit. Some people are older than others. Some people are younger than others.
Yeah. That's the truth.
Have to bear with it.
Yeah,
And it's life, and physics or biology, and just it's not getting very philosophical. Don't worry. All the group is done in round 2, and while we get A together to come back out, and some pilots you haven't seen on stream yet. There's just confirmation those times are standing for the end of Group O. Here's who's coming up in Group A. It's Geek from Italy, Nate YT out of Israel, and we have JM from Latvia. J-Box is here, Joaquin Ibanez from the United States, the only American pilot in this field. And Arvin FPV, the always happy and always quick German pilot, is in Group A as well. And their drones are getting on blocks. I wonder if we can maybe show the top 32 as it stands out of interest. Although, there we go. So there's 32 pilots, some of whom we've seen in that second round, and some of whom were just before the stream went live. You can see Yuki leading the group, but only by a very small fraction now over Killian. And Yuki's individual best lap time, and everybody's best lap time, that's the second numbers you see. 22.62 for Yuki, Killian with a 22.7. Small Yuki, a quicker 22.7. Yuki's time was about 5 seconds quicker than anybody had done, and he practically set it in practice and then again in the first round of quali. But he's not the only one who can do that then.
No, absolutely.
He's already got a close challenge. And I'm loving
very close
that.
challenge. Absolutely. We have 3 pilots with 22 seconds fastest lap, so it means that it's going to be a tough race for Yuki too.
Yeah. And it's 23 seconds very roughly between first and 32nd here. So it's a 1:32.5. If we were to cut it, if this was the end of qualifying, then Finn's FPV would be the one breathing a sigh of relief, and the 32nd pilot. But that goes down to 1:32, and then after that, if we say another 30 seconds gets you into, where are we, 30 seconds is about 56th. So yeah, it's starting obviously to get bigger gaps as we go down that far. But we have got quite a lot of tight clusters of pilots, and currently we only have 6 pilots out of the 73 who haven't flown all 3 laps. So I'm hopeful everybody's going to get out of this feeling like they've done a run.
Okay, on we go with the first group, Group A of this third round of qualifying.
I hope Nate and Arvin get launched and get into this. They're both very experienced. They know their way about preparing for a race and getting into it. The J-Box, our only American pilot, my good friend from the States who I've known for many, many years, and an incredible team pilot. He's on his second lap in a 25.8.
Good job for Geek, one of our Italian fastest pilots. He's been able to close his first lap in 29 seconds.
A 26.7 for Arvin's first lap. That's his best so far. Now J-Bots coming to the doppio through the lower part of both gates, and then left-hand and ladder through the top half. There's the solo gate to find 1 and 2. Here's the line that times you, and now we're going down the straights. And there's J-Bots, whose straight line time then was 122.8 kilometers an hour. Not the fastest, but, and in fact, not even the fastest in this group. 3 of the other pilots are quicker than him down that main straight. J-Box's third lap, though, is looking pretty slick on that split S as well. And now the turn, and where are you going? He's found the finish gate, he's found the landing zone. I was a bit worried he hadn't made the finish gate, but he was ahead of me, and he took almost 2 seconds off his best lap time to get there so quickly as well. That's a solid run from J-Box in a 1:16.4. Second is Geek from Italy. I'm sure the home crowd will be very pleased.
And we have maybe 1 missed lap from Arvin. Can we double check that? It's 26 seconds, 27 seconds, and I've seen him like landing on the third lap.
He may just be thinking...
Or he just...
He may just be thinking he wasn't happy with his runs, and the drone was maybe giving him some issues, and he put it down rather than strung it out for a third lap. He's got that kind of experience, that kind of racing smarts about him. Nate never took off, though. I'm devastated for my Israeli friend, who I have finally met in person. He's been messaging me and a fan of my streams and so on for years, and know him as one of the pilots in the DCL, but we've never met in person, and here I'm going to commentate on Nate. Nate, you got to fly. Which he will, of course.
So finally you met him in Italy.
Yeah. And as if it would be, anywhere else. Now we got coming to our blocks, our pilots to get, or rather their helpers getting ready. There's Arvin just coming around. There's Moga in the background getting ready for one of her runs later. But our 5 pilots coming up here. Actually, yeah, Moga's helping V, of course. So that drone just being put onto the starting block nearer the camera. Moga from Korea is just positioning that drone nearest to us. In the blue is Vitare from Lithuania. They quite often spot and help each other. So V is in this from Lithuania, along with Gabriel Gavruz from Italy. EXO from Greece is in this as well. Skymax from Italy will also be taking part, and like there aren't enough Italian pilots, put another one in. Fiorix. Alessandro Fiorillo. He began in drone racing. I remember him in one of his first competitions. He was like flying a 75mm drone with competing against other 5-inch drone pilots. He was flying what?
A really small, like itsy-bitsy drone,
75
millimeter.
Okay,
yeah,
okay.
I mean, he was happy with that, and he was able to complete at least the laps and score his first race. And now he's still here, and he's a very pretty good pilot with tiny whoops also, with the IWL, the series that is organized by Matteo Barella.
Whoop League, which is doing so well.
Yeah, absolutely.
I feel like 75mm, you wouldn't call that a 3-inch drone?
No, actually no, 75mm, maybe it's a little bit smaller.
Fractionally off of 3-inch.
Yeah.
That's it, 75mm, that's what they are. Okay, so this is an interesting group because 3 of these pilots have got, and I'm just checking this again. Yeah, V was 46th, Gabriel was 47th, EXO's was 44th. There is less than it's about 0.8 of a second between 3 of these pilots. Talking about V, Gabruz, and EXO. Gabruz is letting them start without him. Smart move, I think, when you know that you're quite close in speed to a couple of the pilots. But then as soon as you go across the start line, got to get on with it. V has gone a bit extra high there, but is back and heading to the Tripio.
Here in the slalom, we have also Fiorix, that it's now trying very good. A good pass through the dive gate, the wooden dive gate. Back with a split S. Okay, on top, another split S in the inflatable gate. Now the doppio gate underneath for... Oh, he has to go back, and yes, actually, good job from Fiorix. He has been able to recover from that mistake. He's almost finished his first lap.
On to their second, EXO from Greece was the first one to do that with a 32.0 run around that. And Skymax is on to a second. Fiorix is there now as well, and V. But Gabruz isn't showing us anything with his Italian quad, unfortunately. He was the one who let the others start ahead of him to keep away from them. Smart play, good tactical flight.
At least in qualifying.
But yeah, only in qualifying.
Only qualifying, yeah.
But yeah, not getting anything more out of that, unfortunately. Third lap, it's EXO still clearly in the lead as they are making their way towards the Tripio, and now going to slalom their way through all 3 gates of that. Now to the dive towers. We're on board with our Greek pilot here, laddering down, split S over there, the left-hand turn. This picture's a little bit scary to fly with, but EXO knows what to do. There's the doppio completed. Now the turn, find the little lonely gates, and he's completed that as well. And here comes the lines, 1 and 2 and 3, and EXO's improved by about 2.3 seconds on their best time so far. And pretty smooth all the way round. So EXO has got theirs banked in. Now I'm looking to see what V can do as she's coming up to the last parts of this as well. She's had a 44 and a 43 and a 32.3 final lap for V. And that's not even her quickest lap that she managed to do in either of the 2 earlier rounds, but 3 there. Really turned up, particularly on that 3rd lap. Whatever was slowing her a little in laps 1 and 2, V dealt with that in lap 3.
Good job. And Fiorix was able to improve his fastest lap time by 1 second.
Cool.
Bringing it back from 41 to 40 seconds.
All counts. All making progress.
Every millisecond counts in these competitions, absolutely.
Yeah. So that's Group B. And when we started the stream, we were with Group J. So you've still got a few pilots we haven't seen. We'll show you everybody soon. There's EXO, V, and Skymax getting the top 3 of that. Particularly good for them. in terms of consistency and improvements, and they were a couple of XO and V were, like I mentioned, a couple of pilots who were really, really close to each other after the 2 earlier rounds. Look at V's fighting face there as well. She's enjoying herself. Skymax and Furex keeping some Italian racing in the air for that one, but Gabru's not able to stay with them at that point. So that's third round of Group B. Let's talk about who's coming up next. We've got Rolfus. That's Rolf Schroeder from Germany. Aska or Asuaka from Japan. Ivan calls himself Italy FPV, which I love. I don't think I know any pilot. People might well correct me, I'm sure, but I can't think I know of any other pilot who's gone, I'm this country FPV.
I'm this country FPV.
I'm all of it. But he's Italy FPV. And then Carmine Aricciello is CA FPV and is going to be racing in this. And then Tibbling is here. Fredrik Tibbling from Sweden will complete our people for Group C.
Let's see if Carmine is able to complete more than 1 lap, because he's been able to do only 1 lap with 51 seconds time.
Yeah, it's not even like an incredibly fast lap and just couldn't get a second one in. That's,
Yeah.
That's early, of course. I'm going to keep saying it. You know, it is one. It is 20 to 2 in the afternoon.
Still have a lot of time.
PM. 13:39. Beep, beep, beep. And we got loads. Racing, qualies. Lots of other things going on here as well. There's your pilot line, though, for Group C's third go. Germany, Japan, Italy, Sweden. From right to left, as you're looking at them, because we've got the Yulati view of the blocks. And the starting timers had a bit of fun and told them go, 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 and they are.
Yeah, pretty well spaced apart, and nobody wants to be too close to other drone pilots during the qualifying rounds.
This is tight again. 3 pilots who are, this is actually quite interesting. So they were 64th, 65th, and 67th, but the time difference between them is the best part of 30 seconds. So when you get down that end of the field, it is very, very easy to make really big improvements.
Italy FPV is looking pretty good. A little bit of a freeze of the video, but he's now on 2nd place in this particular heat.
Tibbling's out on their 2nd lap. Italy FPV just behind them. And then everybody else still rolling their way around their 3rd. Rolfus is going to complete that any moment now. I think they're going to get there ahead of the others. Yep, that's got him the 3rd place as he's the 3rd pilot to start lap number 2. There's the straight. He completes that. He's gone down that at 80.45 kilometers an hour as top speed. That is almost exactly half what Yuki did in 1 lap earlier. So more speed to be found.
Absolutely.
And a bit more bravery, of course, as we go throughout this afternoon. Rolf is keeping that alive. There was a bit of a scratch just heard. I think, is that handling all right for him? Yeah, I think so. So Rolfus will keep that going as he's still on their 2nd lap. Tibbling's on 3. Italy FPV just behind them, also on 3. Rolfus not being troubled as of yet by CA FPV, but yeah, here it comes. They're into the doppio together. Yeah, I think Rolfus is being a little too cautious now as CAFPV has got way past them. And I don't think they're on their 4th lap. I'm pretty sure CAFPV is on the 3rd. There it is. Tibbling's finished. Italy FPV about 6 seconds behind them. Rolfus still keeping it flying. I'm hearing a horrible prop noise. I can't work out which of these 3 drones it is. I think it might be Aska's. That's not sounding very happy about still flying with 2 laps in 2 minutes 10. Although that 2nd lap time is so much better than the 1st.
Yeah, incredible performance by Italy FPV. He has not improved his single lap time, but he has improved more than 30, almost 40 seconds by the whole, the qualifying time of the 3 laps.
So, his best lap time it's a tiny fraction out of his 3rd lap he just flew. But obviously his other laps in an earlier round were way behind that pace. Yeah, that is interesting, isn't it? Now that's how some of these things come together. Tibbling's finished, by the way, with his fastest lap too. So improvements being made in the right direction. And that is being called time for everybody. Has finished except for Asuka, unfortunately. I think that was the horribly sounding
of the crash.
Unhappy prop.
Yeah.
I'm surprised it went as far as it did on lap 3. I think, yeah, put that down and don't try and learn an unfortunate muscle memory of, you know, coping with a slightly damaged, not quite flying crate drone when you just get that prop away from it and put a fresh one on. Okay, so there's C finished, and yeah, some pilots making small improvements, some pilots making just like consistently better improvements.
Well, this probably differentiates also between a professional pilot or a pilot that does many races during the year and somebody that maybe it's on his first experience, or at least a first experience of this level in drone racing. Obviously, the really fast pilots, you can see them like improving from the very first performance.
So coming up in the next group, Group D, we've got XOXO from the UK. We have Gagenga FPV from Japan, who was up into 8th after the earlier rounds. So really featuring in the top of this. We've got Faustus from Lithuania, and in the middle of your picture in the DDR bucket hat, very trendy, that is V from Lithuania, so she's helping out her country mates. XGG from Latvia, who was 15th as of so far in qualifying. XGG from Latvia is in this race too, along with Luca FPV from Italy, because I guess you gotta have an Italian.
Of course.
I haven't counted how many Italian pilots are here, actually, but it's somewhere between loads and maybe more than that.
Pretty many.
Yeah, pretty many. That'll be the number.
We have a good 8th position within the first 2 qualifying rounds of Gagenga FPV. The other, we have maybe one other pilot within the first 32, which is XGG.
Faustus was in it as well, but you got like 8th, 15th, Faustus 26th, so quite a lot more in danger than the others. But again, how many times do you want me to say? It's just, maybe we should get a graphic made with it's quite early.
It's quite early.
Lots of racing still to come.
A button.
But I want to make sure everybody, you know, because there's pressure on all of these pilots all of the time, right? This could be your best run, right? You could absolutely hit your flow. Everything comes into place. You just have the flight of your life right now. Yeah. For other pilots, it's going to be a totally different story. They're just not going to be happy in this one, not going to be happy in this one. And then it's going to come together later or later.
Or maybe
XOXO is in a net, barely into this run.
Yeah.
Gagenga, though, is showing some speed. Ooh, that looks a little wild, but sometimes wild is what gets you those amazing turns. Look at this from Gagenga. This is great work from them.
Pretty blurry image by Faustus. Probably he hit the ground some points, or it looks like.
Yeah, maybe. Yep, XGG is in the doppio, was the leader after the first lap. I think will be the first to start the third. There they go. Yep, they're coming across that now with a 30.5, so 3.5 seconds slower on that second lap.
Faustus is landing.
Pushing.
Yep.
Faustus has put it down, yes. And Gagenga's lap times are pretty consistent too, so we might be finding it. I mean, because of course the pilots can start slightly ahead of each other. You can see the HS time on the screen. That's the whole shot time. That's how long it took them from the start to the first gate. That doesn't count within their times for qualification because it's based on from when you cross the first gate. But you can see they both kind of went for it pretty similar times. And XGG is finished in a 124.8. And we have Gagenga FPV in a 125.1. Neither of them, in fact, none of the pilots in this run have got an improvement on a single lap or total time as of yet. What have you got? Luca FPV, who's the only one still flying.
He's still in the second lap. I don't know if he will be able to finish within the time limits of this particular heat. Probably not.
134.3 for that first lap. There's the doppio. Now they'll come around, go through the top 1 and 2. And
right turn with a split S back on this flag, and here he is able to close this third lap.
Now look at that, 41.0 for that second lap. And do you know when they crossed the line, they had I'm not kidding, 41 seconds remaining of that
Yeah.
run. So if you could have done that again, that could have been banked for Luca FPV.
I'm not sure at this
I'm
point.
not sure it would have helped enough though, because 2:12 was their best.
Or if they missed one of the lap counting of his
Oh.
time, that might be a case. Because
That would
it's
make sense.
134 divided by 2 may be 2 laps in 1.
Particularly as we saw from that run. Yeah, okay.
I don't know if
think-
that's the case. They will be reviewing it.
Yeah, that may well be 3 laps for them then. If it is, it's still outside the 3 laps they did earlier in 2:12.
Yeah.
But yeah, it seems pretty likely. This is Dan from the UK, XOXO.
Boom.
Where are you going?
Yeah.
Oof. Let's go, he says. Drone says no.
No.
I think it came back from there, though. I don't think that's where it remained. But he trudges sadly across the middle of the field.
Yeah, he
bringing
was
it back.
supposed to be under the
Yeah.
the center gate of the triplo, and he just hit the big inflatable gate of the drone shop, which are indestructible.
They do seem to be.
They do
And
seem to
in
be.
this kind of weather where it's warm, inflatable gates are happy. In cold weather, then it's a different story. We destroyed some very, very similar gates in the Drone Champions League when we were in -1 degree temperatures on top of a mountain in Switzerland. Then, if you hit one of these gates, they're brittle.
The bristle.
You
yeah.
literally don't bounce off; you punch a hole in it, which
Yeah.
is quite an amazing thing to see. If your brain works like mine, you're now imagining a kind of cartoon cutout hole, which is perfectly quad-shaped. I'd love that to be true. So I will just tell you, yeah, that's exactly what it looked like. Like Coyote had run into it at high speed and left a
Exactly.
hole. That's exactly what it looked like. I wish. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, I feel sorry for you. E, qualifier. Who's in Group E? Nicho. Good to see you, Nicho. From Germany. He's here, 21st out of the first round. Yuki Hashimoto, the reigning FAI World Champion from Japan. And absolutely blistering on this track. Hold tight, strap yourselves in. He's up in this too, alongside GoPro Master from Italy. King Joshi is here out of the UK. And Accra from Germany. Yuki has finished this over 10 seconds quicker than anybody else in this group. And got this just amazing speed record, and he's broken it with a 165.98 kilometers an hour out of the block and down the straight.
Incredible speed by Yuki. Incredible drone, obviously, he's flying.
What has he made here? It's a demon, isn't it? 22.63 is his fastest individual lap. Will he get it off this first one? Almost. 23.3 for his first. Now Yuki, as we stay on board with him for the second, into the Tripio so soon, and the dive gate, not taking any extra room there. Now coming out of this, and there'll be so many pilots watching this, learning from it here, learning from it at home as well. This is how a world champion flies on a track that, remember, they've only flown today, and this is his 4th time.
Incredible performance by GoPro Master also, and Yuki, obviously we were having him on the screen now, and he's bashing through the gates.
Yeah, 21.9. He's broken the 22-second run. Nicho's got a fastest lap of their own. GoPro Masters' last lap was also their fastest so far in that 26 deads. Good work for them, but Joshi is out of this, not having got a first lap, and Accra not featuring.
Not featuring at all. So good job from GoPro Master. He finished. Probably he improved his time by 3 seconds at all. Completely.
And Yuki,
1
though,
minute to
getting,
18 seconds.
Now, for all the praise we were giving Yuki, though, about his fastest lap being the only pilot who's broken 22 seconds, where did his 3rd lap go? That is not 3, I could think.
Good job from Nico also. 122 seconds and 88.
Yuki's 45.2 there is 2 laps. And yeah, that is some pilots 1 lap at the moment time. But yeah, GoPro Master and Nicho, great work for them.
F2, Roti, F4, Sun FPV, R7, Wii, R8, Alex J.
Okay, so that is Group E completed. Yeah, GoPro Master, keep an eye on them from Italy, and Nicho as well. Nicolas Praus out of Germany, well known in drone racing internationally. He's not messing around. Coming up in Group F, This is a truly international mix. We have Long XL, always pleased to see one of the very happiest guys I know. Long XL, racing here out of China, 16th so far in qualification. Then we have Bear Racer from France, who was only 3.4 seconds slower in his best laps, best 3 consecutive laps, but that is 8 places behind Long XL in those 3 seconds. Just to give you an idea of where it is tight on this leaderboard at the moment. LAFPV, also from Italy, is here. Goritz from Lithuania will be racing. And then Moga, Gayon Mo, all the way from South Korea. She's only managed to get 2 laps flown so far. We certainly haven't seen the best from her yet. Have no worries. She is going to be getting the 3.
Only 2 continents in this next
okay.
heat.
All right, just 2.
Only 2.
Just 2. And another Italian.
And another
and
Italian.
another Lithuanian. Where do they keep coming from? And
Yeah.
French. Oh, there's a French part. Yeah, we've
French.
got some nationalities here in numbers. One from America, as I mentioned earlier. There's not many from Asian countries. I know many more wanted to come.
Quite a
As
few
I
Japanese.
said at the beginning, this
Quite a few Japanese.
this was sold out in 6 hours.
Yeah.
So, you know, there were pilots internationally at all kinds of different time zones, hovering to like, I want to
Trying to
apply,
enter,
I want
yeah.
to buy my ticket, I want to be in this.
Just a few more controls and see if the propellers are actually spinning from that drone on the Y of the starting blocks. Okay, Moga, yeah.
Next race begins in 10 seconds.
We're ready to go for this
Next race
Group
begins in 10
F
seconds.
of the 3rd qualifier round of today. And off we go. Long XL with a really quick start compared to other pilots. He's already pushing it from the single first lap with 136 kilometers per hour. Bear Racer in 2nd place. Ooh, that felt very harsh.
Oh, that's Mantas from Lithuania. Goritz is put a hole in something.
Yeah, and one of the gates of the triple gate.
Maybe not
Actually,
a hole.
oh, there's some smoke there. Probably there's a
Yes.
battery on fire.
Yeah, we think there's a fire between 2 of the Tripio gates, but the race continues at the moment. It's Moga on a 5th lap.
Land
according
now,
to the
land
time.
now, land down.
Land now, please. Put them down, please. Land everything, and they all come zipping around towards the landing area. And Moga's down, everybody is down, and now our crew will run and extinguish.
2 minutes.
Or at least
with-
try to
Or
move
at least
the
try and
drone.
figure out why
yeah.
something is smoking, because he's not brought anything with him.
You never know exactly if it
I got
might
it.
ruin
Found
one
it.
of... Yeah. Okay, watch out, watch out.
Yeah.
Okay, he's been able to take away the lipo from the
Yeah, that's
chassis
not,
and the frame
that's
of the
not
drone.
the safest way to do that.
Yeah,
That's
especially
the
with bare
Riyadh,
hands.
the Riyadh January event way of doing that. Sorry, no, not Riyadh, Abu Dhabi. I did a race for DCL in Abu Dhabi, and we had a very, very enthusiastic and keen volunteer from the venue. We were inside in an exhibition centre doing the Falcon Cup finals. An extremely keen, enthusiastic staff member of the venue saw a fire and just ran to deal with it. The bucket of sand that we put many times around a track for things like lipo fires, didn't take that with him. And also, he's got a fireproof glove. Used his other hand. It wasn't the most
No.
successful effort of picking up a flaming drone I've seen. But to his credit, he picked it up. Then he kind of threw it away instantly, like "ow," and did it again.
Oh.
Like, but it's still got to be put out, right? So it got there.
Yeah, no,
But,
one of the healthiest moments in drone history.
No, but enthusiastic. Oh, this is going to be the smelly bit of the show, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, there's the smell as the breeze is coming through. We've got something. Oh, it
Okay,
smells.
it smells pretty bad. Yeah.
Thanks for that.
Thanks for the prop.
Yeah, we're really glad. Thank you so much, Bruno. bone over FUV. Oh, it smells stings.
Yeah.
And it
Burnt
hangs around a
plastic
bit as
and
well.
whatever.
That was, I mean, I'd love to have shown more details of what's actually wrong with it, but I'd also love to be able to breathe.
Yeah.
And did I hear someone saying actually it was a different one? I thought I heard one of our volunteers saying it wasn't the one they thought it was, and that's why he doubled back for another. There's 2 people still out on track where that was, between a couple of the gates of the Tripio. Just walking it around, I think, just to make sure nothing else is close to being on fire. It's very dry here, isn't it, Stefano? 'Cause of all the heat.
Hopefully, yes. The climate here is, it's warm, but it's not too humid, so it's
Yeah.
pretty good. Yeah, finally we were able to breathe again after this good quantity of dioxin and burnt plastic and lipochemistry. I would say something in Italian now for our Italian public around here. Benvenuti a questa World Drone Cup Italy 2025. La seconda edizione quest'anno dopo una edizione di successo dell'anno scorso, giugno dell'anno scorso. Questi che si stanno ovviamente confrontando sono tra i migliori piloti di drone racing al mondo, da 4 continenti diversi. Abbiamo la possibilità di vederli appunto su un circuito veramente molto completo e che ha la possibilità di mettere a confronto le velocità massime che superano i 170-180 km/h di picco massimo e 168 abbiamo registrato di velocità media. Ci sono molti italiani ovviamente, ma anche piloti che vengono dall'Asia, dagli Stati Uniti, dal centro, dal Medio Oriente. Avremo la possibilità di spiegarvi meglio anche presso un gazebo all'interno con dei commentatori italiani che vi daranno la possibilità di capire meglio le fasi della gara. In questo momento siamo nella parte delle qualifiche e proseguiranno fino a domani mattina metà mattinata. Poi da domani mattina metà mattinata comincerà la gara con i migliori 32 piloti che si sono qualificati. Sono circa una settantina di piloti e solo i primi 32 passeranno alla fase successiva da metà mattina di domani. Quindi vi invitiamo a tornare domani in questo luogo comunque molto bello soleggiato e ci vedremo più presto. In questo momento è stato effettuato una piccola manutenzione al circuito, in quanto uno dei droni è andato a sbattere in maniera molto potente contro uno dei gate e la batteria al litio ha preso fuoco, bruciando sfortunatamente anche alcuni dei componenti del drone del pilota. Quindi è stato messo in sicurezza, i vigili del fuoco sono intervenuti e abbiamo la possibilità appunto di ricominciare con le hit tra molto poco.
Grazie.
Grazie.
Grazie. I have a theory, as I mentioned to Stefano earlier, that every maybe month, Italians decide to change how you pronounce one or two of your words. It's like an Italian thing. Like, you know, on the 31st of a month or the 30th of a month or something on a news broadcast, your newsreader, presumably in Italian, will be something like, and now let me remind everybody that it is the last day of the month, which means as from tomorrow we are all going to say grazie instead of grazia, or grazia instead of grazie. Or it's Confused Foreigners Night, where we change everything. See you in 30 days for the next choice. And I swear, every time I come here I'm told to say it differently than I do.
We have many dialects, so probably that's one of the reasons. Different pronunciation of the same word, but hopefully we don't change too much about our language. Otherwise, it's going to be too confusing also for me that I'm Italian. So, yeah.
Okay, we are having make sure everything is okay on track. We are rerunning Yeah, it's a total rerun of Group F's run here in round 3 of qualification with Long XL, Bear Racer, Ale FPV, Goris, and Moga FPV. Now, Goris hit something hard, so I don't think, because they were out of the round before the fire happened, I'm pretty sure that's why they're not allowed to fly in this.
I'm afraid that there has been some kind of mid-air between Ale FPV and Goritz, maybe.
I think Goritz, I can't see the starting blocks to be sure whether they actually were in it. I don't think they were for the start of this. Let's concentrate on who we can see is racing, as Long XL is on to... Yeah, first one onto there. No, Moga is. These timings are getting very confused because Moga's apparently done a second lap in 7.3. That's the timing machine is having a moment. There we go. That's more like it. Long XL's got 2 laps flown. 26.8 and a 26.0. Very, very nice from Long XL. They're out on lap number 3. Moga and Bear Racer are on their second laps at the moment. Moga's done a 28.5. That's a nice bit of work. She's into the doppio now. Meanwhile, Long XL clear ahead of everybody. Going through a split S, he's into the doppio, almost a full lap ahead. He finds a little solo lonely gate, and the finish line is his then in a 1:19.338. That is an improvement for him. None of those laps actually within a second of his fastest lap. They're all a second or more slower than the quickest lap he's managed to do, but his overall time a big improvement. Bear Racer finishes with a 1:29.9. That's not quite an improvement for them. And Moga's first lap in a 28.5 was her quickest of any lap she's flown by 6 seconds. Unfortunately, her second lap is slower by also about 6 seconds than her fastest. What's the third lap going to be? I told you she'd get the 3 flown. Oh, it's a little bit of a long way round at the end, but there's the 39.6. So she's in the game with the 3 laps there and a 1:49.125 overall. But although that first lap was easily her fastest, her total time there is about 17 seconds slower than what she managed to do earlier. So she's got the 3, but
she needs to work
she's
on
going to get better
consistency.
3s.
Yeah. Consistency that we saw instead by Long XL, a lot of 26 seconds laps.
Yeah, and that's getting recalculated for her. So I'm sure it'll still count. And having seen Moga many times at races that I've been commentating at, she's getting better and better. Now, am I hearing there's a burning lipo on the field?
Oh, fully on.
Okay, yeah, we'll just so there's let that announcement happen. Yeah, so the volunteers and anybody nearby has just been reminded, if you do see a burning lipo, burning battery from a drone, you don't have to deal with it. There are people who are prepared to be going out and dealing with it. So it's not like, an indoor community event where maybe you want to just run over and stamp on it or whatever.
Yeah.
Here, it's all been organised so brilliantly by the Speedy Pizza Drones Italian team, who are so excellent at running this race. That's why it was such a sell-out so quickly, because everybody after 2024 wanted to come and be in this one.
Yeah, Speedy Pizza guys that are named after Matteo Barella and Matteo Gandini, the 2 Matteos that are actually pushing the limits and the quality of the FPV drone events here in Italy since many years now.
Yeah.
And they've been successful with the 2024 World Truck Cup Italy, and for whatever being able to see until now a really good example even in this 2025.
Yeah, absolutely. That's why your event sold out so quickly. I mean, it was much quicker than anybody expected. Just to go out, tickets are gone within 6 hours. That doesn't normally happen for drone races. It was quite exceptional. In fact, it was so exceptional that apparently they had to freeze the registrations temporarily because their online bank was getting so many kind of payments. I think it actually put up a hold on the account. Like, what is going on here?
Yeah, it's like some hacker
There's money
attack.
coming from Korea, China, America, all over Europe and the rest of the world. What is happening? Otherwise, I reckon it'd have been sold out even faster. Now we've got a good group here. Takafumi Matsudome from Japan. Mad X is waiting to launch, I think. Yeah, he's about to go. Radiant from Germany. Super Ewan from France. Timmy from Sweden. And Bagarage from Italy.
Bagarage, he's a very fast racer from the IWL with tiny whoops.
Yeah, the garage only got 2 laps completed
Radiant
in
has hit the
earlier
gate.
qualies, so they really want to start getting the 3s in. Super Ewan and Timmy both got their best laps so far. Super Ewan just ahead of Timmy to the dive tower first and out of that. And now into this winding section after the tower as he heads to this split S and into the doppio. And now coming in is Timmy. So there's just over a second, I think, between Super Ewan and Timmy. Mad X is onto that lap as well, but he's maybe half a lap behind them. Yeah, maybe a bit more. In fact, is there a chance of being lapped? Super Ewan and Timmy are flying very well. Now they're into the dive tower. There's the French pilot completing that. Timmy is out through it as well. So there's a little bit more of a gap, but Super Ewan is going to be caught and passed by Timmy and maybe all the other pilots as well, as it's looking like it's lights out for Super Ewan. Timmy's out of the doppio. Now he's finding the finish line and is there in a 26.8. Every one of those laps, I think, was his best, then his best, then his best. Oh no, the second one was slightly behind. Big improvements for there. Amber Garage is on for a good run too. Radian slightly off of their pace. Their third lap's a good one, but the overall run isn't an improvement for Radian, so they're going to remain in 27th for now. And Maddox has completed their run too in a 1:36. That's 3 seconds outside of their time. They're hovering in 34th on the wrong side of the cutoff, but that cutoff isn't being dropped just yet, not until tomorrow.
And Big Garage cuts now the finish line in 1 minute 54 seconds. It's a little bit slower.
It is, but it's 3 laps, and they did it in 2. And they got 2 before, so the time's actually quite similar, but it's 3 laps, not 2. Massive improvement there. Now you're in the 3 laps. Good race, that one. That's exciting.
Definitely really, really fast. And Super Ewan was killing it. Unfortunately, he clinched the gate just at the end of the 3rd lap and let Radian, actually Timmy, pass.
So yeah, good work from Timmy, up into 15th with a run like that. So well in the fight. Super Ewan from France is 1:32.3. Feels like, yeah, as we said, that's not an improvement for Super Ewan. No, they're up in 20th. Yeah, 1:32 is roughly 32nd place right now.
Yeah. It's just an improvement of 1 second from the first round. So we're pretty much not modified the cutout line, the cut line of the first 32 pilots.
So we've almost done a full loop of qualifying now. When we went live with the stream, and thank you to everybody who's joining us around the world, we were going into Group J in the 2nd round. We're on to Group H, then it will be I, and then you'll have seen everybody who's here as we've crossed from round 2 into 3. So Group I is, I beg your pardon, Group H is coming up, and then I, that's right. That's the alphabet. Hungary's Roland Ronto, the man with all of the R's. Damon FPV is coming up in this one, 45th after the runs earlier on. Somewhat higher placed in 14th is Droned FPV from the Netherlands. Sun FPV out of Israel, 41st place with a 1:38 being their consecutive time. Then from Latvia, it's Re FPV. And also Alex J from Latvia. They're everywhere now, Latvian pilots. I've been praising them too much, I think.
Yep. Let's see if Ree is able to complete the 3 laps, because he has the speed and the time to be able to clinch between the first 32 pilots. So
see, Drones D there, that was the tilt. That's the Drones D was the one on the blocks with the tilt there, that early lean. You can do that, you just can't leave the block.
As long as you're in contact with the drone block.
So there's Drone D and Ree are both just like copying each other right now. Drone D getting just out of those gates a little sooner. But no, Ree has passed them. Now they're both in the doppio. Ree still just fractionally ahead of Drone D. He was behind, now he's in front. Now they go across the line in a 25.8 and a 26.3. Half a second between them. It didn't even look like that much to me. Here's Drone D through the triplet. And the dive. Damon FPV from Hungary has got something horrible across their lens and is flying very, very slowly compared to the speed we know he can do, and has only just finished his first lap. Re FPV is the one who put a thud and an ooh into the sounds of the air as he hit and he's got it back off the ground and is caught in the tripio. No, he's found his way to the doppio and is moving on. Good. Alex J is down. This run is falling apart. But I tell you what, the wind has picked up quite a lot where we are. Looking at the track, none of the flags are moving, so somebody's found us a very nice breeze. and it's not interfering with the pilots. I'm looking to see what might have just caused so many of them to suddenly have a problem.
Ooh, an awful sound coming from a drone. Maybe
Yeah.
a broken
This-
propeller or...
Yeah, Damon's down. Alex J, we saw, was having trouble and is staying down. Drone D is putting that race out of their mind as quickly as they can. I think it's 3 seconds slower than their best run so far, but it is 3 laps flown. Sun FPV, though, didn't manage to complete the 3rd lap, which is a shame because their 2nd lap was 10 seconds faster than their 1st. And oh no, they're back with us. Come on, Sun FPV. That 2nd lap was an excellent one, but it's over for them with just the 2. Re-FPV, though, getting 3 laps in with maybe a better, faster lap along the way. That was chaotic, wasn't it?
Absolutely, yeah.
There was some drones making some very unhappy noises.
Ree was able to complete the 3 laps. Unfortunately, he had a big crash in the middle of his performance. Otherwise, he would have been a lot higher on the ranking list, on the leaderboard.
Drone D is 14th before that, still 14th. There, that time is, like I said, about almost 3 seconds slower than they had been. Seeing good times in places, you know. I think Sun FPV had a new fastest lap for themselves. So the laps are coming, the times are reducing. We're in round 3. We have at least, I think it's 4 more hours of flying today before we have our sort of party and celebrations and so on stream later on. We'll have at least a round tomorrow, and knowing the DDR guys, they probably will try and get 2 more in. So you've got maybe, I'd feel fairly safe in saying we've got cautiously 5 more quali rounds and probably 6. So I think, you
We're
know,
not even halfway
you've got
through.
more runs, and we're not incorrect, Savannah. We're not even halfway through. But then again, I have worked on drone races with, I mean, if we do 5 more, as we say, which seems pretty certain, unless we have some colossal delays due to weather or something, you know, that'll be 8 rounds of quali. I've worked on events where there's been quite a few more than 8 rounds, and I bet if you'd asked DDR before we started and said, how many do you plan on doing, they would have said, more than 8. They'd expect to get more than that done. But we're moving along very nicely here, and the pilots are doing a wonderful job of being ready, and our team at DDR are doing a fantastic job of keeping everything moving. So we will get as much as we can. My point, though, is if there are only 8 rounds of quali, and we're kind of getting to that halfway stage, you know, we're in round 3, but okay. You can't throw too many of these away.
Absolutely.
If you're making small improvements of like one of those 3 laps you've just flown is your best lap of anything now, great. What about the others?
I think now it's the time for everybody to be able to put in 3 clean laps,
Yeah.
and then try to push it maybe the next couple of qualifying rounds.
Now we've got some statements to be made here. Yayu, brilliant Yayu from France, one of the reigning world champions of the Cyclone Drone Racing team in the DCL, 4th in quali to this point. Pavel, the multi-GP champion, and another pilot from many other racing series, including DCL that you know, 7th in quali. So 2 of these pilots right up in the top 10. Matthew from France is one of only a couple of pilots who hasn't got 3 laps in yet. Anthony from Bulgaria. I know Anthony can go a bit quicker than they've been seen. Iceman is not here though, unfortunately. Iceman from Hungary is not well. Get well soon, Iceman. The 4 pilots we've got 2 incredibly quick ones, and then we've got some pilots who really need to start finding a little more consistency. Keep your eyes on Yayu and Pavel.
The video feed of Yayu seems a lot cleaner than Pavel.
Which is why he's well into his 2nd lap before Pavel is, with 4 seconds between them, 4.2 in fact. Mathieu is also on to that 2nd lap and has got the best 1st lap of all of these pilots. Ooh. That sounded breakable, but I'm still seeing 4 flying. No, Pavel is down. Oh, but trying to get that back, so it may well come back to him. He's got plenty of experience in bringing drones back from the dead and also not killing them in the first place. So we'll see what he's got. Yayu is the only one onto lap number 3. A 23.7, a 23.9. They're both quicker than his best lap beforehand, so this is looking like an improvement for him. He was 4th. Will he break into that top 3? He's coming around the final turns. To get into the top 3, he'd need to be quicker than 110.1, and he's 111.3. He's going to be staying in 4th, but slightly more securely. Pavel's run is over after the 1 lap. But Matthew and Anthony have got a bit more to say here. Here comes Anthony across the line in a 1:26.6. And that is, whoa, 1:26.6 is about 30 seconds better than they've done so far. That's how you move on a leaderboard.
Good job, Anthony.
Now, what are we seeing here? Is this Pavel getting wiped out, perhaps?
Yeah, he had a really...
So hard to fly.
Yeah. The triple gate, probably he hit something, no?
Oh, it's good, isn't it?
That's good. Oh,
Ah,
the
it's
dive.
the dive
That's the
tower.
dive tower. Yeah.
And then it was looking like that for a long time, so he really wanted that to come back, and thought it may well have done, but now the trudge out across the field happens as pilots go and get drones from the landing zone or from a little further away.
Yeah, in drone racing there are some hits that are you can be forgiven by some hits, but the dive, the wooden dive, is really harsh in the drones.
I'm just looking at who's on track. Is that Pavel picking up his drone?
It looks like, yeah, the one with the orange
In the
t-shirt.
orange? Yeah, I thought so someone just helping him out. I'm not sure. Anyhow, and we are about to fly in Group J, which is the last group you haven't seen. And these will be the last 5 pilots. And what a lineup this is featuring. We have Aviv FPV from Israel. We have Savero from Spain. We have Spagel. You know, I'm not sure if he's made that an I or an L. Spagel FPV. David Spacek from Czechia. What are you doing with your name there, David? That's slightly caught me unawares. Dorian from France is in this. And, ladies and gentlemen, the reigning FAI Women's World Champion. It's Leo on fire. Italy's very own Luisa Rizzo is also in Group J. There's the medal, and there is a beautiful happy face, and she was doing the traditional thing of biting the gold medal, and it was the gold one this time from last October's racing in Hangzhou in China. I think for at least 6 years she'd been chasing that title and always coming in kind of second behind the incredible Milk FPV. But this year she got her, and the first person to congratulate her, Milk FPV, as it should be.
As it should be, absolutely.
Showing us why we love drone racing so much, again and again and again.
Very proud of her. Good start from Aviv, is down in the diving gate.
Yeah,
Ooh.
and Luisa in there as
Wait,
well, but
Dorian
Dorian
is
from
down.
France is not getting anywhere in this. No, that's hanging somewhere, I think. That's
Yeah,
I'm
it
trying to
looks
pick that
like-
spot out.
Yeah. Good job from Luisa. She finishes for last in 28 seconds.
Yeah, just ahead of Aviv actually on that first lap, even though she's behind them on track, because of course the whole shot times give away that Leo on fire. Luisa started a little bit behind Aviv intentionally. I'm just looking at some guy ropes attaching the tripio. One of them has been cut now, so somebody's drone is still flying, whereas it could have got absolutely tangled there. Aviv, though,
Aviv.
our Israeli pilot, is spinning all over the place and back in, and just next to the long jump track here on this athletic stadium is Leo on fire, who's out in front of everybody. A 28 and a 27.4 is her best time so far. There's another big hit out of the tripio. Leo on fire has made her first lap was her best, her second lap better again, and she was 33rd in qualifying before this run. She's going to absolutely move, and there she goes with another 28.3. Luisa getting her best run by a
lot.
few seconds there. Spagel FPV, though, David's run from Czechia is also a 11-second improvement for him. And Sav took 17 seconds off of their previous best. So you can see their earlier runs, Saito runs, getting used to this, and now we're starting to see, you know, this interesting mix. You've got pilots who are improving all the time. You've got some pilots who are making bigger improvements, but are maybe going to kind of hit their peak a little bit earlier and you know, trying to not make such big improvements later on. Got some pilots who are a little bit behind the times and haven't quite got it together yet. That was a really good run.
Yeah, Leon Fire. Luisa has played pretty safe until now, but now she's been doing a 123. So she's probably between the 20th, 20th place from the 33rd. Good job, Luisa.
So we'll continue to go through round 3 before we show you the leaderboard after everybody's had an equal number of turns. But if you joined us at the start of the stream, you've now seen all of the 73 competitors who we are excited to have here at the FAI World Drone Cup Italia for 2025. If you are enjoying this and you wanted to get in the runnings and race here, well, I'm sorry you couldn't join us, but yep, it was very hotly sought after, as we've mentioned. And if you want to do the 2026 race, that one's going to sell out in record time. I have no doubts. Do you know what I am beginning to doubt?
The weather? Hopefully not. I think it's
I
only
mean, the heat
cooler,
is
hopefully.
gone,
Yeah.
hasn't it? It's not cold.
No,
But
absolutely.
that really hot temperature that we've been all day yesterday and well, all week with people building this and throughout today so far. I mentioned earlier, someone's found a nice breeze for us, but it's not really affecting the track. The sky is not
It's covering
as,
up a little bit.
There's a few more clouds. I've just seen a couple of members of DDR go out and look at the sky as though they were sort of thinking, wait, is this going to turn into a reminder of last year's
Hopefully not.
wet race? To be fair, it wasn't so much of a wet race. We did have some racing in the rain. We had a little bit of a delay, but we also then got absolutely soaked doing a ceremony.
Yeah.
But that's part of what we're here for. Yeah,
Outdoor
so we had a
races.
mixed day, and then the whole party thing on the Saturday night was. I mean, you kind of expect most people to be in a beer tent. Everybody was in a beer tent,
Exactly.
and not just because of the beer, mainly because of the tent bit of the words. Let's keep racing. It's qualifier round K with pilots we've seen and improvements to be made for Decker from Italy, Pygod from Italy, 58th and 59th respectively, Namakai from Japan, and then Kinzo from Sweden and Dan Buster from the UK, clearly by some margin the quickest pilot of these 5. Looks quite blue in the sky over there. Keep that coming.
Yeah, P-God has already had probably some kind of contact or a crash, I believe, because the lens is pretty milky, it looks like.
He's in his seat, his goggles are down. Don't have, he's flying. Decker's into the race. Doesn't matter that he took off 30 seconds after everybody else. He's got 3 minutes and can get it done. Out in front is Dan Buster by a decent margin, but the drone hit some part of the dive tower at the bottom. I'm not sure if it was the ground or the tower, but it's still flying. That's the most important thing, and he's taken that one and got on with it again as well. He knows he's conceded a bit of time on this second lap, and in fact it was nearly 4 seconds.
Hit by Deco again.
Yeah.
He's been able to recover. The drone is flying. It seems pretty consistent and safe. A little bit of freeze.
Continuing way out in front. Namakai with the most improvements to try and get here on this run, but Mai from Japan, I'm sure, can make them. And now what's happening here? Dan Buster's finished and is down and intentionally happy that that's rolling around a little bit. Pygod, on the other hand, was spiraling and rolling all over the place. Still flying, though, but that second lap still not complete for them. It's going to happen now. There they go. They got a big difference of over 10 seconds between the first and second laps.
Yeah, this is a symptom of a drone that is not working as it should, or at least after a few crashes. If you're lucky enough to be airborne again, it's really, he's hitting again. So I think it's going to be the end of this seat for Pygod also.
You know what, Dan Buster, who was 12th before this run, is going to be pushing around the 7th or 8th place. I think he's made only a 2-second improvement, but that 2 seconds is quite a lot of places in the top 10 of a World Drone Cup leaderboard.
We still have Namaki FPV on her 3rd lap, almost, in that dive.
Very
Okay.
high, wildly trying to find their way back to that tower. I think they've lost their place on this lap completely.
30 seconds.
Okay, Namakai, we want to get Namakai into the end of this run. She's got about 20 seconds to do it, so it can be done for sure. And yeah, it's going to happen as we go this gate, and then, just a little bit tight, and you've got to make that line, and she does!
Good job.
Oh, and then a better time, and in fact, that's her best lap so far, and it would have been a little bit quicker, but it was also slightly dangerous towards the end, but it's completed, 2:40. That gets 3 laps in her record, and I'm sure she'll be delighted to get that done and improve up from there.
Pressure on the track is 164 kilometers an hour. Then Buster
Ecco che stanno recuperando i droni dell'ultima hit. Matteo Gandini è il direttore appunto di pista e di evento che ci dà una mano a staccare le batterie dai droni per essere sicuri che non ci siano contatti vivi mentre li porta in mano e li riconsegna ai rispettivi proprietari piloti che si sono appena sfidati in questa hit. Siamo qui ad Albizzate, al centro sportivo, dove si sta svolgendo la World Drone Cup Italy 2025, l'evento più importante di drone racing, FPV drone racing italiano, l'evento che ogni anno, nella sua seconda edizione, questa ogni anno ci dà la possibilità di vedere i migliori piloti internazionali competere uno contro l'altro in circuiti mozzafiato. E questo è sicuramente il livello più elevato di drone racing che la nostra nazione può offrire. Ci sono 3-4 continenti che si sfidano in questo momento, tantissimi piloti italiani ma anche tanti asiatici, americani, medio orientali, e avremo la possibilità di vederli volare fino a circa le ore 18 e 18:30 di oggi, dove appunto avremo la possibilità di presentarvi appunto quello che succederà anche domani. Dalle 9:30 in poi si riproseguirà con le qualifiche fino a circa le 11:30 e dalle 11:30 in poi ci saranno le gare ufficiali dei migliori 32 piloti di questa classifica di circa 70 piloti. Quindi vi aspettiamo anche questa sera e soprattutto domani dalle 9:30 in poi. Grazie.
I'm sorry, I missed that. What? Did you do that again?
Just saying.
No, just do it all again.
Just everything completely.
thank you. Yeah.
Every single word.
Yeah, all of it. I got the first word, and then I just kind of got a little bit confused after that.
Okay, it's okay.
Thank you for helping. So welcome everybody who's joining us on YouTube as we stream these amazing pilots to the world. Welcome. Oh, we have Gutlu from Turkey in the chat. Oh, my buddy Gutlu, I hope to see you again soon, my friend. Welcome. Serb from the UK, cheering us all on. John Cookies is excited as well. Hello, X-Quad. Hello, everybody. Yeah, I'm having a good time here in Italy. Welcome everybody on stream.
We're starting, in English, starting the Group L of this third round of qualifying with Killian and Small Yuki. Small Yuki a little bit off track, while Killian has been able to be very precise in his first lap. He's in the doppio gate, back on the split S for this right turn, finally in 23 seconds and 321 milliseconds. That's his first lap time. Small Yuki, a sort of slow first lap of 28 seconds. He had some uncertainties in the triple gate at the beginning of his first lap.
6 seconds off his best. But as we saw earlier on, he and Killian were almost neck and neck, but neither of them maybe realised it because of the starts being different. Killian's just hit 158 kilometres down the main straights. That's his quickest, not the quickest, but his quickest. Second in quali so far behind Yuki. I guess Big Yuki. Bon FPV goes through the bottom of the dive tower. Small Yuki goes from the top to the bottom of it. Keepy's just completed the dive tower as well. It's Killian to finish first. And Small Yuki maybe won't. Oh, that was looking very quick from them. First lap, not so much, but the second lap was a good one from Small Yuki. But Killian's done it in a 1:10.658, which is going to be
1/10 of the second.
It's going to be close to Yuki, who's still got the lead in this thing, but I don't think he's beat him just yet. Small Yuki won't be keeping that run as they're one they're most proudest of today, I don't think, because they've had some very good ones so far. Luki's quad has gone into orbit and found its way down. That was a very fast descent and into the final gate of their second lap. They crossed that with some speed. Now they're going to try and keep us up throughout the third lap, as you should do. Here's the Tripio. Now the slalom left and right and left again out of these. And this is Lukas from Germany. whose fastest lap has been a 39.1, so his first lap was not a lot slower than that.
Seems he's having some video feed issues, if that's what he's seeing in his goggles. It's not really clean at all. And he finished his third lap in 39 seconds and 3:52. Was that his fastest lap? Not really, by a couple of tenths of a second.
Yeah, almost 2 tenths behind that. So that was a little messy, wasn't it? Yeah. Killian, though, is, as you might imagine, still second with that 1:10 that he just flew, but it's not his. I'll tell you what's interesting is you've got Yuki in first with a 1:09.3 as their best run. Killian's got a 1:10.0, and Small Yuki has a 1:10.1. So Small Yuki keeping the other Yuki on their toes and on their props. Those top three pilots, Yuki, Killian, and Yuki, they've all flown 7 laps, so they've all had an incomplete 3 rounds of quali. We know it was the first round for a couple of them. Yeah, but now they're all on it.
They're all
Yuki
within 1
Hashimoto's
second.
fastest lap is a 21.9. Then Killian's is a 22.3, and Yuki is a 22.7. So it's 4 tenths of a second and 4 tenths of a second again. It's, you know, a little improvement on 1 lap can make quite a, you know, can add up over the 3. Regardless, first, second, third, you know, these are all going through. It's just going to be a seeding bracket of the top 32. So it means you don't race against each other until, in theory, for pilots like Yuki, Killian, and Small Yuki, and Yayu, who's 4th, in theory, in a bracket, you don't meet each other till the final, if it worked out as the seeding intends. But of course, it's real and it's live and it's drone racing and various other things do happen. Out of our top 7 pilots, it's only Yayu who's completed all 3 rounds of qualification and got 9 laps in all across all of them. The others all getting 6 or 7. Oh, mind you, actually, we'll see what J-Box Topi can do soon. Let's put that away. We don't need more of those numbers. Topi's coming up in this one. It's Group M. 13th out of the 15 groups that we have. Joe FPV from Italy will be in this, who was 43rd at the moment. Then young Ed from Latvia. He's going to be in this along with Topi, more experienced pilot from Latvia, one of the best known pilots internationally, and 6th at a qualifying so far. Vasin from France is languishing out of the top 32, and Emmy FPV, one of our pilots who hasn't got 3 in just yet, but was close to doing it before, so I absolutely believe they're going to do it.
Next race begins in 5 seconds.
Joe has a 29.9 seconds lap time. If he's able to replicate it for 3 laps, he might be able to be within the first 32 pilots.
Yeah, definitely. That's the sort of things you got to be doing. Everybody underway. It's brightened up quite a lot, actually, since we gave a little mention to the weather. Maybe the weather was feeling left out and just wanted to scare us a tiny bit. Who's underway and getting into some tight moves here? Ed and Joe FPV are in that Tripio. Joe FPV just out of it earlier and into the dive tower. Then Ed. Emmy FPV is not far behind both of those, you know. That's good work from her. Topi's the first one to complete a lap, and then it is Vasin, their first and second. Emmy was just, for a moment, I was worried on the ground, but I think the video just froze momentarily, so they're still flying. So yeah, Topi's first lap just outside his best. Tiny, tiny margins. Vasin, first lap was much better than their best, but is there going to be a second? I don't think so.
Ooh.
Emmy's across the start line, got their first lap bank. That's the time in which you can get the 3 laps flown. Not as quick as they'll want to do it, but that could be Emmy on their way to getting the 3 laps done.
31 second on the second lap of Joe FPV, 36 second his first lap. He must be pushing it pretty hard because he's very close to his best time, but I think he can push a little bit harder maybe to be able to get within those first 32 spots.
Topi's finished in a 1:19. That is almost 2 seconds behind his best time so far. None of those laps is quickest either. In fact, they just got slower and a little bit slower again. So that run done for Topi, but not going to help them out very much. I really want to see Ed from Latvia get back into this run. Their first lap was their new fastest lap. And If they had 3 of those, they'd make an improvement on their overall time, but this second lap is just not seeming like it's going to come back for them, I'm sad to say. MEFPV is out on their 3rd lap, and in chance, certainly in chance of getting the 3 flown in the time. Vassin's drone just every now and then looks like he might get a little bit more out of it, but he hasn't got enough time to get 2 more laps flown, even if he did.
This
So
will
it's just
be-
MEFPV coming to the dive tower.
Okay.
Yep, this is all right. Now we go split S over this gate, hard 180 left, and we head towards with 30 seconds to go. Everybody willing them on to get these 3 laps flown. We're into the doppio, underneath both of them. Keep turning left, ladder up, and then another 180 around that flag and come out. Then it's the right, then find the little sad lonely gate all by itself. There it is. And now right-hand turn, and we're going for the line, and we've got over 10 seconds. So MEFPV gets 3 flown. Excellent work, and that 3rd lap was 7 seconds faster than any of the previous ones. So what a good, strong finish from MEFPV. That is improvement in the right direction. And welcome to the 3 laps club.
Good job, Emily. And good job also for Joe FPV, even though he wasn't able to improve his past qualification and just like less than 1 second of difference. So good consistency, but Joe must be trying to push a little bit harder to be able to clinch those 32 spots.
Yep, Emmy's got her 3 in. So now actually I'm delighted to say everybody has managed to get 3 laps. Obviously some gaps between the timings, but
A complete round.
yeah, and you know, does that feel like I'm pointing out something which maybe isn't enough of an achievement? No, I don't think so. I think this early in the competition, I'm really glad for that, because now we are with Group N and then Group O. We will have completed quali round 3. We're expecting, what did we say earlier on? 8. We reckon
Yeah,
it's pretty
maybe
likely.
5 more.
Everybody now has got their baseline, right? Nobody is feeling like, oh, I'm the only pilot who hasn't flown all 3 laps in a run, right? You've gone out there, that's the challenge, and you've done it. Are you the quickest? Okay, maybe not, but it's doable. Now do it
Better.
by a bit better, yeah, frankly better, faster,
Quicker.
push it a little bit harder, right? And that's what that's it. You know, improve. There'll be lots of pilots here who want to be in that top 32. There'll be some pilots here who expect to be in that top 32. There'll be some pilots here who are just hoping to do their best, and you know that is what you should come to an event and do, right? If you're outperformed on the day where you gave it everything, then you can't go home feeling like you're not going to beat yourself up about that one. To have all the pilots have completed a full qualifying run in the first 3 rounds of qualifying isn't that usual in big international events. There's plenty of events I've worked on where I'm winning a pilot in their final run of qualifying, like no chance of making the top 32. They're not going to pull something absolutely miraculous out, but you know, they've just been a fraction, like a 10th or maybe a second over finishing whatever number of laps and whatever the time is for this event. Yeah, well, we're already there.
Absolutely.
So great.
Yeah. Means the track is doable.
Yeah.
It's pretty.
By everybody.
Yeah, by everybody. Even
Yeah.
by the pilots that may not have the experience as the top pilots, which is fine.
Here comes Fenneman, Bronco, FPV, ZTK, Finns, FPV, and Steve, representing France, Sweden, Lithuania, Italy, and the United Kingdom, respectively.
Have a really high speed of Steve, 135 kilometers per hour. By far one of the fastest here. Fenneman is 127. All the rest are more than 20 kilometers slower.
Fenneman was out of this quite quickly in the last round of quali, I think. But their first lap is their new best. Bronco FPV, come on Bjorn, there he is, he's across the line now in a 34.4, so that's just a little bit outside his best, but I was worried it was going to be a little bit more behind, as he could definitely have tidied up the end of that first lap as he was swinging around trying to find his route. Finns was done here far too soon on lap number 1, didn't quite catch what ended it for him. Now we got Steve. He is now getting their quickest. There you go, that 28.9, that is a whole second faster than the best they'd done before. Their first lap wasn't anywhere near that quick. The second one's really coming together for Edward Dalton out of the UK, and now through the dive he goes. Far out, I think, in front. Split S-ing here, coming into the doppio. While they're doing that, what is
There's
that
a
gate?
gate.
Oh, the Tripio is making that harder than it needed to be for Bronco and others, but he made it through. Well, Steve has completed the run.
I'm not sure.
I think the pilots are allowed to miss that final gate of the Tripio, but don't take that as a ruling. And they're both passed it anyway. ZTK has finished, and Bronco FPV is also finished. And one of them, and I think it was Bronco FPV, went through the Tripio gate in the angle it is now. And hopefully we can get a camera out and show you what I'm talking about, as one of the gates is practically horizontal and is barely like a meter off the ground at the floppy end.
We have.
Is this the route under? I'm hoping we might get to see the Tripio from this. That's the Doppio, the 2. That's later on in the lap. And then swinging for the finish. That's where they lost some time, just making it across to the end there, but they got there.
They're
Right,
already
Tripio is
fixed.
back up again. Do you know, it's the guide rope I mentioned about, what, 3 or 4 rounds ago. There it is. Look at this. Under there. Well flown. That gate's not where it should be. I'm just going to duck it anyway. Bravo. I think that was Bruno.
Good job, good job. And if I remember right, 4 out of 5 pilots improved their performance, their qualifier in the last heat.
We come to Group O, the 15th of the 15 groups, so this will be the end of our 3rd round of qualification. Burkan FPV, 21st so far out of our qualifying ranking. The Bulgarian pilots in this with Foxer from Taiwan, 29th at the moment. Nicola Lego from Switzerland, and then Elmars, that's MSFPV from Latvia, and Firefly from France.
End of the track.
Let's keep this going as it is moving along so nicely. Yeah, the guide rope, okay, yeah, that's not been re-tethered. And somebody is testing a drone out on the track. Let's get that off the track, please. We need to get Group O into the racing.
Okay, qualifier O coming up. R1, Burkan FPV, F2, Foxer.
Off the track quickly.
Nicola Lego, R7, MSFPV,
Next race
R8,
begins in 1
Not
minute.
sure
Firefly.
who thought that was a good idea to pick it up and test it still out on the track when other pilots are waiting to flight.
Especially with a video that might be interfering with
Yeah,
other
absolutely.
video feeds.
That's fins, isn't it? I think it was fins.
Okay, pilots ready?
Right, last round of Group 3, well, round 3. Let's call it that.
Next race begins in 5 seconds.
Oh, Birken's gone early. It's 2 tones. The first one's to get you to focus. The second one is go. Birken went on the first. Did he go through the start gate early? I'm not sure. If he didn't, I think it'll be okay. I'm a bit worried for Birken's run here already. I'm more worried for Nicola Lego's run, as I wasn't really sure where they were, but unfortunately, they seem to know where they are, and so they are getting on with it now, but they were extremely high and off course for a while. Now the Tripio is standing, and they're completed through that. We've got Emis from Latvia leading the way, and Burkan right behind them. Although I'm a bit worried about Birken's first lap and whether it's going to be legit, and therefore whether this run will be legit. He is absolutely charging and trying to keep with Emis FPV. A really young Latvian pilot who's absolutely fearless, is doing so well in there. Side by side on the exit of the Doppio. I think they both made the exit gate together. Keep an eye on Burkan. If you can't see Emis's drone, it's because he's alongside him. And now he's just moved a slight fraction forward. I think Burkan leads now. Out through the Tripio into the dive gate, and Emis has got to catch him. But Emis is showing what he can do as well. That's the second view of the dive gate, not the first one. You might have thought he was a long way behind. He's not. That's held him up, though. I think he's given the Doppio back to Burkan, who's done his 3 laps, we hope. And Emis is across the line, too. Ends up almost 2 seconds behind Burkan. The other pilot's still flying. Nicola still out on their second. It's Firefly who are going to be the next pilot to get the 3 laps flown. Then Foxer is going to complete them too. It's an improvement for Emis and for Firefly and possibly for Burkan. Foxeer's 1:30 is about a second and a bit, 1.3 behind his best. But was got a new fastest lap along the way, so more of those, please. And now Nicola Lego's 42nd lap that they've just flown is their best time. So we are looking for an improvement overall.
We have actually an improvement by Burkhan. It's a good 6 seconds improvement. Good job.
But they hit that. Oh no!
No.
Nicola's down. Oh, so near to the finish, and it's going to be, after this turn, the finish gate. Oh, that would be a terrible time to lose that run, wouldn't it? Unfortunately, 2:16 as a result. You know, their best time was 1.6 seconds quicker than that. If they hadn't bounced it off the ground, I think they'd have got a new quickest, but it would have been fractions of a second either way.
Yeah. Maybe a couple of seconds faster.
Maybe. So there's your times. I worry a little for Burkhan's 1:18.7 there as he went on the first beep. But I can tell you now that the Tripio third gate is being fixed, so I think there'll be a little bit of a delay on track as the guide ropes are being re-tethered to get that back into shape. And here comes DDR at speed to get things fixed. So a couple of minutes before we go into round 4 and get underway with all of our pilots again. Maybe, I think after 3 rounds of qualification, I think we should update you on who our top 32 are. And then hopefully we'll get verification of whether Burkhan's run is in that or not. He's on a 1:18 here.
In 10th place.
So as you can see, there's our 32 pilots who are, if we were to cut it now, going to be in the double eliminations, but we would hope at least 4 more rounds of qualifying, probably 5 and maybe more. It's Yuki, Killian and Small Yuki, and then Yayu. What a top 4 that is. Our only American pilot, J-Box, is just outside them, but when I say just outside them, it's 5 seconds between Yayu in 4th and J-Box in 5th. That is a big gap between pilots at that end of a leaderboard. Topi from Latvia is 6th. Fenneman from France, who's had a little bit of a mixed run, is 7th. Pavel, that's Pavel Leszak from Poland, 8th. Dan Buster out of the UK, and I'm so pleased to see the UK pilots here, as for years I've been telling people in the UK, go and race international races. I get asked all over the world where I go, why are the UK pilots not racing internationally? Well, finally, these guys are showing the British scene why they should be, and Dan Buster is really competing well into that top 10. Just behind him, Burkhan FPV. And then our Chinese pilot, Long XL, is in 12th. We've got Japan's Gagenga in 13th. That's 3 Japanese pilots in the top 13. Another Brit in 15 with Arvin between them as well. Latvians doing particularly well here. Of course, it's Topi and Emis who are the best of them at the moment. We got Timmy from Sweden getting another nationality into the top of this leaderboard. Leo on fire from Italy, of course, 23rd. So the best of the women's pilots at the moment.
Yeah, we had 3 pilots. Italian pilots after like Leon Fire and probably Geek. And so now to be able to be within the best 32 pilots, you need to be faster than 1 minute 28 seconds.
Yeah.
So we have actually reduced that cutoff from 33 to 28, 5 seconds faster, which makes sense.
It does, doesn't it? It feels like quite a big jump, but in 3 quali rounds it makes sense, and it's moving like that.
Yeah.
It is, of course, going to keep getting sharper for everybody. You want to finish today in that top 32.
Yeah.
Right? Or in line with your expectations. If you don't think you're going to make that 32, then hopefully you're roughly wearing a leaderboard you're happy with. Right? What you don't want to be is tonight fretting that you have very few chances left to be where you want to be or where you expected to be.
Where your potential can be.
Yeah.
Yeah. Absolutely.
What I'm particularly pleased to say, though, is I don't think, this is going to be a race which is going to have much controversy over whether they liked the conditions or the video signals or anything like that. Everybody's got this about as good as it can be. And we will get on with round 4 with Geek from Italy, Nate from Israel, JM from Latvia, J-Box from the States, and Arvin FPV out of Germany. Between these guys, Geek is 24th, Nate is 46th. I think his last run didn't even launch for him though, so that's not necessarily the best we're going to see from Nate. JM 35th, ooh, dangerous kind of places. J-Box 5th, Arvin 13th. So there's some really, really good pilots in this. Almost all of them in the top 32. I would expect all 5 of these as being capable of being in that top 32 on their best days. And some of them actually on kind of a bad day.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see how Geek performs this time. He's 24th place now. 25th.
All right, we go. First to go, it's Arvin from Germany. Nate and JM underway. Geek looking at the sky. J-Box. Ooh, a bit concerning for that one. Although he's off, they're all away. So Nate going through the dive tower. Arvin has completed that. JM is right behind him going through it. Geek has hit a gate, hard bounced pretty cleanly. Anything that doesn't touch the ground is a hope to keep flying, and that one does. It's Arvin across the line in a 27.2. But J-Box a 19.9. Wait a minute.
We're having some video issues with Arvin. I don't know if he's down, probably.
Second lap flying for J-Box in a 23.8. J-Box has brought something special.
No, actually, Arvin is still flying, yeah.
Yep.
Some.
So Arvin's second lap is just going to ruin this run for him. He might bail on it like I think he did earlier on as well. Third lap, JM is onto that. Nate is caught and is tied up and is on the ground and maybe going to recover it from there. J-Box is not finishing at speed. What are we getting out of J-Box there? What is that run? That's full of mystery for me. J-Box
Incredible
still
first lap.
signals, might get that back. JM is the first of all of these pilots to finish with some consistency. 27, 28, 28. J-Box's first run is
Incredibly fast.
impossibly quick at this stage, I think, but I know what a good pilot he is. It didn't look that quick. I'm not saying it was slow. It didn't look like a sub 20-second run. I'm not sure about that first lap time for J-Box. The second, I know he can go quicker than that. The third, I don't know why we don't have it. What happened to his drone during that third? Here's J-Box.
Here's J-Box.
Nice work. Our team in replays. Going into the doppio, underneath both, around through the top of both of them. And then the flag, and then 1 and 2, and that's... Yeah, I mean, this looks quick. Not sure if that was the first or the second lap, unfortunately. We can't quite tell from where we are. There's the tripio, all good.
Okay, so now we're on the second lap.
Yeah, okay, well, this is lap 2. If anything, this one looks quicker, but it's 4 seconds slower than the first lap. That's why I'm a bit confused. And now the third lap is incomplete, sadly. Really good, though. Look at this. Such a good pilot, J-Box. Such an experienced pilot in the DCL. There's the dive tower, no problems for him. And, ooh. Okay, getting into the doppio. Now the swing is... Oh, he's just decked it
Land
underneath
now.
that split S. His drone... Yeah, look, his battery is just miserable. Oh, he's just short of the finish. That's the closest anyone's got and not got there. That's the last gate of the last turn. Every gate except the timing gate.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, this isn't one of those events where your best 3 laps, whenever they happen to combine, it's your best 3 consecutive. And that word is what has just meant that J-Box's first incredible lap. If it is true, which it may well be, but I'm going to make sure to get verification before we want to absolutely talk about how fast that is.
Yeah, I've seen the low battery message flashing on the second lap of J-Box, and that was a symptom that his battery wasn't in the best of its shape. So
he's overdone it in the first.
Yeah, probably.
The only pilot who's broken 20 seconds. Nobody else is even. Yeah, Yuki's the only other pilot who's broke 22 seconds. So
probably he pushed
feels
it too
like
hard.
a little stretch too far, doesn't it?
He pushed it too hard the first lap, killing the battery,
Just
and
literally, you want it just to roll a little further, and just a little cartwheel across the line. Would the total run have been an improvement? For J-Box, though, in his 5th place position, well, a 1:16.459 is his best time at the moment, which is why he's 5th. Like I said, he was 5 seconds behind the top 4. Get lap times like that, yeah, you can go on up to the top of things.
We're getting dangerously close to this 19.6 seconds lap time we were talking before.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
like only 0.3 of a second slower. And
Right.
we're not even...
We might get there. I think, I believe in the prophecy. V from Lithuania, Gabruz from Italy, Exo from Greece, Skymax from Italy, and Furix also from Italy.
Next race begins in 10 seconds.
Get some support for the home pilots here. 3 Italians in Heat B.
Bye, Fiorix. Fiorix.
Yeah, you got a
Some
little
Fiorix.
extra bit of favoritism going on.
Yeah,
there.
that's okay.
Well, Fiorix is first one to go. And maybe it's my memory, or maybe it's just there's too many Italians, but I don't think the last run for Fiorix was one he would be happy with. So let's see what they've got here. I think V was the first one to finish one of the previous runs of this group,
Yeah,
the
she's-
last run of this group.
She's
So
definitely one of the fastest of
Yeah.
the group. Actually, she's ranked 50th, which is very close to Gabruz, but and to EXO also.
okay, so it's Gabruz who's the first one to get a lap flown. Exo has done it, and Furix's time is quicker. Remember, they might cross that line at different times, but be in a different order than it appears. It depends on when they started.
But Furix has recorded a 27 second lap time, which is 13 seconds faster.
My gosh, yeah, the 40.3, I am right. He was the pilot who was struggling to string them together earlier. Now we're seeing what Furix can actually do when he's got this thing in his grips. Exo, though, let's talk about our Greek pilot here. A 30.4, but then a 34.8. That second lap dropped way off from them.
39 seconds.
And now it's a problem for Exo. They've rolled that one through the top of a gate. And never mind that second lap being a little bit slower. I think this run isn't going to happen for them. Is V going to make it all the way around and get the win of this group again? Quite possibly. She's flying now through the Doppio. The little lonely gates. And then the 3 after that, but she's not the first one to finish. That is Gabruz who's got there. And Skymax is out on a 4th lap that they don't need to be flying. So Skymax should be finishing this run. Nope, ignore me, Skymax. No, the timings are getting us all mixed up here. Apologies, Skymax. V's finished it just a little bit behind Gabruz. Furix has got the 3 flown. Skymax is on their 3rd. The timings were thinking it was 2 laps for 1. Here's the
Furix
pair of gates.
has improved 24 seconds on his qualifying round, which is a lot.
Yeah, you don't see that kind of a jump very often. It shows that they finally put one in that's indicative of what they can do. Good. Skymax bringing that in on a much quicker 3rd lap than their second. Second one was some real problems for them. Let's take a look at Skymax again. So out through the bottom of the dive tower is all good. Then this is early parts of the lap.
Ooh, midder. Was it?
It looked dangerously like 1, but it doesn't seem to have affected Skymax. Out of the Tripio, 2 and 3, and then into this, which I fear is why they lost some time on lap 2. So there's the times. Exo just getting not the 3 laps, so that's not going to help them out. V's 1:37.9. Do we get a movement for her on that? Yeah, okay, yeah. The 9.52. Yes, that is V's best so far. And Gabruz, I think, will be up to 44th. That's their best too. Furix 51st. Furix, one of very few pilots who've completed every run. And in fact, along with V and JM from Latvia and Arvin from Germany, only 4 pilots have flown all 4 rounds to completion.
All 12 laps until
Yeah.
now.
Yeah, and 2 of them in that group. So nice bit of consistency. 12 laps out of 12 doesn't matter in terms of rankings or anything like that. What matters is your speed and time.
Probably
So
you're playing
you
it
need to
too
go and
safe.
get them. You need to go and get. You need to go and get those improvements.
It means that you have the consistency, but you're not playing it hard enough. You're just playing it safe, which may be a good strategy, but depending where you are.
I think it's
on
a good
the
strategy
leaderboard.
to a point, right? And that
Yeah.
point will vary based on the competitor. Yeah, some people will want to take it easy and increase at their own speed. Some people will feel a bit more under pressure, like they need to make significant increases constantly. Hey, whatever works for you. Yeah, as long as it works for you.
It gives you the right motivation, the right results that you are looking for in this competition.
Heat C, Rolfus from Germany, Asuka from Japan, and then Italy FPV, Car FPV or CA FPV, and Tibling from Sweden.
Tippling first out of the blocks.
Go, go, go.
Italy
116
FPV
kilometers an hour. That is massively faster than anybody else in this group has come anywhere near. What a straight line bit of speed. That's about 30 kilometers an hour quicker than anyone has managed in Group C. Turn that into a lap time, Tibling. Keep this going. Swedish pilot. Oh! That was a thump that comes with the kind of noise you don't expect many drones to be tidally still horizontal and flying from. Nice save. Tibling's first lap is a 36.8. It was looking like a bit more of an improvement than that, but it's not an improvement so far, unlike Italy FPVs, who's just at their best lap of the day. Rolfus is untidily looking at some of this beautiful Italian landscape in close-up. You don't want to be there. Asuka's first lap is looking a little hesitant, as we have seen from them in some of the earlier rounds. This isn't yet coming to Group C. None of these pilots are in the top 50, so the top 32 well out of reach at the moment.
Tibbling is looking pretty good. Let's see if he's able to, well, actually, but what we've seen until now,
Yeah, it's still not actually going to add up to an improvement, though, even if the flight is looking quite nice. And that speed at the beginning was brilliant down the straightaway. Just one lap in for Rolfus. And it is another lap flown for...
Carmine.
Yeah, it's Car, isn't it? FPV is coming down the straight now, and that's like 90 kilometers an hour, just a fraction under 90 kilometers an hour, whereas Tibbling did it in 116. And Tibbling's finishing now with a new fastest lap on their third one, and a 2-second improvement overall. So we get positive movement from Tibbling. I'm glad that worked out, as there were some really, really good moments in those 3 laps. Italy FPV is taking quite a big improvement, 4.8 seconds. That's a step up.
Definitely good.
So I think, yeah, both Italy FPV and Tibbling are going to be moving maybe into that top 50. Maybe. Third lap's underway now, just now, for Rolfus, whereas Asuka and CAFPV are, oh, in the case of CAFPV, done with that lap, and there's Asuka. Finishing their third lap. Oh no, it's, you know, that's the timing just tripping. There's the finish of it. So their third lap is actually a combination of those last two, so that'll be 48 seconds, almost dead. They just got a bit near to that finishing gate on a turn a few gates earlier, which is why it tripped it as, there you go, 39.1 for those 2 laps together.
Yeah, it triggered the lap timer.
But that's why we have the system which makes it corrected and verified and so on. So the results are right there. Rolfus is still flying, but timed out, I think. I think it's timed out.
He's spending a lot of time on the ground.
Well, he's finished it there. Yeah, that's going to be over the time, and 3 minutes and 7. So yeah, it shouldn't really, I think, have finished that third lap. But
we have the replay here of the Rolfus.
That isn't going to put them into a challenging position. That split S dangerously into what looked like a net nearby afterwards. And if you bounce off one of these gates into a net, you don't typically come out of that net again. So not just offline, but almost just wipe that run. But instead, the timing has all gone away from them anyway. The 146, 135 for Tiebling. moved them from down where they were.
55 to 54.
54. Okay, so a couple of places. Italy FPV are behind them still, 57th. Okay, so those, yeah. It's an unusual one, this one. There are, yeah, some chunky improvements need to be made down at a couple of places in the leaderboard, a bigger gap. It's not consistent. I mean, it never is. There's a couple of places on the leaderboard where you think, oh, I've taken a couple of seconds off that. That's got to get me a couple of places. Might get you one.
Might get one, yeah. Well, actually, we've seen like the 6th place, if I remember right, of J-Box. 5th place.
5th place.
It's like 5 seconds from the 4th.
Yeah. That's exactly what I mean. There's
Which
just a couple of holes.
That's a lot.
Because
at
between
at that level.
Yeah, 5 seconds there, but from 5th, if you added on 5 seconds, you'd get down to 17th.
Yeah.
Right? So find 5 seconds, you could go from 17th to 5th. Find 5 more seconds, you go from 5th to 4th. Like, where is... That's unusual. Well, on camera, that's Dan from the UK. XOXO, who exited stage right quite early on in the last run, was put in early out of his first lap. Gigenga FPV from Japan, Faustus from Lithuania, and then we've got XGG lining up from Latvia, who is 22nd in this group at the moment. By the way, Gigenga 13th in this group at the moment, the quickest pilot of these. And we have Luca FPV from Italy completing D.
Per chi ci ha raggiunto oggi qui ad Albizzate al campo sportivo, si stanno svolgendo in questo momento le qualifiche. Al momento siamo al 4º round di qualifiche di questa World Drone Cup Italy 2025. Avremo adesso appunto un pilota italiano, Luca FPV, che gareggerà contro un pilota inglese un giapponese, un lituano e un lettone. Ok, sta per partire la Group D di queste qualifiche numero 4.
So XOXO out of the UK was the pilot, as you saw, just trying to get the video to work next to his block. Quite often a pilot will sit in the pilot lines, they're ready to fly, and somebody else will be at the block just doing what they need done with the drone. So I'm a little bit surprised he's doing all that by himself. But he's very lucky there that the race has waited for him, as it's a video from XOXO, and it looks like we've got 4 in this, maybe not XGG from Latvia though, as we're seeing grey video out of them at the moment. So Gigenga FPV, fastest in his group by a decent margin.
We have only 2 pilots within the first 30 seconds, 32, which is XGG and Goganga.
XOXO's drone is telling him this is hot. Not happy, but there's the conditions everybody's in, and it's nowhere near as hot as it was. Luca FPV is going through the Triptio. XGG, I'm glad to see, is racing, because they're the only one who can really try and keep up with Gigenga, who is zipping around, and their first lap is a 27.7. I was expecting it to be a smaller number than that, because it looked so fast. Come on, Gigenga, just hovering outside their best lap time.
Faustus needs to push a little bit harder if he wants to be within the first 32 pilots. He's just 34th now, and his first lap time is 32 seconds compared to 29 of his fastest lap until now.
XOXO's got their first lap flown in a 40.9. That's their quickest so far, but that's not going to really help them get any higher than the 68th they found themselves in at the start of this run. Luca FPV is flying around. XGG, sadly, is not, and I was saying that they could maybe give a chase for Gigenga, but instead that's going to come down to Faustus. Gigenga is through in a 1:19.3, their new fastest lap on the second and third, so that's an improvement of only 4/10 overall for them, but that's will probably move them a couple of places. Like we said, 5 seconds are separating, was it about 12 places in where they are on the leaderboard. XOXO's taken a second off of his first lap with his second, so getting a grip with this. Faustus has finished and got a much better time on their third lap than... no, sorry, it's not their best, but it is a bit of an improvement as they went their way through that race on laps. but not better overall. They're 5 seconds off making an overall improvement. What about Luca from Italy, who's coming to the end of lap number 3? And that's their best time. A 39.088 is the best lap they've individually flown. And in fact, that is, what's that, 6.5 seconds improvement from Luca. That might get them a few places higher up on the board. XOXO does finish his in a 2:04. That's 15 seconds quicker than their best so far. So after all those video issues beforehand, turned into a run they can be happy with. So there's D's results. Gagenga, who was 13th, is going to stay. Yeah, going to stay 13th.
Yeah, it's only 4/10 of a second.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
makes
not
sense.
enough.
Well, just maybe 1 more tenth of a second, he could have clinched one position.
I mean, it's 12th or 13th, so it's not something to be, worrying about the danger of. Faustus is 34th, the Lithuanian pilot.
He did not improve in this heat.
So this is XGG, who was going to be really quick in this run, I felt. Just waiting for the moment, aren't we? Wait for it. There's the lap time. Everything seems pretty smooth. Things right here. Little tiny correction afterwards, but into the Tripio is okay. That's all good. You can see an occasional turn here and there where you think, well, you could attack that a little earlier or a little more aggressively, but I mean, it's smooth and it's all looking very nice. Just about, I was getting a little concerned that maybe they're a bit low on that one. There's a very angular route through the split S, and I think they rolled it onto the grass afterwards because the angle's a little bit too tight.
Yeah.
That's a shame, because there was a lot there that was looking all good in the right directions. Now there's a pilot line. It's empty. There are blocks. They're not empty. Discuss. There's a bit in between. That's one of our pilot hangars here in this beautiful location we're in. Just an amazing cross-section of the drone racing community, that tent. There are so many legends in there, so many really good up-and-coming pilots, a few new pilots who are just... I just love the experience that there are some pilots in there who might be even in their very first race or, one of their earliest races. And, you just look around you and there's the winner of Multi-GP, there's the winner of the DCL, there's this reigning world champion, there's this other reigning world champion. Like, the people are here to race in Italy. I love it. Yeah. And everybody is, of course, I mean, how many times have we mentioned this, Stefano, and the only couple of times you and I have worked together? The drone racing community is always so welcoming. There'll be nobody in there going, get out of my way, I'm a champion. It's not like that at all.
Absolutely not. Everybody's very friendly and
they'll share advice, they'll be happy,
help you out, and obviously before a race, everybody needs to be concentrated. So
yeah, but that's also respectful, right? They're coming up for a race now. You don't want to interfere with their race prep and so on. But here we go. So we've got Nicho from Germany, Yuki Hashimoto, the number 1 from Japan, GoPro Master from Italy, King Joshi out of the UK, and Akra from Germany.
And it looks like that Yuki Hashimoto has been setting a new top speed, 165.98 kilometers per hour. But it's very close to the previous record.
I think isn't that the same?
Or is it exactly the same?
To the hundredth of a kilometre an hour, they've done exactly the same. That's creepy, isn't it? He's just outside 22 seconds, which is something most pilots are hoping for. Nicho is flying decently as well as he's onto his second lap. So is GoPro Master. Joshi is out of this one. It was a thud, and then there was no more Joshi. All that is begging for mercy. Is that Yuki's drone is, screaming a little bit. That's the closest I've ever heard to a voice from a drone going, stop! But no, it's not even as quick a second lap as his first. And Nicho won't be getting
Yuki's
on.
Down.
That was sounding very strange to me, Yuki's quad. And that is sounding like an end for GoPro Master.
And for the heat.
Thud, nothing.
No, maybe the heat is still on. Yeah, we still have one flying.
Is it Nicho? No, Nicho is swinging under a beta FPV.
It's
But it's
Yuki.
Yuki. We'll never say die. This run won't be one for the keepers. He's got a third lap in 40.162, even though he was out of it for so long. That's quite impressive, isn't it? So not an improvement for Yuki. 18 seconds slower than the best run he's done.
Well, it's a 1 minute 27 seconds, so it's not a bad time at all.
No.
Some pilots would
some
be
pilots
very.
would, can I have that one?
Can I have that one? If you're not interested in keeping it.
Yeah, he's just, there's Nietzsche running out to find his, yeah, that was a strange finish. Look at those times. Everybody, Accra not racing in it, but everybody else stopping at some point and still stopped in here and there. What a yeah, chaotic run that was for Group E. So what comes after E? It's F, and who's in F? Quad's getting set up on blocks for Long XL out of China, Bear Racer from France, Ale FPV from Italy, and then we have Goritz from Lithuania and Moga, our pilot from South Korea. So a lot of these pilots, well, 3 of these pilots, a long way out of the top 32 running at the moment. We're talking 50s and 60s. On the opposite end of scale, Long XL is the one in 12th, and Bear Racer, though, from France at Autopoly, is maybe feeling a little bit uncomfortable, being that he's 29th at the moment.
I'm pretty sure that Ale can be a little bit faster in that. I mean, he's been able to record a 34-second lap, but that some of his best 3 laps is only 2 minutes. So he has at least 30 seconds of improvement to be able to, if he's able to keep 34 seconds, 30 seconds per lap.
Yeah. Goritz in a similar position. Fastest lap, 35.7. If you string 3 of those together, you're in what?
145.
145? Well, his fastest time is 2:07. If you can improve that, it's like a 20-second improvement. If you could get these fastest laps strung together 3 times, 20-second improvement. Okay. Possibly not top 32, but
Very
feeling
close.
much better about it. So we are just checking at the blocks for Moga's drone. Just make sure video's okay on that. China, France, Italy, Lithuania, and South Korea.
Next race begins in 5 seconds.
One and 2. Long XL first to go. How fast does this start from them? It is 141 kilometers an hour is their best. That wasn't it. We are underway, although LAFPV still getting capable of a really good start. The video for them is tidied up actually on this part of the course a fair bit than it was just now. Goritz crashed out of the earlier one, maybe due to video issues, so I'm hoping that won't happen for them again in this run. Bear Racer's first one onto lap number 2 with Wild Boar on his screen and 27.5 in his clock. Now the second lap starts to fall in. Long XLs for the 26, Goritz a 34, 8 and ahead of them, Moga. And LAFPV's got the second lap in too. We might get a complete run here, and if that's not a commentator's curse waiting to happen, I don't know what is. Long XL looking like they should be the leader of this one all the way to the finish. Closest to them, Bear Racer, not very close to them, I don't think.
Fast lap
There you go, Long
Ale
XL.
FPV, 34 seconds. So if he can keep this up, he might be improving a lot on his overall 3 laps. Ooh,
I'm really hoping Moga gets a third lap along the times that she's just put in, because a 34 and a 34, and her fastest lap has been a 33.5. She gets a third lap like this, she could be taking over 30 seconds off of her total time so far. And here comes the end of it for Moga FPV, and it's a 33.397. That's her best lap, and the other 2 were about 0.6 of a second outside of her best lap as well. So that is a huge improvement for Moga, whose previous time was 1:49. Now she's going to make a bit more of a difference in that.
and Alessio, sorry, the same. 1:48 seconds instead of 2 minutes 01.
Yeah.
So that's
good
a
work.
12 second, 30 second, 13 seconds improvement.
2 more seconds off of the total time for Long XL as well.
F2, Radiant. F4.
And on we go with Group G.
R8B Garage.
Have Mad X, Radian, Super Ewan, Timmy, and B Garage.
Demon FPV.
So just looking at the last round, Moga I think has just gone up about 12 places. I think if I remember the numbers correctly from before, so good steps for them.
Ready for the upcoming race. R1, Yuki.
Exciting.
F2, Paulus.
Always want to see pilots coming away from an event feeling happy with how they've done.
Qualifier G coming up. R1, Medics. F2, Radiant.
So yeah, Long XL just went from 12th to 7th.
R8B Garage.
That's it. 12 laps out of 12 possible laps. All of them flown, and only one of those last 3 was their quickest lap. The other 2 being slightly behind, I think. But collectively adding up. And we've got this interesting kind of traffic jam forming, Stefano. We've still got these top 4 pilots in 111.3 or less. And then J-Box 5th on 116.4. There's still this 5.1 second gap between 4th and 5th. But after that, 1 minute 17, 1 minute 17, 1 minute 17, 1 minute 17, 118, 118, 118, 119.
They're very close together.
Yeah, there's a whole queue of people who can get into this top 10, if not the top 4, who I think are looking a little bit separate from the rest.
Yeah, the first 4 are doing like a different sport, it looks like.
Maybe, for now, yeah.
Or just they have that little bit more speed that the other pilots cannot actually achieve yet.
Well, the other pilots who are not in that top 4, I wonder, this might be Long XL's day. This might be, this event, this might be when Long XL is taking one of those top 4 positions, because he's the one closing in on it better than anybody else is. Whether he plateaus over the next couple of rounds, perhaps this is as fast as he'll be. He's still got a lot to be very, very happy about. Mad X from Japan, Radian from Germany, Super Ewan from France, Timmy from Sweden, and Garage from Italy. Getting some decent speeds, some quicker starts from these pilots than we've had before. But it's not how you start the lap, it's how you end all 3 of them that matters. We've got 3 in the Tripio all at the same time. And now they all buzz around the dive tower. And 2 come together. That's a mid-air for Begranage. And is it Mad X?
Yes, it looks like.
It's
And
looking
B-Garage.
probable, isn't it? And Big Garage is in the netting, or maybe just in front of it. They might get that back, but I don't think so. Otherwise, it's 3 pilots, Radian, Super Ewan, and Timmy, who are going for it. And Timmy has got the first of the best the only pilot who's got a lap improvement so far.
By a good 2 seconds.
And in fact, that second lap is not as quick as their first, but it is fastest than their previous fastest. So everything looking good for Timmy.
Yep. The Swedish pilot is doing a really good run in this case. And if he can take this home with that speed, and looks like he's on his last turn and with 25 seconds. So yes, Timmy probably improved by quite a lot, 7 seconds.
And he was 18th before.
With 115,
so with those
he's between 10th place, even a little bit faster than that. It looks like.
Yeah, I reckon. Super Ewan's 125 is just about a second outside at making an improvement for them, but they got the best lap so far in their 3rd. And Radian is about a second behind too. There's Mad X going down. Let's see it again. I'm pretty sure it's this mid-air. As I said, all 3 of them were heading towards the dive tower after completing the triplet. And he's done the pre-turn nicely. And I think, just came down.
Actually,
along with Big Garage from Italy.
Timmy
just
is
happens.
5th place now.
It just happens. It's part of drone racing. Nobody ever complains. You can't go, oh, it's not fair. Somebody hit an Italian pilot. That's just how it races.
Absolutely, yeah. I don't think nobody is absolutely in charge or responsible for a mid-air at these speeds.
No.
So Timmy just pushes down by 1 spot.
Ooh,
J-Box.
so he's got that 5th. He's fallen. He's the one who's broken that 5.1 second gap.
Yeah. Now it's only 4 seconds.
Yeah.
A little bit less than 4 seconds.
There he goes. He's into 5th place. Well done, Timmy.
Somebody shouting from the...
Yeah, getting some
Public.
fan support. Keep it coming, everybody. And we've got a long war contract for as we've got a growing crowd coming and going here. This is just one of the parts of the event. This is obviously the main part of the event with drone racing, but we also have lots of food trucks and a few stands for people to visit. And also in our exhibition area, we've got drone soccer and I think some hands-on demos you can do as well. So it's great. People are just coming and going from this thing. And also we're in a park here, aren't we?
Yeah, it's
Like a community athletics kind of park.
Park, yeah, where you can see even the track and field around us, and a nice field where probably they play soccer. I would say in Italy, yes, there's a soccer.
Yeah, the goal is
nets,
and
the
dugouts
goal is there.
are still not smashed to pieces.
Yeah, exactly.
I was wondering, but they're offline, so they should be okay. Yeah, so people are out in the park and hearing us and zzz and putting it all together and coming to see. Welcome to drone racing, everyone. Right, so Group H.
Next race begins in 30 seconds.
Okay, we've got Damon FPV from Hungary, Drone D from the Netherlands, Sun FPV from Israel, Ree from Latvia, and Alex J also from Latvia. Where did all the Italians go?
Next race begins in 10
Well,
What happened?
in this heat, no Italians.
Only one of these in
Finally.
the top 32. It's Drone D from the Netherlands, who's 17th. Everybody else is 47th or lower. There's an early move by Drone D, and away they go. That's a good start. And the speed of that down the main straight is 128 kilometers an hour.
A faster speed by Rio, 138.
Yeah, Ree. Oh, and Ree was doing some really good speeds in some earlier runs too, just down that big straight off the start. But it's got to be 3 laps. Now our Israeli Sun FPV is not is rolling around our timer, I think, and causing it to go into warp speed. So Drone D FPV out on their second. Damon FPV struggling to keep their second one alive. Ree FPV second lap as well, and right between Damon and Drone D, Alex J is in for the fight too. Damon is just making an extra turn there, just lost the gate he needed to head towards, which is why Ree is now in the lead. And the only one out on lap 3, Drone D gets there, and Damon is giving up quite a lot of time and just makes an extra correction, but the third lap is underway now. About 10 seconds behind Ree, but really close to Drone D in terms of time.
Ree is keeping the pace. Probably he's able to improve a lot his qualifying time by more than 26 seconds at this point of the qualifying round. Good job, Ree.
My friend back in the UK, Serb, is telling me it's Ree. Okay.
Ok, sta per finire questa. Abbiamo esatto, appena concluso questo round di qualifiche del gruppo H. Siamo alla quarta tornata, si sono sfidati dei piloti stranieri in questa hit. Erano tra i primi a livello europeo. Quello che potete vedere in questo momento appunto è la gara madre, diciamo, la gara madre di drone racing del World Drone Cup Italy del 2025. Ci sono ben 22 nazionalità che si stanno confrontando su questo campo di gara qui ad Albizzate. avremo la possibilità di vederli volare tutto oggi fino alle 18:30 e anche domani dalle 9:30 in poi. Dalle 11:30 circa si svolgeranno invece le competizioni, la gara effettiva con le eliminazioni. E nel tendone qui dietro potete andare ad osservare alcuni modelli volare del drone soccer, che è una specialità molto interessante dove i droni vengono condotti a vista attraverso dei cerchi, una specie di calcio fatto con i droni da corsa.
All right, we go for Group I in a moment as our chilled out pilot area is looking all very relaxed. Who have we got in there? Pavel with his goggles down, who's in Group I. There's Yayu holding the goggles while somebody's, admiring his socks? Probably his shoes, but I'm going to pretend it's his socks. Nice socks, Yayu. He's getting ready. And out near the blocks with a couple of our team. It's going to be Yayu from France, Pavel from Poland. And those two pilots know each other so well and have raced against each other so much. And these groups were randomly drawn, so it's just how these have got put together. And then we got Mathieu from France, Antonin from Bulgaria, and unfortunately Iceman couldn't make it. I believe he's not well. I hope you get well, Iceman. So it's the four: Yayu, Pavel, Mathieu, and Antonin in Group I. And Yayu is 4th at the moment, and Pavel is 10th. And I imagine a lot of people will expect them to be a little bit closer to each other. It's a 6.2 second gap between them, and actually 16 kilometers an hour in terms of best speed between Yayu and Pavel. So watch this. The other two pilots are in the top 32 as well, so this is kind of one of the best performing groups overall. But Mathieu from France is in 32nd, not in danger of being eliminated yet, but it's not where you want to be by, say, the end of the day. Keep an eye on all of these. This one could be a battle for 1st and 2nd, and a separate battle maybe for 3rd and 4th. Alright, pilots are in the area, but it's goggles up for all three, I see there. That's Yayu on the left, Pavel in the orange. Something's being changed.
Okay, pilots, take a seat.
Quad.
Okay, quad on a block is being replaced out. Okay, now we're going to get underway. Antonin is here. Mathieu is here. And I think we've got a drone on Iceman's channel, which won't be Iceman, so I guess it's Antonin. So keep an eye on Yayu and Pavel, as this is going to be fast. And they scream for mercy as we take on this amazing track at the FAI World Cup Italia. Through the doppio, both Pavel and Yayu. Mathieu also in the racing here, and Antonin is now on the right channel, so I think he wasn't allowed to launch on the one he was on. But it's not when you start, it's when you finish. Yayu is leaving Pavel behind. There's almost 2 seconds between the pair of them, and Mathieu is not too far behind. A little bit more catching up to do, but the French pilots might make a bit of a surprise. Are we going to get the Bulgarian Antonin into this race? Not entirely sure. Yayu's in the tripio, so is Pavel.
Very close, both pilots. Yayu is a little bit in front of him.
Yep.
Possibly safe distance to avoid some mid-airs happening.
That second lap is very, very similar times between both of them. The first lap, though, is where Yayu got away, but it's over for him. Is that in the net or just next to it? You want to be next to it, not in it, if you're going to be anywhere. Pavel's got his 3 laps finished in a 23.5, his third one. His second one was his best. So he's taken 6 seconds off. He's going to enter that gap just like Timmy did earlier on. That's going to be a step from 10th up until maybe sort of 6th or so for Pavel. But Yayu is not home, is he? There's the route I think we're going to see. This is Yayu again. Let's take a look as he's all right at this stage at the Doppio gates, but then after doing this pair, takes the right-hand turn, goes, finds the solo gate in the middle here, is ducked underneath for the split S. That's all good. This is just the final turn. You don't want to get wiped out now. He's so near to the grass and he hits the banner and he's rolled it. And that is, I would have said, for a pilot as good as Swan, which is Yayu from France, 9 out of 10 times, he'd get that back into the racing. That one, though, that's the 1 out of 10 you don't want to miss out on, but he has. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, especially if you land on the nets, you're not much you can do.
Killian, F2, small Yuki, F4,
Okay, so Pavel, I think, has got the win there, and we are looking like the pilots are going to come to the blocks for Group J. And we see on the left of our picture there the reigning FAI Women's World Champion, your Italian pilot, Luisa Rizzo, Leo on fire. She is ready to fly first into our pilot line. Also going to be joining her is Aviv FPV from Israel, Sav from Spain, Spagal FPV from Czechia, and Dorian from France. Everybody in this group capable of being in top 32. Leo on fire, that's Luisa Rizzo. She is already in there. The women's champion of this event in 2024. What an amazing event that was, which is why this one has been so in demand by pilots to come and race again. She was the women's champion of that one. And I think there are more women's pilots here in the 2025 edition, but
definitely,
as great as some of those are internationally, Luisa is the one everybody's going to be thinking is likely to be the champion and the one you've got to beat. And the reigning FAI Women's World Champion. And a year ago when you and I were here doing this, she was the runner-up, and she'd been eternally the runner-up. She'd been chasing that win for so many years, never giving up, always so respectful of Milk FPV, who had that title. Last October, your Italian Luisa is the Women's World Champion. And absolutely delighted for her, as it's everybody in the community. So we go on board, and we can see now Leo on fire is away.
Ready to start.
So straight down the straightaway, decent speed. Now into the Tripio, and it's underneath for the first two, then the left and the right and the left, and out of there to the dive tower. She flies, and this is all strong and smooth and a little bit quicker for her than maybe it's been on the earlier runs. So she is doing great work here. Sav from Spain also flying very nicely, and Dorian from France, who's had a little bit of a mixed run so far. He's going to get onto the second lap before anybody else does. So Dorian is doing very nicely, but who's also on that second lap? Luisa is, and Aviv, and Sav, and now a Czechia pilot onto this as well. This is a really tight group, actually.
Absolutely. They're all very crowded. It's a very tight race.
Leo on fire is out of the dive tower with no problems. Sav trying to catch up, but isn't going to keep up, I don't think. Dorian is the one to beat on this run at the moment, though, as he's on to the third lap now, and Luisa is doing so too. She chases him through the dive tower, has passed him, I think, in times. I think Luisa's got the lead in this group now. Aviv FPV was getting in a bit of a fight and doing well, but the Israeli pilot is down. Sav from Spain still racing. Spagal from Czechia still racing. Luisa's gone underneath the dive tower and is into the Doppio. Nobody else is there yet. She's got this. I think she's going to take this run. Here's the final gate, and it is Luisa! Leo on fire, your Italian pilot, who comes out quickest in this run so far. And one of those laps is her best of all of the laps so far. And it's an overall improvement for her in total race time. Everything is looking good for our women's champion.
Good job, Luisa. A really nice improvement, even
Yeah.
for Dorian.
Yep.
For a 118 and 136 thousandths of a second, so very close to the performance of Luisa.
Yeah, excellent. And
119 puts her probably in the 15th place.
there you go, up into the top 15, and Dorian is 12th now as well. So this is these impacts outside of these top four. It's really, really exciting. Pavel did jump into that 5th place, by the way, just ahead of Timmy.
Yeah, very close to the top 4, actually.
Yeah.
Qualifier L,
Definitely.
for the live check at the table. R1 Killian.
Okay, we have 10 of our 15 groups flown in round 4. The next one, of course, is K, and there's a lot of activity at our starting blocks. Who's it for? Well, it's Deka from Italy, Pygod from Italy as well, Namakai FPV from Japan, and then we have Kinzo from Sweden, and Dan Buster, who's the fastest of the British pilots at the moment, was up into, I think, around 8th. A couple of rounds ago was 10th at the end of round 3, and has since been pushed down into 11th. Still a brilliant position. 7 places clear of and more of any other pilot from the UK. So Dan Buster will want to get back in that top 10. And capable of doing it, I think. If he was to take 10th now, it would be Fenneman, who's actually only just in that last run pushed him, just jumped ahead of him. So there is 0.6 of a second between Dan Buster in 11th and taking his place back from Fenneman in 10th.
And if I'm correct, Dan Buster is one of the pilots that's been able to finish 9 out of 9 laps of the first 3 qualifying rounds.
Yeah, everyone he's flown in quali has been completed. He's also just the fraction, like 1 kilometer an hour, I think, behind Yuki for the fastest time down the main straightaway at his track.
Yeah, absolutely.
So whatever Yuki, who has, raced all over the world, won the FAI World Championships, won other races since then, been the 2-time DCL World Champion with his team Rerun Racing. He's won everything at some time or other. You expect his drone to maybe outclass everybody else's drone here. What's Dan Buster put in his? I want to know how this engineering has happened. Dan Buster with the best of the times just to get underway. I like that. Confidently go out and grab it and get on with it. Kinzo from Sweden is the reason why there was a thump, and then there's no more. That's unfortunate. Dan Buster, though, is under the tower, and he's on his second lap, but somehow the timing gate hasn't noticed. Unless he's completely missed the end of his first lap, and I doubt that very much, then I would say that Dan Buster is on lap number 2 at the moment, and this is going to be manually corrected later on. Deco from Italy is a long way behind and totally lost right now.
Yeah, he's all over the place, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I wasn't sure what part of the track he was meant to be aiming for. I hope he's got it right. That's the start line. If there's any gates that he's missed on the route to getting there, then our FAI judging team who review everything would have noticed. So that, of course, will be corrected. Dan Buster's time of 51.3 for 1 lap is clearly 2 laps added together at the speed he's flying. Namakai, though, is making some improvements here. Oh, that sounded untidy and broken. Is it going to be all over? Oh, is Dan Buster going to be out too soon? He is, isn't he? No, that'll be 3. That'll be 3. He'll be okay.
Yeah, 3 laps.
Pygod is not, though. Deco from Italy just took the... How narrow do you want to go through the timing gate? It was practically at 90 degrees. That flag, though, you can't go through that one at 90 degrees.
Nope.
I think he'd already pulled off the impossible and somehow just teleported through a gate. But a flag went, no, you should be out by now, and took him. Nope, he's still flying.
Yeah, Deco with a pretty blurry image. I don't know how many things he has hit until now.
Namakai.
Dan Buster improved by 1 second his performance, almost 1 second.
Yep. Gonna be just maybe back in 10th, maybe a fraction of a second still behind Fenneman, I think. Or maybe ahead of him and hovering around 9th. Anyway, Namakai, I'm excited to see what this turns into. That's a little bit far off of the line, but back on it now. And then coming towards the finish, this could be really good. I said it could be pretty good, but after we know there was some issues with the timing in that race, I'm feeling a little hesitant. Namakai, that's Mai Buckley from Japan, might have just improved by 16 seconds. That, I think, is totally possible, knowing what she can do. Just because there was another timing issue in that race just makes me question all of them. I think Namakai FPV has just done a fantastic result there, and I think Dan Buster's time was actually 3 laps, and therefore will be first in that run.
Qualifier N.
Okay, we're going to see Bygot now.
Yeah, we'll take a look at this.
What happened to him? Ooh, directly on the flag.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because these flags, you kind of think a drone hitting them at the sort of speed a drone flies will just like push it away,
Yeah.
right? Even the ones that are slightly, more taut because of the curved pole at the top. Interesting. Now, if that 117.2 for Dambuster is verified as being 3 complete laps, I think he's not just 10th, I think he's more like 8th.
Good job.
It'll get worked out by
Good
somebody
job,
else.
Dambuster.
Yeah, there we go.
Small,
Now it's
yeah.
moved, now it counts.
Yeah, a small improvement in
117.20.
time, but he
8th,
yeah.
And we have a flag that's been damaged, and also whoever's flying that thing very noisily overhead is
Yeah.
probably beyond our weight limits and not going to be. I don't think that run's going to count.
We're very close to Malpensa Airport here, so it's one of the main airports in Italy.
A short drive
Yeah.
and a very pretty drive, which you don't say about from many airports to where you end up. Yeah, we've got a flag being fixed on track. I guess we just saw the replay of why.
Yeah.
So we can talk about the pilots who are coming up in the next one when we're ready to fly. It's going to be Killian Rousseau from France. Legendary Killian. Also on the Cyclone Drone Racing team, who are the reigning world champions of the DCL. And Killian's won many other titles in his own right individually, as well as helped, well, in fact, 2 different teams win DCL world titles. Killian's going to be racing from France. Then small Yuki Yamamoto, who is 3rd behind Killian in 2nd. 2nd and 3rd in our quality leaderboard are both in Group L. Small Yuki Yamamoto from Japan. He's the one in 3rd. Kipi from the Netherlands, 22nd place at the moment. He's in Group L. Then we have Yuki FPV from Germany, who's 62nd. So some room to step up from them. If they can get 3 of their fastest laps strung together, they could take about 20 seconds. That's a little over. They can, not 20 seconds. They can improve from where they are.
Yeah.
Yuki from Germany. And finally, Bon FPV from Canada. He is racing too, and he is 33rd at the moment. The worst of the places, really.
Yeah, you want to be at least 1 position up from the 33rd.
And some pilots will have come to this not expecting to be in that top 32, but maybe surprise themselves in getting there. Someone like Bon FPV, that's Chris Lee. We see Chris at lots and lots of races. He should be in the top 32. Unless he was having such a bad event that he was struggling for that. But that's a pilot I feel would be gutted to be 33rd. Most pilots would. I think he's got more reason to be than some. He's been pretty consistent on his lap times, actually. So it's not like he's had one lap let him down. He just needs to find a bit of an improvement and keep it happening. So away we go. Kipi has gone up, interestingly, but not forwards until now. Totally valid. You can do that. Small Yuki hits something hard, keeps it flying. They were 3rd on our, well, they are currently 3rd on our qualifications. With a hit like that, I think Small Yuki might find that he's not going to get a run here that he's happy with. Killian is onto his 2nd lap. No one else is even in sight of it. Now we are, and it's Small Yuki, of all pilots, who took that big hit and went way off course. Of course he's got the speed to get there. Kipi's on his 2nd. Bon FPV was already on their 2nd and some way ahead, and there's another big hit. And Yuki is keeping it flying, and Killian is making it scream for France. And there's more clattering and more hitting, and drones just not giving up here. And Killian takes a really tight line and then heads back from that split S into the Doppio, and he's slowed down hugely.
Slowed down a lot. Yeah.
Killian is going to try and make it home, but where is he going?
He doesn't have more.
He hasn't got there.
Yeah. Is it like battery draining too fast?
It looks okay. Small Yuki's got his 3 laps in. Killian's only got 2. Keepy's passed him and will be away on his 3rd. What's happening? Some of our really experienced pilots can't get it home. That's absolutely astonishing. Out of 9 laps prior to this, Killian had finished 7 of them. And in his practice, I don't think he finished 1.
I think he was pushing it too hard, probably.
Maybe.
because-
I mean, that
because
21.8
yeah.
is by far his best time, and the 23 before that isn't.
But maybe like keep pushing it on a 22nd.
Look at that for consistency from Germany's Yuki, though. 37, 37, 37. And the middle one of those is his fast. In fact, they're all comfortably his quickest. One of them is more quicker than others, if you understand what I mean.
Yeah.
I mean, Killian is second, so okay, he doesn't need to panic or anything. But if he's doing lap times like that, he's borderline
170 kilometers per hour.
first. And quickest now, yes, 170.99 is that's, I mean, yeah. So he's just stripped too much out of that lipo in lap number 1.
Yeah. Now the fact is, are you going to change the lipo and put a bigger one, maybe, to be able to push everything?
No, hang on. No, news just in. It's 3 laps for Killian. He has completed them. I'm not clear on why we saw him landing when we did and how we did, but
So we must
we
have missed
think-
1 lap.
what? And then he almost flew a 4th because he was a long way. I thought he was just short of finishing lap 3, not. Okay, well, apparently Killian is our new leader. Everybody. Having got a 21.8 fastest lap, that is the quickest of all the laps now. It's only 12 hundredths of a second quicker than Yuki's fastest lap to date, but it belongs to Killian now. And somehow, with the run he's just done, he is 1.4 seconds faster than Yuki. Killian is our new leader. And that's after it's been updated and verified. That's really not clear, but I'm looking over and I'm getting lots of happy nods like, yeah, it's true, that is it. Strange, though, from how it ended.
Yeah. Well, actually, he stopped so abruptly that, or yeah, it looked like he finished, or yeah,
3
3 laps in,
verified, yeah.
and battery looking good. So
Well, that's 170 kilometers an hour. I thought I'd taken a bit too much out of it on the first lap, and then his fastest lap on the second one, and I thought that's why he didn't finish 3. Wow, he's just that quick. Well, we're into qualifying Group M out of O. And we have Joe FPV from Italy, Ed from Latvia, Topi from Latvia, Avasim from France, and Emmy from France.
Okay, pilot ready.
che è partito adesso la hit M di questo 4 round di qualifiche. Abbiamo un pilota italiano, Joe FPV, lettone, un altro lettone e 2 francesi che stanno appunto volando in questo momento nel circuito della World Drone Cup 2025. In prima posizione abbiamo Topi, che ha appena concluso il suo primo giro in 26 secondi e 92 centesimi. Sta comportando molto bene attraverso questi gate, nella parte centrale dove c'è quel dive di legno che viene superato in maniera egregia. In seconda posizione abbiamo Avassin, francese, che ha conseguito il suo primo giro in 29 secondi. Un'ottima performance anche per Joe FPV di 30 secondi. E chi sta conducendo in questo momento la hit è Topi, è già al suo terzo giro, manca più o meno metà giro ancora da concludere, da completare per questo terzo giro, e vediamo se riesce a migliorare la sua prestazione. Ultima curva a destra e taglia al traguardo con un terzo giro di 24 secondi. Quindi Topi ha migliorato la sua performance totale di quasi mezzo secondo sui 3 giri e ha migliorato il suo miglior giro anche lui di circa 4 decimi di secondo. proseguiamo a seguire gli altri piloti che sono in gara o comunque si stanno confrontando in questa hit di qualifiche. Joe FPV ha chiuso in 3 giri, 30 secondi ciascun giro, 30 secondi 57, 30 secondi 03, 30 secondi 66, migliorando la sua qualifica di ben 6 secondi, che lo porta a un totale di 1 minuto 31 secondi. Ha migliorato la sua performance anche a Vassin, il pilota francese Lucas, con 1 minuto e 25 secondi rispetto all'1 minuto e 33 precedente. Abbiamo Amy, la ragazza che sta completando queste ultime curve di questo terzo e ultimo giro, di questo circuito molto fluente, molto ampio qui appunto al parco sportivo di Albizzate. È nel doppio gate, adesso sta andando a prendere un altro gate con una split S, una curva ampia verso destra la porterà al traguardo. Attenzione, ha toccato un attimino terra e chiude finalmente il suo terzo giro, anche questo con un buon 50 secondi, che è quasi vicino al suo miglior tempo di 49 secondi. La somma del tempo comunque è migliorato di ben 6 secondi, 2 minuti e 38 rispetto a 2 minuti e 44. Si sono migliorati tutti e 5 i piloti che si sono appunto confrontati in questa hit. Stiamo per andare appunto al gruppo N. Gruppo N è il penultimo gruppo dei 15 presenti in gara, che vedrà Fenoman, Bronco, Fenoman francese, Bronco è svedese, ZTK lituano, Fins FPV italiano e Steeth United Kingdom inglese. I piloti stanno andando a recuperare i droni che hanno appena finito la hit M. Appunto Matteo Gandini li sta recuperando per loro, li ha in mano in questo momento e li sta consegnando ai piloti, anche un pilota molto giovane come vedete, perché comunque il drone racing può essere svolto a qualsiasi età, è uno sport aperto a tutti, a qualsiasi capacità, e facendolo giustamente all'aria aperta è anche, direi, uno sport sano che permette anche di fare nuove conoscenze. I piloti adesso vedete nella diretta stanno inforcando i loro occhiali FPV, che sono appunto degli schermi davanti agli occhi dei piloti che in tempo reale vedono quello che la telecamera sul drone riprende in quel momento, e quindi praticamente li conducono come se fossero a bordo del drone. Ancora pochi attimi, sta per cominciare la penultima hit di qualifica di questa 4 tornata. 10 secondi, 5 secondi,
Group N, Fenomen from France, Bronco from Sweden, ZTK from Lithuania, Finns from Italy, and Steeth out of the UK. Only Fenomen is in the top 32 at the moment, and he's not had the most consistent of days. Steeth, 36, just hovering outside that group, and he can be in there. I believe Steeth is good enough to be in that top 32. Finns is having a rough time of it. ZTK a little bit, and Bronco FPV. I don't think we've seen the best of him yet. So I'm hopeful to see more. Oh no.
Nope.
Bronco, that's Bruno Hjoth from Sweden. I'll take the commentator's curse blame for that one. Sorry, that's me. And Steve, I'll take that one too for you, mate. This is good to the tower. This is dangerous between ZTK and Finns. They are in the same part of this track all the time, and now they'll dash towards the tower again, make the turn. Finn's just a little bit quicker into the top PO. But ZTK maybe a little bit tidier on it and has gone through it all quicker. So ZTK is leading the pair of them to this third lap now, and Finns chases him down the main straight. It's 2 seconds almost exactly between Finns from Italy and ZTK, but ahead of both of them, Fenomen has already finished, and he's set some great times along the way.
He improved by 1 second his time, it looks like.
Yeah. But what happened here? No!
Oh.
ZTK is hanging and trying to get out of there, and Finns is not in it anymore either. Just as we took our attention on Fenneman and point out how well that run has gone for him, it went very badly for two pilots who were otherwise, I'm sure, going to be happy with that one. ZTK here. I feel like we're going to see a mid-air.
They're very close.
There it is in front. I told you they were really tightly battling the whole time. It's just above him at the moment. ZTK's got under. And is he gonna hit in the midair and come up underneath the other one? That's what I'm feeling. I haven't seen the other one for a while. Still going. Oh, I'm in such suspense. When's it gonna happen? Still flying. Stuck underneath. Still good. Here comes the Doppio. Underneath, turn left 180 around that fence, then go underneath this one, then do another left 180 around the flag. That was tight. Good. It's got to be tight. That's how you go fast. But the line there was a little bit messy. He saved it. This is all good from ZTK. It's not smooth, but it's saved. And there's a good pre-turn. That's nice. It's untidy as heck, that whole section, but still going. I'm like, well, what? It's
When is
like
it going to
watching
happen?
a horror film and thinking, oh, when's the jump scare coming, right? We've done loads of this now. Oh, he's going to be fine. What are we worried about? We were just being teased all along. Oh, yep, okay. All good. I'm so tense. I'm beginning to disbelieve myself now. Like, did I get this wrong? Here's the left, underneath, in the Tripio, round the DDR flag, still there. That one's okay. Right, come on. As everyone else's teams have gone really quiet. What do we see? Oh, we're getting a bit more speed now. We've got a little bit more comfortable. Oh, a little bit less comfortable. Ooh. Surely, is he going to make it home on a replay of the run when he didn't?
Oh,
No!
okay, now we
He's
got
not.
it.
No. Do you know what? That was the moment I looked away as well. I can't bear to watch. Ah.
Yep.
Well, that was a long time coming.
Yep.
I almost believed he was going to make it this time.
Wrapped by the top part of the gate.
So we have our pilots in Group O ready for their turn in our qualification round 4. And then round 4 will be complete and everybody will have had their 4 turns. Now we've got, I think we have somebody off track plugged in. That's absolutely against the rules because the video signal between their controller and their drone would interfere with the video signal needed for one of the channels in the race. That's why you're not allowed to do that. So that's getting sorted out by our brilliant team who are really, really on it. We've got Birkin FPV from Bulgaria, Foxer from Taiwan, Nicola Lego from Switzerland, MS FPV from Latvia, and Firefly from France.
Birkin starts very fast off the blocks, under the triple gate in the slalom, down in the dive, pretty clean flight for him. On top, split S, Doppio gate, underneath, over. A little bit of freeze, okay, left turn, right turn, and 25 seconds for the first lap of Birkin. 28 seconds for Emis FPV. Another dive gate for Birkin. Good job for him. Okay, back to the Doppio. Underneath, over. And finally, the second lap in 24 seconds for Birkin. He's actually killing it. He's been able to do his fastest lap. Down again in the dive gate. Doppio gate for Birkin. Looks pretty clean until now for him.
Last turn, and the line, and a 1:16.352. Oh, that's a 2.4 second improvement. I think you're going to say, welcome to the top 10, Birkin. I'm really pleased for him. I haven't seen Demo for a little while, and He's still really got it. This is one of the best performances I've seen from him, and also from Alexander Lee, who is Fox too. That's a few seconds improvement. That could be the difference between being out of the 32 and being in the 32 right now. Again, well, we haven't said it for a while, so I think we should say it's not quite as early as it was, but there's still a lot of qualifications still to go. MSFPV out of that run a little too soon. That's a shame for the young pilot out of Latvia.
So we finally finished the 4th round.
Yes, that's it. So we can take a look once that's approved at our top 32. And Foxer, I told you, was 35th, and I said I thought he might just make it. He just about does. With a 125.491 putting him in there. Who's not in it? Well, it's Antonig from Bulgaria, who is 1.2 seconds behind him. So Foxer gets in that space quite safely for now. And then we've got a few of our French pilots down there as well, a couple of Latvians in 25th and 26th. Nicho from Germany, Kipi from the Netherlands, more Latvians. There's 4 Latvians in that right-hand side of the table. We've got 1 Brit in 18th and then 11th, so 2 Brits still making a feature here. A couple of German pilots, Arvin, of course, in there. 3 of our Japanese pilots. I think that's all 3 of our Japanese pilots. No, what am I talking about? There's 6 here, sorry. Leo on fire, that's Luisa, still in 15th, where she was from her run earlier, so she hasn't moved down since then. Long XL, the only pilot from China, he's 12th. Dan Buster's just outside that top 10 still. Of all those 4 Latvian pilots on the right-hand side, they're joined now by Topi on the left-hand side. He's been the best out of Latvia for some time, and he's in that top 10. Our American friend J-Box pulled something incredible out with that lap time, and is in that top 9, as you'd expect him to be. J-Box, my friend, I don't know. Where are the... Get more of those, please.
Well, J-Box was 5th. And after the 3rd round of qualifying, now he's down to 9. So a lot of people jumped in.
Yeah, Fenneman went just above him with the run just now. Burkhan jumped in there, and we saw Timmy and Pavel both get into that big gap that had formed. So J-Box hasn't improved on his time, but 4 pilots have just squeezed in ahead of him. All still behind Yayu in 4th, Small Yuki 3rd, but then it's a change around in the top 2 as Yuki Hashimoto is 2nd and Killian just performed some magic and did it 3 times. And somehow teleported. He's 3rd. So, we don't take any breaks. We don't stop here in the heat and the sunshine. We keep the racing coming. We keep all of the action coming for you. Thank you to everybody joining us here and for everybody joining us online as well. Steph FPV is with us now on the YouTube channel. Hiya, Steph. She's racing brilliant female pilot races from Taiwan as well. She knows Alex very well. He's doing great work here, Steph. And I hope you're well too. Well, it's the start of round 5. Back to Geek, Nate, JM, J-Box, and Arvin. And I don't think J-Box will be concerned that a lot of pilots are going to push it in front of him. But interestingly, Arvin's just taken his seat. Just wasn't ready for the start of this run. Ran to his chair after it had started, and he's flying. He hasn't interfered with anything. But that doesn't usually happen, and Arvin is very experienced at races. I want to see what J-Box does now. Because he hasn't improved on that time for a while, but all of a sudden a lot of people did. All in the same round. And the 24-second first lap is not gonna do it if he really did clock a 19.9. Just take a look though, that's pretty tidy. That turn was very nice. That whole section, that was beautifully threaded together by J-Box. Now into the doppio, and is done with that quite tidily too. Meanwhile, Geek from Italy is not flying. JM from Latvia is struggling. Nate was already on his 3rd lap. If J-Box is just, getting into that too. Nate a little bit untidy. His angles into the triplet was a bit wild, but it's still flying. And this could be Nate's big improvement, actually, as he's just set 2 laps, and both of them have been better, faster than anything he'd done before. And Arvin's late arrival to this, obviously, has put a fire under him to get on with the race, as he's He's attacking this. The
J-Box
J-Box
control.
has got a big, yeah, he's going to move. He's not going to break into fifth where he was, but he's improved. So, yeah, we've lit a fire. Nate's 132 is a 9-second improvement for you, Nate. And then Geek and JM did not get very far in this. And Arvin has improved as well by 1.7. He was 17th. That'll get him a couple of places, I feel. That's the way things are at the moment.
Yeah, J-Box is up from 9th to 6th place. Good
Yeah,
job.
there you go. He's just going to be outside that hole which is still there between 5th and 6th. Wow. The J-Box, yeah, gets still nowhere near that single lap he did of 19.98. Nobody else is sub 21 seconds.
Yeah.
Not even Killian, who got the fastest run now, he's done a 20. No one else is even sub 21.8. There's almost 2 seconds there.
Yeah, I'm afraid there's just like a physical limit of the battery. I mean,
yeah.
even if you can do that for 3 laps in a row, the battery cannot.
No. And I don't think it's even a case of do that for 1 lap and then
Have enough
get
to.
second and third laps in a good time, right? It feels just a bit too far. Right, we've got some running.
R1 Rolfus, F2 Aska, F4 Italy FPV, R7 CA FPV, 818 Henley.
We can still see him. Come on, hurry up.
Yeah,
Watching you. Mind you, there's 2 people still
other
walking
2
who are
people,
behind
yeah,
him as
behind
well.
him,
So,
yeah.
well, B is coming up next. Group B with V. That's Vitare Cinema, can't pronounce, from Lithuania. Did I get away with that? I hope so. That's V from Lithuania anyway. She's in this. Then we have Gabruz from Italy, Exo from Greece, Skymax from Italy, and Fiorix from Italy, who were starting to string it together, weren't they?
Yeah, yeah.
Nobody in the top 32. The best of these, Gabruz 46, V 47. And there's been some steps, right? There's been, a few seconds here, a few seconds here, in decent chunks. I wonder whether the rest of the seconds can also be shaved away.
Especially in the top pilots.
For the
I
top
think.
32. Yeah, it's exciting to see how everybody fights in this. We will also have, under FAI rules, at the end of tomorrow, as well as the final of this with whoever our pilots are after the double elimination top 32, there will also be a women's final. I am unclear if there are enough competitors to do a junior final. That hasn't been told to me, but there will be a women's final. You can expect to see V, I reckon, in that pretty much every single time. Let's see what she can do on track right now. She's waiting for the start. Fairly safe move, I think, because this group has always been a little bit chaotic and untidy. Gabruz is away now, and V is going to start. 5 pilots on their way. Exo out of the dive tower the first. Fiorix going towards it now.
Very clean flight from V. She's nailing the gates in the center. Very clean lines. Not taking too many risks.
Nope, that was very direct turn go kind of then, but it was all smooth and still working together. And yeah, this is fairly confident flying from V, I'm pleased to say. 33.5, not her quickest. She's done it 2.4 seconds quicker, but going into the start of lap number 2, she's just hit her fastest speed so far. So it's these pieces that have all just got to ideally happen in one go.
Yeah.
Fiorix just scrapes through a dive tower entry and out the other side. Exo, though, is far ahead here. 30.2 and then a 30.0, and both of those are quickest, and V is onto a second lap, just outside her best lap again, and then sets her new speed record afterwards. The end of the lap isn't quite as quick, but the start is brilliant. And now we've got 2 drones chasing each other to the line and into the gate, into the banner, and now they're across it. I didn't catch if it was Skymax or XO. I think it was dangerously close to not being a really good lap for whoever it was.
Record lap for V. Good job. 29 seconds.
Oh, hello, that's turned up. That's 2 seconds quicker. After her first lap was 2 seconds slower, her second one was good, and her third lap has gone up again.
It's a
4-second improvement. Yes, V. Those are those chunks I'm talking about. You haven't got enough qualifying rounds to just shave a little bit here and there. You need to make steps. Good for her, but somebody hit the left-hand side of the last gate on the lap and went spinning away from there, but recovered and made it across the line.
Might be Forex, I don't know, because
I'm not sure.
he was able to complete only 2 laps.
If it wasn't, I think it may have been EXO finishing his run completely, because I think I briefly saw EXO getting a 5th lap clocked, and that doesn't make much sense, obviously. Is going to go a little bit too left.
Yeah.
No, that one's through.
No, that's
oh,
fine.
okay, not that one. Not that one. Go on, move on. Oh, but land now. No kidding. Look at that, EXO's 130.3, V not too far behind. And then the 3 Italian pilots queuing up for third. Okay, V now 48th from that run. And EXO 40th from theirs. They're moving. Group C. It's Rolfus from Germany, Aska from Japan, Italy FPV, all of Italian FPV pilots, all in the body of Ivan, all happening there for Italy. Then Carmine, CA FPV from Italy, and Tibling, not from Italy.
Yep.
Swedish
Sweden.
pilot, and made the last run from him was like from the start was an attack. So I'm looking forward to seeing what Friedrich from Sweden can do now, because I hope he's got some confidence from that last run and goes for this. That's a not so direct start there, nowhere near his best speed, I don't think. But Italy FPV went and clocked theirs, and Carmine's got their best time, speed rather, I should say, up the main straight. Perhaps, wasn't it Tibling who didn't make it to the end after his brilliant start?
Yes.
Maybe just being a little bit more conservative to get to the end.
Yes.
That's the right move. This is a smart play.
Probably doesn't want to push too hard on this first lap.
No. We have Italy FPV underway too into the doppio. We have Aska finding their way around the center of the track. And Italy FPV is the first one to complete lap number 1. Tibling is on lap number 2 as well now. 35.9 is a little bit too cautious on that first lap. Perhaps a little worried about making it to the end. Carmine, though, has got their new best, as has Italy FPV, as has Rolfus. And that big hit I just heard may have been from CA FPV,
Yeah.
who, having just got their best first lap, is now maybe going to struggle to get the second in. It's Italy FPV who's tearing this one up. Both of their
Improving
laps,
his best lap.
improvement.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ivan, Italy FPV, channeling all of Italy. Heading now across the middle. There's a split S from Italy FPV. Nicely done. Into the doppio, making their laddering around that work now. So is Tibling, just behind him. Don't make any mistakes. And we might find a little bit of a surprise. Tibling is going to come in behind Italy FPV on track, and with a 146.7 here, which is 0.6 slower than his best. None of that has, I think, made... no, it hasn't helped him. None of the laps quite quick enough.
Very persistent.
1.5 second or 1 second there rounds behind his best lap. It feels like too reserved that time, just a little bit. And that margin in between is very hard to feel. Here's Carmine just getting under that gate where they should. And now there's the last turns. Here's the gate that gives you a time of 49.116.
Improvement.
Their first lap was the best. Second lap was solid. Third lap has let them down a little bit. But yeah, overall, an improvement, as Italy FPV also got, although theirs was by nearly 8 seconds. And we've still got Rolfus flying. It isn't going to... Well, hang on.
I can hear the drone is not flying as smooth as
It
possible.
really isn't.
Yeah,
It's not happening. They might make that finish. They did. Yeah, they got the 3 laps finished, but that last one, look at that, 20 seconds slower than the others.
yeah.
Yeah, Rolfus
have-
run, got it to the finish, but it's 13 seconds behind what he's managed to do before. So improvements need to be found.
Okay, qualifier D.
Good job for Italy FPV.
Yeah.
Ivan, a good improvement. Can push him up to probably in the first 45 positions, I would say.
Qualifier
Almost.
Yeah, almost. Almost.
R1, Mitchell FPV. F2, Yuki. F4,
This is round 5 of all of the qualifying here at the FAI World Drone Cup Italia of 2025. I'm Matt Andrews, my good
Stefano
Italian buddy.
Mirabelli.
Is that? And yeah, so we're in our 5th round of qualifications. We will be doing qualifications all day today. It is 4:23 here in Italy. And we're going to be carrying on with qualification until I think approximately 6:30 p.m. Then it's party time, as we have some live music performances and also some speeches and so on. And for our audience, a chance to go and explore all of the other activities that are going on here at site as well. Then we will be back again tomorrow, live here in Italy from about 8:30 Italy time. Didn't know 8:30 in the morning was an Italian time, if I'm honest. But we're going to be doing it because we love it from 8:30 in the morning with some more qualifications before we get into our top 32 eliminations. Do you want me to do it in Italian or maybe
I can
you should?
do it in Italian.
I think that
yes,
might be better.
might be better if I do it. Quindi siamo qui ad Albairate, nel campo sportivo del paese qui in provincia di Varese, dove si stanno svolgendo le qualifiche. Siamo al 5° giro delle qualifiche di questa World Cup Italy 2025, seconda edizione dopo quella di grandissimo successo del 2024. E continueremo con le qualifiche fino a circa le 6:30 di oggi pomeriggio, questa sera. Dopodiché ci sarà appunto un piccolo momento di inaugurazione, comunque celebrazioni, dove presenteremo appunto quello che è stato organizzato in questo evento, e domani ci ritroveremo intorno alle 8:30, dalle 8:30 in poi, per quello che saranno ancora delle qualifiche e poi le gare effettive.
Exactly. Here we go then, Group D. And some good improvements in this group back in round 4. Oh, Faustus there, where have you gone? And XGG. They had some issues back in Group 4.
Yeah, we only have 3 drones left in this heat, only during the first lap, so
But everybody started, so
it's not a reflight yet.
no, it's a surprise to see Faustus and XGG dropping so soon. XGG 25th in quali so far, Faustus 37, the wrong kind of 30s. So we've got XO moving on to their second lap, but they're way behind their best time at the moment. Gagenga just stalled a little tiny moment there, but now they're starting to attack again. They're getting closer to their best lap so far, and Luca FPV is not quite on their best times. Everybody's just a fraction outside what they can do, or more for XOXO.
Have Goganga on the third lap, but he clinched a gate. He's down now. Let's see if he can get back up flying. Otherwise, we're left only with 2 pilots in this heat,
Yeah.
both on second lap. And XOXO and Luke FPV, they're very close to each other. Actually, less than a second between them, I would say. Both at the triple gate now in the slalom. Hopefully, they can be far apart enough to be able to avoid any kind of contact.
It's a bit of a hesitant exit out of the tower from XOXO. I don't know if that's because he knew another pilot was very near to him, but as Luca's just spun at least 360 degrees more than they needed to. XOXO's got a chance to get a bit closer to them. The doppio exit out of that is good from Luke, and what XOXO from the UK is doing. A couple of those turns were like a turn and stop and a turn and stop. That's given him a few gaps now as he comes to the line, but it's another run completed. I hope. There's the completion. You don't need to do this bit, XO. You've got your 3 laps flown.
Nobody has improved in this heat.
No.
Now it's going to be pretty hard to improve their performance. Obviously, with more flights, they can be more familiar with the track, but at some point they will reach their plateau.
Yeah, they'll plateau out in performances, and that might be happening for a few of those pilots. There's confidence to be gained out of, you know, that's 2 completed runs in a row for XO, and I don't think he had them earlier. But yeah, are you now just starting to, like, is that it? Is that where you're going to be?
Is that your maximum performance?
Yeah. It's going to take a step up now, as in our next group, E. We've got Nicho from Germany, Yuki Hashimoto, the reigning world champion from Japan, GoPro Master, also from Italy, King Joshi out of the UK, and Accra from Germany. I think King Joshi is the he's the second of the 2 British pilots in the top 32 at the moment, so he'll want to keep in there. Yuki this will be interesting actually, because this is the first time we've seen Yuki race since Killian is now top of the leaderboard. Now, Yuki and Killian have raced each other many, many, many times. I'm delighted to say I've seen them racing loads of times. In the DCL, in the FAI races, in the World Droneracing Championship, in finals many times. At the start of this year in Riyadh, for example, as well. Yuki and Killian know each other so well, and they're such good friends too, and there's always so much camaraderie between drone racing pilots, but you know, particularly between pairs like these guys. Nevertheless, Yuki is now aiming to destroy him.
Well, of course.
Killian's taking his top spot.
I mean,
and that's
they're here
not
for
okay,
racing.
Yeah.
So obviously they want to be the first, or at least to improve their past performance. So we will see if Yuki is able to improve.
Yuki's also lost the individual fastest lap time to J-Box. He's also lost it to Killian. He's also lost the highest speed on track, I think, as well. So come on! Take a good look. Here he is, your reigning FAI World and Juniors World Champion. And it's looking, I mean, with this video as well, you almost feel like he deserves a bit of time taken off, doesn't he? But in fact, his 22.1 isn't quite there for him. How is he doing laps like this with all that interference, though? He is away on his own without anybody near him to worry about. 2 of the other pilots are on their second lap. Joshi and GoPro Master. Yuki, though, is not doing it much longer. Yes, he is. I don't mind being proven wrong by Yuki. Keep that flying. That flag was a little close for comfort, wasn't it? So he goes on to his 3rd lap now, having lost 5 seconds on the 2nd lap. So this run really isn't going to work for him, but maybe he fancies the fastest lap at the moment too. There's no extra points for that or anything, but I bet he'd quite like to take it back. GoPro Master and King Joshi are both on their lap 2, 2nd and 3rd respectively. Both of them still some way behind Yuki, who is done here in a 21.8. That's his best lap time. Fractionally, about 1/10 of a second better than he's managed to do. Not as good as Killian's best or J-Box's. And overall a run which doesn't matter for Yuki. Although if he hadn't lost 5 seconds on lap number 2,
that would have been,
I think he'd be number 1 again.
Yeah. So there's the potential. We know that there's the potential to improve that too. So
yeah, there you are. Yuki, 109. His 2nd lap was about 5 seconds behind what he can do. That'd make him a 104.
And I have to point out that the J-Box's lap has been cancelled, 19 point something. So now we're like 20, J-Box's best time is 23.8. So probably that
wasn't right.
That was reviewed probably sometimes earlier.
Hey, we do know what we're talking about. Sorry, J-Box, my friend, but I was not sure anybody was getting that quick yet. as 21.8 is where Killian and Yuki are hovering around. I believed it was possible, but I had to be very, very, very assured that it had happened. Okay, well, I'm glad that's been thoroughly investigated. Doesn't change anything. Nobody's getting anywhere in this competition by virtue of having the best single lap.
Absolutely.
So there we go. There's Joshi from the UK and Yuki from Japan leaving the track. And at the blocks, that's V, who I presume is helping her teammate. Oh no, she won't. I think she'll be helping Moga, who's down in the blocks. Sorry, down in the seats. Moga, our only pilot from South Korea, ready to fly. In the middle of things, that's Sotir, our head judge from the FAI. And Long XL on the left of the picture, I think, is the one in orange. So yeah, Long XL from China. We'll have Bear Racer from France, Ali FPV from Italy, and Goritz from Lithuania, along with Moga from South Korea. But where are those other three pilots? Because you've got about 5 seconds to get into this. That's Bear Racer. And we do have Goritz, and we do have Ali FPV. Long XL's shouting to be plugged in. His video's on, I think, now. He was out of his seat and shouting to his helper at the blocks to, I'm sure he said, please plug in.
Yeah, that's what I heard, yeah. Please plug in the
I think he was
quad.
plugging in as he was shouting, please plug in, because the video seems to be okay. So we've got a group here with a pilot in 12th and 27th, and then 3 in the 50ths and 60ths. And it's round 5.
Okay, guys.
Long XL's not happy. It's not gonna happen for him by the looks of things.
Yes, he's not going to race, probably.
Well, he shouldn't be leaving the pilot line when the race is beginning, in case you disturb any of the other competitors. But I think they've been told, yeah, that actually got held, so that's okay. Well done, DDR, for being on it there. Letting the pilot get out and sort out what he needs to do without disturbing the race. That's an excellent decision. So we've got everybody else. We've got video from Moga, and now the other ones are turning up. That sounded horrible for
Ale.
LAFPV. The Italian is back in the sky. What on earth? Did he roll it off the blocks? Didn't sound like it, but it kind of looked like that might be what happened.
It's back in the air.
Yep.
Nothing lost there.
Thought I heard another little crash. I think I did. I think it's Goritz.
Goritz.
That might come back to him, but I'm not sure all that vision is going to work when it does. Right, Bear Racer already on to lap number 2. That's a good bit of speed for them, but even so, it's not their best yet. Moga is getting just a slight extra turn in the doppio. Come on, Moga. Ali FPV onto their seconds. Goritz is flying, but it's not. Yeah, that is sounding very loud and buzzy, not in the usual way.
Yeah, and he's landing now.
Yeah, Goritz finished that lap and put it down. Moga is under her seconds. Ali FPV, the only one who's so far making any progress, though.
Yeah, he improved his best lap time by 2 seconds again.
Yep.
Good job, Ali.
Now here comes Moga, going to come around and get a second lap. Is a big step for her. That's more like it. That's 2 seconds quicker than anything she's flown. Ali FPV making improvements. Moga starting to get some more speed too. Bear Racer is done and finished, and 1.5 seconds improved overall. That'll keep them in top 30. Moga is turning it up a little bit.
Good job, Ali.
Come on, Moga, this is a really strong one. Let's go.
Ali improved by 13 seconds. Good job. A good 30.7 seconds for his fastest last lap. So 32, 32, 30.
That's 3 pilots who just got quicker and quicker and quicker in that run. That's good. That's it.
Yeah, I was pretty sure that Ali could have been faster than what he was showing until now.
Yeah.
He's a good pilot.
So yeah, unfortunate for Garis and whatever was going on with Long XL's video, because
Yeah.
we don't have any breaks in this event, and so you and I, Stefano, are constantly going here. You don't get an opportunity to go and talk to pilots and get any news, and we don't have any way of getting any kind of reports on what may or may not be happening with drones there.
Yeah, we didn't have many issues, to be honest.
No,
I mean,
no, we really haven't.
Everything has been rolling very, very quickly. Obviously, things may happen, and
Yeah.
in this case, Long Excel had to bear with it. So, but it's okay. I mean, he's pretty safe in the top 32, I think. Not that he doesn't want to improve,
No.
obviously, but and flight time is important now for every racer, especially if you have to go on with the next session
Yeah.
and double elimination bracket.
I think I'm just hearing that Yuki now has the speed record, and it's 175 kilometers an hour in the run he's just flown. Remember, that was the run that ended a little bit short for him, though. Okay, we go for Group G with Madex from Japan, Redian from Germany, Super Ewan from France, Timmy from Sweden, and Bigarage from Italy. Timmy is up in the 7th, doing a fantastic run. It's been such a great set of performances from Team Fredriksson of Sweden. Super Ewan is doing good work on behalf of France too. We've got at the moment 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Where are you, Super Ewan? So Super Ewan is currently 28th and is the 6th French pilot of the 7 in the top 32. It's a bit greedy, really. But okay, there's 7 of them in the top 32 at the moment. So many pilots here from France, actually. I was quite surprised when I worked it out that there are 10. But there are 15 from Italy, which is the biggest group by far.
Well, makes sense.
Super Ewan just hit 154 kilometers an hour down the straight. He's a little bit behind Timmy, though, who got away a whole second quicker than him, which is by choice. You don't have to start so quickly. Timmy through the doppio, and Super Ewan is collecting it now and is chasing him. Timmy is getting a 24.4, and that's his new fastest lap. Timmy is making improvements and then making more. It's all going his way. Super Ewan on their second. Big Garage for Italy is getting there now as well. So 2 laps
Good lap for
started
Big
for everybody. Oh, but Mad X again. Let's talk about Takafumi. He's hit those a few runs now he's not taken part in, and this is not the first time I've seen him have those kind of issues. Oh no.
Ooh, Bigarge hit the dive gate. He's getting back to it.
Yeah.
Okay, he cleared it successfully.
Looks a little untidier for him than it did. Maybe it's just slightly not as responsive as it was. If you hit a big wooden structure, you'd expect your drone to fight back a little bit.
Yeah.
Super Ewan is doing quick work and is coming to the end there. Timmy's already finished. And the second lap of theirs is their new best, and the whole thing is an improvement by 1.2 seconds. And Super Ewan has improved by 6 seconds. That's some good work. And none of the laps are their quickest. So Super Ewan has clearly been living in this 28th-ish qualifying position on the basis of one great lap and not completing that run to the speed they would like to. But they've just put in 3 very good times. None of them are their fastest, but the whole thing is 6 seconds quicker. Big Garage will make Italian fans very happy when they bring this home. If they do bring this home, they've got time to. They've certainly got time to, but they've got to keep it flying. Can't afford to give away any time like that big overturn. Now we're into the doppio. Left round the flag, that was tight. Here's the solo gate. It's past, it's forgotten about, it's left lonely behind. And Big Garage gets a run. It's not going to be their quickest, as unfortunately a 59.1 second lap took away that chance long ago. But 3 laps flown with whatever issues that droner might have acquired along the way.
Super Airwin, I would say it's got a big bump up in the leaderboard from 28th place, I would say.
118 or so. Yeah, I mean, you could be going up. You could be up 10 places,
10
roughly.
places, yeah.
10 or more.
Good improvement also from Timmy.
15th, yeah. They've got up loads.
Maddox. Oh, the battery empty for Maddox.
Maddox's battery was empty.
Goggle of the goggle.
Of his goggles. Oh, right. Now I'm making. Now I'm
Okay,
making-
thank you for the
Okay,
info.
yeah. Oh no, he's been to so many events. He's so involved in drone racing in Japan. He's very involved in the international whoop scene too.
He's the developer of one of
Yeah.
the best softwares.
The Italian Whoop League user.
Yeah.
It's the one with all the kind of extra effects and things that you guys
Exactly.
like. He's not the sort of pilot who would turn up with kit not ready to fly. That's weird. Oh no, Maddox.
He
We're
will,
into
be,
heat.
he will be checking the battery forever from now on.
Heat H, Group H, whichever one you wish. You can have either. Damon FPV. So this is Hungary's Roland Ronto, who is a well-known international pilot, and is 52nd at the moment. Now the way this field is going, 32 might be achievable, might be a little bit out of reach, but I don't feel like we've seen a lot of his solid runs yet. It seems there's always been something happening for Roland. Drone D, though, on the other hand, from the Netherlands, is 20th at the moment and has been having a good day of it. Sun FPV from Israel, 51st right now, and then Re FPV and Alex J, they're both from Latvia. Re is 21 and Alex J is 56. So another mixed group. 20th is Drone D, 21st is Re, and then Sun FPV, Damon and Alex J are all in the 50s. And it's been a group that has had quite a few kind of issues in racing, like round after round, really.
Yeah. It's never been, or at least most of the time, it's been pretty messy.
Yeah. Yeah, it feels a bit like there's pilots in this group who, if they can string 3 laps really cleanly together,
Towards their best lap time.
yeah, could, leave a few people behind.
Or at least improve a lot from their actual leaderboard position.
I think the ones who are in the 50s might have too much to do. Now, hang on. Are we coming back to Group K? Let's see. I don't think so. We're doing Group K, aren't we? No, it's definitely Group K that's coming up because that's Damon's HUD in the top left.
Next race begins in 5
Guys, the graphics are wrong. Production, the graphics are wrong. This is Group K, you're showing it out. You've gone a race too far. All the names are wrong. Okay, I think we've accidentally tripped graphics into the next round. This is Group K, not L, so we've got Deka, Pygod, Namakai, FPV, Kinzo, and Danbuster, but unfortunately we're not showing any of them. Just give us the racing, we'll find the names. Or track cameras or something. Or just give us track cameras. Okay, there we go. That's Damon in the top left, which is our Hungarian Roland Ronto. Yeah, the timings and the graphics have all come apart here. Okay, the pilots will be aborting that run, as our timings were being allocated to the wrong pilot, so unfortunate for them, but they'll need to replace the battery if they wish, of course, but I imagine they would, and we will start that run again. As we should be looking at Damon FPV, Drone D FPV, Sun FPV, Re FPV, and Alex J. So we've got pilots have brought all the drones down in the landing area, and now they're being fetched and ran back to the starting blocks with a change of lipos. Pilots, yep, returning to seats. Some of them getting their own quads, I think. Some of them being helped out by just friends or country mates or whichever. There's Damon FPV from Hungary. From Hungary? The Hungarian must be from Hungary, right? I'm not sure I've got that quite right. Either way, he's going to take a seat on his... No, good. Don't sit on your goggles. It's a beginner's tip. Okay, so we're going to get drones back on blocks.
But meanwhile, the sun has hidden behind the clouds.
So we're going to carry on racing for at least another hour, and most of 2, I think. I would expect us to complete group qualifying round 5, and I would imagine we'll aim for round 6 to be done today as well. Or if we aren't sure we'll get there, then I think we will end at the end of round 5. Because we never really start you just never start a qualifying round without ending that qualifying round. It would be unfair for half of a quali round to be flown today, and then the weather's very different tomorrow. It's unfair on the other half of the pilots. Obviously, the weather could change at any time anyway, but you don't leave an overnight change. Yeah. You make it as fair as you can. Okay, so now we'll get back for this. So we're at Group H in round 5. Damon FPV from Hungary, Drone D FPV from the Netherlands, Sun FPV from Israel, and then Re FPV and Alex J, both from Latvia. We've got our brilliant starter, Boner FPV, is just telling pilots, okay, come on, hurry up, get here. That's a drone being carried. It's the extra one, okay. All right, here comes the 5th time for Group H. H gets back into the sky.
Drone DFBV began very, very quickly. His heat down in the wooden dive gate.
Re FPV, who was 1 place behind Drone DFPV in the qualifying standings so far, is going to be a little bit further behind, you would think, as Re's not going up, although their drone is back in. It's clocked a lap. I'm not sure that's that legit. Now this is dangerous, isn't it? Drone DFPV and Re FPV are very tight to each other, although I think they're about a lap apart.
You don't seem to see the lap times of Drone
we're getting some couple of gremlins in the system. Alex J saving that and then attacking downwards, got a lot of speed in to attack that dive through the gates. Alex J is on to their 3rd lap, I think. Just finished their 3rd lap? No, just finished their 2nd lap. The timings, I'm sorry, are problematic again, but getting cleaned as we go. Yeah, so it is going to be verified. This is how it's racing. Unfortunately for Roland Ronto, timings are not what's mattering to him at the moment, as this run, like I mentioned, it's not been a very consistent day for him, and he's got another one done here. Drone DFPV is out. Sun FPV has not finished 1 lap. Re FPV has, and the first one was an excellent improvement, as before that they were 3 seconds behind. 25-second lap was the best they'd done prior to that. But their 2nd and 3rd laps, or their 3rd and 4th laps, or however that is going to get worked out, something's up there. Re FPV has somehow improved their time overall by over a second, despite apparently flying a whole lap more than they needed to.
It looks like
That's just going to get sorted out by somebody
yeah.
with a with a voltmeter and a frequency analyzer and a chalkboard. Now the times are being corrected. So it looks like Drone DFPV has got the best of that run. And a 1:19.686 has got your 19th at the moment, Drone DFPV. And Re is 20th, right next to them. And then we do have Sun FPV, if that 128.19 is standing, then interestingly, Sun FPV. Down in 50 seconds, but Roland, what happened? Don't know. You're as usual crashing, my friend. You've had a mixed up day so far, haven't you?
I haven't slept too much.
Okay.
Not too much sleep.
Not too much sleep, yeah. It hurts us all, doesn't it?
Today I might have like 6 laps.
Oh, well, so far, Roland, you have flown. Oh gosh.
I need laps that actually.
I know you have completed 8 laps out of 15 possibles. Come on, Roland.
This is not my day.
Oh, but as always, my Hungarian friend has a big smile on his face, which is always admirable.
Yeah, I'm here for having fun.
He's having fun, and we all are. But I hope we see better things.
Maybe
what a
tomorrow's a
great
better
sporting attitude, right? You know, it's not working. It's not all coming together today. They had a really good race in Hungary recently.
Yeah,
actually.
he said he didn't sleep well, so
Yeah.
at this kind of reflexes.
Let's take a look at Group I. It's this group with Yayu and Pavel in it. Pavelos 5th in quali, Yayu 4th in qualies at the moment. And then Matthew is 24th and Antonig is 33rd. This could be a group where all 4 are in the top 32, but our Bulgarian pilots is the one just missing out right now. Matthew's got his fastest start.
Yayu with 156 kilometers per hour is actually the fastest in the straight line.
But it's all untidy for him. He was rocking and rolling quite a lot then. It'll have given away a little bit of time, maybe not very much, because Yayu is very quick at recovery. I've seen that before from him many times on the races I've commentated. That said, he's a chunk of time, a few seconds behind Pavel and Matthew in completing his first lap.
By the time of the whole shot, it looks like that they're like rehearsing, practicing for the actual race.
Yeah.
Very quick from takeoff till the first gate.
So Pavel's on his 3rd. No one else quite there yet. Pavel's got to try and finish his 3rd. Matthew is done. Dead. Bang and gone. French pilot there hit something and it hit back. Didn't just hit back, it swallowed him. Pavel was the one who got up into 5th place, just hovering outside that top 4. 1:12.334 is not quite an improvement, even though one of those laps is now his best. And Yayu is wrapping this one up and not going to worry about the fact that it's 9 seconds behind his best, as he's still 4th. Antonig, who was just outside that top 32. He's about a second just outside, making a difference. Oh, it's close to you, Anthony. It really is. I think this might be Matthew disappearing. But when? These replays are.
Let's see exactly where he hit the gate.
When does he go? Ooh, ooh, ooh. Saved.
Yeah.
For now. Gonna finish the lap. Ooh. Whoa, goodbye.
That's wood against drone. Wood wins 1 against you.
I mean, it's it's most of a kilogram of sturdy drone hitting wood, but I can see out on track right now, they're actually looking to see if there's a hole. No, the wood gate still stands without a blemish on it. I am sort of wondering if that's going to get a hole in it, but I think it would require a few drones to hit it all in the same way, at the same place.
I think, yeah, that wood is pretty strong.
Yeah. But you know, there's a lot of energy transference from a drone hitting a stationary wall quite quickly.
Definitely.
There is the tower that still stands firm, and on the bottom of it, the left-hand side, you can see the big hole at ground level. That's the entrance that was going through. The right-hand side of that big hole hasn't got any holes in it. That's where a drone met its end, and actually bits of it are being picked up from the floor. But the gate is fine, which means we can look at Group J. And Group J has been giving us so much excitement with Aviv FPV from Israel, Sav from Spain, Spagel FPV from Czechia, Dorian FPV from France. Keep your eyes peeled on him, as he had a great run just now. And also putting in fantastic runs and making some of the best climbs up the leaderboard we've seen today is Luisa Rizzo from Italy, the reigning FAI Women's World Champion.
In questa hit potete vedere la numero 1 al mondo, la famosa Luisa Rizzo, Leon Fire, la nostra leonessa che si è sempre cimentata in tutte le competizioni di gare di droni fin dal 2017, se mi ricordo bene, anche 2016, ed è diventata l'anno scorso la campionessa del mondo. Abbiamo appunto in questo momento la campionessa del mondo in carica che si sta preparando. Tra 3 secondi partirà con questa hit di qualifica.
Here begins. Here goes Group J. Now, so Luis is hitting 138 kilometers an hour down that main straight. Everybody in this group is doing over 110. The best of them is Dorian with 169. That's about the second fastest we've had, but it's not just one straight that matters. This isn't drag racing. It's Dorian who's starting lap number 2, first. And Luis is on it as well, and in between them, just about, is Sav from Spain. That's his fastest lap. This could be when Spain's Sav gets into the top 32. Oh, Luisa is all over the floor. Dorian.
Can we
Still
start again?
Spagel. David Spacek from Czechia, a very experienced pilot, in 30th before this run began. So he's in a little bit of danger. Dorian and Sav both on lap number 3.
Spagel is in the net.
Spagel is done. Leo on fire is not coming back. Aviv was out earlier. Or maybe Luisa will get back into it, but it's not going to help her position. Dorian is into the doppio. And done with that. And Sav is right alongside him. Sav trying to go through on the inside, but has missed the finish gate. No, he's got there. I thought he'd overtook. Sav beats Dorian at the death of that. What a turn.
Very slow lap, last lap by Dorian, 35 seconds. Something must have happened that last lap. And that's, in that time, Sav was able to recuperate and catch some ground.
Dorian's actually 9 seconds behind his best time there, but Sav just improved on his by 1 and a bit seconds. Wow, what an end. What a finish.
Yeah.
Gosh, that was exciting. So Sav from Spain is, yes, he's 33rd. Saverio Scopetta from Spain is just by 1/1600th of a second is the difference, if it ended now, between happy Sav and kicking himself Sav. He's 33rd at the moment.
They're trying to untangle the drone of Spagel from the net. Okay, mission completed.
So we're here in Italy. When I first saw Spag, I immediately thought spaghetti, and then I realised it's not an Italian pilot. And it's actually David Spacek, of course, and he's from Czechia. And now you're talking about it being all tangled up in a net. I'm back in spaghetti again.
Actually, he's very much in contact with the two guys of Speedy Pizza. I'm not sure if he's still one of Speedy Pizza pilots, official pilots or not. But so he's maybe the name comes from spaghetti too. Let's see the top UK pilots, Dan Buster in the next qualifier. We have two Italians, Deka and Bigod, Japanese Namaiki, and Kinzo from Sweden.
Okay, K's.
Next race begins in 10 seconds. Next race begins in 5 seconds.
Super fast start by Dan Buster. Up into the gates, triple gates underneath, slalom, and very quick through the dive gate. Oh, he clinched the gates. Deco is down and Bigod seems to be down too, so it leaves us with only 3 pilots flying. Okay, Deco is actually flying. 30.6 first lap of Dan Buster. Not his fastest lap. 31 seconds for Kinzo. Dan Buster is not flying probably his cleanest heat until now. He probably won't be able to perform better, but any flight time is very important for him now. Ooh. 25 seconds, second lap, pretty good. 28 seconds for Kinzo. 49 seconds first lap for Namaiki, and 36 seconds for Deco. Unfortunately, Bigod is not going to be flying this heat.
And it's not the first round that he hasn't finished. Oh, Dan Buster just made it underneath that gate. But it's wildly spun away from him afterwards. It looked like it was going to be a little bit out of control after clipping the base of one of the gates. So we've still got Deco and Namakai FPV still flying.
And Kinzo was able to reduce his best time by 5 seconds overall, and a good 27 seconds, 27.1 compared to 27.9 for the single lap. That might be maybe close to the 32nd position.
It's going to need a bit more, I think. Maybe like 5 seconds more, I reckon, by the time we're getting towards that cutoff tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
If not more than that. Namakai is slightly behind her best pace. And Deco is, after putting in, after giving it a lot of effort, is going to be short of the finish. I think he might get that back. He's got a little over 30 seconds to do so. Namakai is close to ending this, but the 30 seconds are looming as well. Deco's trying to get that turtle mode to work for him. Namakai's coming around the final turn now, so she's going to get this completed. And does. And a improvement of 1.3 seconds on her position from earlier, but unfortunately for Deca, unless it happens right now with 10 seconds left of the run, and now everyone's up out of their seats, it's over for Deca in this go. Shame, as his first lap was just outside his best. So we're going to do next the L qualifiers, then M, N, and O. That will complete round number 5, and then we're going to do the next round as well. We're going to get 6 rounds of qualifying in today. So all of our pilots will fly for the rest of them, the ones who are still in round 5. Then all of our pilots will fly again in round 6, and there will be At least one more qualification round tomorrow before the top 32 are known. And then we go into our double elimination battles to find out who's the champion here in Italy.
It's going to be a tough race. It is tough now. So
Yeah.
let me see if the 32nd place, it's 125. So it's reducing considerably from the 133 seconds we had at the first round of qualifications. Probably by tomorrow it might be closer to 120. The cutoff time to be able to be within the first 32 pilots for the double elimination bracket.
It's the pilot in second place coming up first in this group. That's Killian in Group L. He was in first until Yuki went, no you don't, and took it away from him just now. In third, behind Killian, is small Yuki. That's Yuki Yamamoto. Not to be overlooked by anybody compared to the world champion Yuki. So small Yuki is in this group as well. Keepy from the Netherlands in this group too. He's 23rd at the moment. And then we have Luki FPV from Germany, who's 59th. And Bon FPV from Canada is 35th. Just outside Bon FPV. His best time so far, 127.793. And to get into the top 32 right now, oh, he'd have to beat his good friend Alex from Taiwan. And he would have to be increasing his time by a little over 2 seconds, 2.3 and a fraction more.
Next race begins in 10 seconds. Next race begins in 5 seconds.
So here we go for the 5th round of Group L. Does Killian go back to the top of the leaderboard? Very good direct start, really quick. Small Yuki just got wiped out, not by anybody else, but
Keepy.
went so fast. And oh no, Keepy, is it in midair between the two of those? It may well be. Right, there's a fire on track. Everybody land. It's at the dive tower nearly as well. I think that's from the midair of Luki and Keepy.
Ooh, it's fire.
And there's white smoke coming out of our tower. So apparently someone's been elected. You can just see it on the bottom of this camera, actually. There's some smoke coming out, like a little bit of theatrical dry ice, but that's not what we have here.
No, that's lithium burning.
No, what's interesting is Keepy's video is still working. There's about 4 people looking down on his drone like they're trying to bring it back to life in a recovery room. So I'm assuming it's Luki's drone, which is on fire. Although Keepy's is now being carried. Oh. Interesting. It can't be Keepy's, that was on fire. It's still working.
He's actually unplugging it now, it looks like. So
Yeah. Yep,
Yeah,
it's been
no.
unplugged, and now small Yuki, who just went bang, lights out, is reconnected to his other drone in the pits, and that's going through the registration right now.
yeah,
Well,
their
we all
start
stood
was
here.
really fast, and they just hit the wooden gate at some point.
So that on the left there, just taking what might be a bit smelly, is Keepy. At the back in the white t-shirt, that's small Yuki, I think. Yep, big smile on Keepy's face, as always.
Alright guys, there's gonna be a rerun.
So rerun, and I don't think anybody will be excluded from that rerun. I think all 5 of them will be in it. Although Keepy might need to hurry up, or he's not going to be back in time. And now we get some action around the starting blocks as we get quads ready. Well, thank you to our friends, all of the volunteers who are helping out, and our firefighter, who's the man with the extinguisher. That fire was fought and defeated.
Defeated, yeah.
Humans win. Take that, elements.
This This underlines the extreme professionality of the organization, and we have everything here. And firefighters of Albizzate are here to help us out whenever anything is burning. Hopefully not too many things.
Not many, but we've had a couple, and I must admit that was close enough to a giant wooden gate that I had a concern.
You don't want to
Like,
have
if
a
anything's
fire.
going to get caught on fire, maybe not the big wooden structure. Maybe at the end,
Yeah.
in a kind of dramatic finale, but maybe not
Maybe not.
at not quite the end of day one.
Very close to an airport. It wouldn't be.
That's also true.
Nice.
Okay, so our pilots are, with some help, getting ready. There's Chris. One FPV finds the camera. Look at the man. He goes, turns, look at camera. Well played, Chris. There he is. There he is.
Quad on the blocks. Rerun. Qualifier L.
Everybody's going to get a rerun. So it's going to be Killian, Small Yuki, Keepy, Luki, and Bon FPV.
Boom FPV. Rerun.
Chris just checking his own. Yep, we got video in the goggles. And the props spin. Now it all gets cleared. And people behind, they're coming through the gates, or near the gates. You can only get in through that gate where the tent is if you're allowed to be trackside. Otherwise, behind that is a big food court. Lots of pizza, beer tents, some trucks of food trucks around the place as well. So basically, everybody over that side are not working. And that's okay. They're enjoying the racing. Glad to have you with us. I say not working. That's the wrong thing to say, considering the guy right on the right-hand side of the shot is one of the two people that this event is basically happening.
They basically
Hey, Matteo.
have everything on their shoulders in the last
Highlighting that you're just
4
taking,
months.
you're taking a second to stand still. Oh, here's Keepy on the replays.
Bang.
Ah, you got to see this from every angle. That just kept rolling, didn't it? Are we sure it was in midair? I think so. Anyway, we'll get them flying again. Killian, Small Yuki, Keepy, Luki, Bon FPV.
170.99 kilometers per hour for Killian.
Oh, Keepy, no. Come on, we got to get Keepy back in this race. He is allowed to take part in it, I'm sure. It wasn't his fault that his drone was on fire. Luki just having some video issues getting out of there and is on his way again. No, Killian is onto his second lap in a better time, I think, than his first lap was just now. Small Yuki, of course, came down in what we think was that mid-air with Keepy, but Small Yuki is flying slightly, very slightly, faster than Killian by a few hundredths of a second. Now Killian has turned it up a little bit after the second lap, though. So their combined time is a little bit quicker.
Ooh,
And Small Yuki takes a big bounce, saved it, brushed the ground, kept it flying. Now, some good skill there. And also his HUD says he's got fluffy hair for some reason, which I've just noticed. So, okay. Small Yuki racing well. Killian, though!
Looks like we missed the last lap of Killian again.
And Small Yuki.
I'm not sure if they finished, but the lap hasn't been registered for some reason.
Well, there's two drones on the map, actually, on the finish mat. So perhaps Killian and Small Yuki are just, the timings are not coming through for some reason. Luki just took another attack onto a gate, and the gate won, but the drone is still flying, importantly, and Bon FPV has just beaten him to the line. Luki FPV will try and get this third lap completed. Got a good chance of doing so, I'm sure. There, ooh! Okay. Nearly proved me wrong. That was dangerously close to the side of the timing finish gate, wasn't it? But that's in. And the only improvement there, Luki's second lap, actually. Our German pilot, well, his first lap was quicker than his fastest lap, and his second lap. There you go. Second lap was quicker again. The third lap's the one that let him down, as it was 7 seconds slower than what he'd done before, which is a shame, because actually that would have been about a 6-second improvement. It's if he could have kept them all consistent. Wow, we lost Killian again, and Bon FPV picks up a good time there. Actually, that 137.
I don't know if they're going to revise the
Yeah, it's
lap
not
times.
going to make a
Big difference.
not going to make enough. Not going to help. No. So we've got 3 groups to go. If anything changes in the result of this L qualifier, then we'll let you know when we get let know by people who will let us know. It's very structured. But we'll turn our attention to M, Group M, with Joe FPV from Italy. I hear Italy's nice.
Yeah.
Ed
Sort of.
from Latvia, young Ed from Latvia, sort of. Did you
Sort
say?
of, yeah.
Ooh,
That's what they say.
Topi from Latvia before you get whisked away and removed. Topi from Latvia, Avasin from France, Emmy from France. 2 Latvians, 2 Frenchmen, and an Italian in this one. Sorry, not 2 Frenchmen, forgive me. I'm just by default saying Frenchman. That's not okay. I'm so sorry.
I know that Joe, it's a very good freestyler, but he always enjoys also his racing events. So he's now walking towards the pilot chairs.
How do you know about freestyling?
Oh, because I know most of the Italian pilots, and I know that he enjoys a lot freestyling.
Look at young Ed on the left there. Very excited to see him again.
Youngest, probably.
I'm pretty sure, yeah. It's Topi the first one to get underway, Emmy FPV, and everybody else flying 2 down the tunnel. Bit of an overshoot from Emmy FPV at the end of the straight, but steady flying after that towards Tripio. Avasin, where have you gone, Avasin? Lucas. Just gone from him, isn't it? Ed is getting a little bit more confident here. That's really good to see. Come on, Ed. Split S-ing through the gate, a little bit of an overshoot, but that's right into the doppio. And now underneath both and around the top parts of this as well. And now the lonely gate is theirs. And you know what? Topi is getting a little bit close as Ed starts his second lap. Topi is about to begin his third. Oh, that was dangerous, but he's going to begin his third. I feel a little concerned about 2 Latvian pilots coming together in the Tripio, but we're okay. Topi's out towards the tower. Here comes Ed towards the tower as well. Emmy FPV is onto her third lap too. That's excellent. And Joe.
Joe improved his best lap time again. He's doing a really good job in this 5th round of qualifying.
And Topi is finished, and I mean, it's a few tenths of a second. It's 0.6 of a second improvement for Topi. I don't think that's going to get him many places higher than the 10th he already had.
Good job. Another improvement from Joe FPV.
Yeah, another lap and a 2-second improvement overall. That's going to make a little bit of a difference to him, I think. Ed's still flying. Emmy's still flying too. Nice from both of them. Emmy's on to lap number 3. Ooh, just getting a little recovery in the tunnel. Smartly done. Could make an improvement on her overall total time if they can get a really good third lap in as well. Meanwhile, Ed is attacking the rest of this. His best lap has been a 38.9. None of those laps are an improvement on that, but overall, he's a little bit outside his best time so far. That was good work from Ed, though. Edvards Masalskis from Latvia. Brilliant young pilot. So pleased to see him. Come on, Emmy. Top half of the doppio. All good. Now the lonely gate on its own. And there's not much time left, but there is enough. Just got to make this clean here with 10 seconds to go, and here's the final. There it is. Yes, MEFPV gets her third lap in better than her first.
Very close to her best performance in this qualifying round.
Yeah, overall, yeah. And in fact, the best lap for MEFPV is about 3 seconds quicker than the best of that run. So MEFPV can make quite a move, I think, on this leaderboard. You just got to get that best time back.
Repeat it.
And repeat it, yeah. Totally capable.
Next race begins in 2 minutes.
So it's 2 groups to go in round 5 before everybody gets their final run of today, as well as the 6th round of qualifying today here on Saturday. Group N, another French pilot, it's Fenneman, along with Bronco FPV, ZTK, Finns and Steve. And this is a very one-sided kind of group. You've got Fenneman in 9th, and then you've got everybody else a bit too far away from that top 32. The closest of them is Steve out of the UK, who's in 38th at the moment. Pilots start to walk out onto the track to recover things. And Matteo is proving me wrong from earlier on by already grabbed loads of the drones and handing them back to the pilots after that one moment where he literally stood still for the first time this week.
Yeah, probably.
Next race begins in 1 minute.
So yeah, top 32 feeling, sadly, a little out of reach for most of these pilots. Closest one to getting into it is Steve. The only one who is in it is Fenneman, and I'm sure Fenneman's not in any danger of staying there. The thing for Steve is his best total time at the moment is pretty much 3 times his fast lap. Sounds like I'm stating the obvious, but you know, he's been fairly consistent, right?
It's about, yeah, it's
he can do a
4
28-second lap, and it's kind of that 3 times. Not quite, but
He might be able to improve 4 seconds. That's the maximum
yeah,
he can do.
he's got to basically improve on that lap time
Yeah.
rather than just do better than a previous run where he had a slow one, because he hasn't had any very slow ones that matter. Okay, so we are underway with Steve ahead of Fenneman out of the blocks. Bronco is into the air and getting underway, and Finns and ZTK. ZTK's video is through now, and Finns had some issues earlier and is not getting anywhere yet. A couple of slightly blurry lenses in this run too, but nothing that's going to cause anybody any problems. Steve into the doppio. Fenneman is already on to his first lap completed in a 25.6. Steve in a 31.8. This isn't the speed we need. Everyone's a bit off their pace. The closest is ZTK, and he's also slower than he needs to be. So time to start being a bit braver, everyone, I think. Fenneman up onto the second, the 24.8. His best straight line speed, but not his best lap or timings as of yet. Steve now, starting lap number 3. Just outside his best lap time. And a big hit for Steve. Onto the grass. Sounded like a clean hit, but he is upside down. He should be able to get that back from there, you would hope, although the grass might make it a bit tangled. But no, he's going to be okay. But he's obviously going to have lost a lot of time. And Fenneman did get the 3 completed.
With an improvement of 2 seconds. Almost 2 seconds on his overall time. And new fastest lap.
ZTK is bringing that home with the fastest lap for themselves as well. And Bronco is finished with a fastest lap for themselves too. So improvements being made again. Bronco from Sweden is 6 seconds better now. Almost to the 1,000th of a second exactly, but we won't go there. And ZTK has taken 2.5 seconds off of their total time. And Fenneman has improved by about 1.5, going on 2, like you said. So good work from those. Steve, unfortunately, out of that, as Finns was struggling a little bit too. Their round is over. It's one more group to go before we complete round 5, and we can update you on how things stand.
Eighth place for Fenneman. Good improvement. Quite a few pilots within 1 second. Have Timmy at 113, J-Box at 114. Actually, 113.93, 114.11 for J-Box, and 114.83 for Fenneman.
1.5 seconds behind Fenneman, and 2 places behind him is Burkan out of Bulgaria, and he's in the last group to run. So he's got a chance to get higher than the 10th place he's currently in. But I mean, anywhere in that top 32 is like the first goal. After the top 32 have been found when qualification finishes tomorrow, everybody is seeded into a double elimination bracket. Everybody is seeded into a round with 4 pilots in it, not the 5 we've had in qualification. First and 32 will end up in a group, and then there's a way of doing this thing which makes it all fair. But it's a double elimination bracket, and if you're not familiar and you haven't come across what a double elimination bracket is before, it's where you essentially have 2 lives. So when we get this top 32 elimination started tomorrow, if you are in first or second out of a race of 4 pilots, you go to the next round. If you are third or fourth, you essentially lose a life. And then you will race against other pilots who have lost a life. And if you come third or fourth in that race, you've lost 2, you're done. Then you're out. That's it, you're finished. So everybody can be third or fourth once and still make it to the final. Or never third and fourth and still make it to the final, obviously.
Yeah,
but if you're third and fourth in any race and then again, you're out. So everybody's got a second go. I describe it as 2 lives because I've been a gamer all my life and it seems to work.
Yeah, it does make sense actually.
Yeah.
It's a good analogy.
Guys, on the level check, is there somebody plugged in?
Right, we're on for Group O, which will be our last group of round 5. It's going to feature Burkan, who I said,
No? Okay.
10th
Okay.
in
See
quali,
a white tent here in the visual. Somebody is plugged in on F4.
and
How does it go?
Foxer from Taiwan, who's in that 32nd place danger. Then we have Nicola Finke or Nicola Lego from Switzerland, and Emis FPV from Latvia and Firefly from France. 3 of these pilots in the top 32. Foxer just in there. Interesting. Away we go. New quickest speed for Foxer, just shy of 130 kilometers an hour. In through the dive tower, nicely done. Burkan out in front for the moment. MSFPV in a battle too. Burkan, that's a really good start. 24.79, it's 900ths of a second outside his best. Whereas Foxer has just gone a second faster than any lap he's flown. And Emis, brilliant pilot from Latvia. Just, I think, putting in a good solid start. Nicola Lego's just improved by 3 seconds on any lap. It's starting to come alive before we've got to the final round today. Emis getting another really good one. Burkan out in front still, I think, and on the ground. Just slightly coming apart for them. And Firefly is hit and gone down as well. Had a crash. And this Foxer still racing, but Foxer's run has fallen to pieces. His second lap is nothing like the times he needs. And that's a good start and middle and end for MSFPV, but altogether, sadly, it doesn't add up to enough of an improvement. Emis is going to stay, I think, in about 22nd place, still in that top 32, though. Well done, Emis. The only one still going, we've got Nicola Lego from Switzerland, whose first lap was great and second lap was off the pace a bit, and the third lap is looking a little careful. No danger of being timed out, but The 3 seconds they shaved off their fastest lap in the first lap was undone by the second, and just slightly better on lap 3. But overall, it is an improvement, actually. It's quite a decent improvement in total. Actually, that might have done wonders for Nicola Lego from Switzerland.
We got 1 more hour for racing. So we're gonna push it. Because if we all want to go another round, it's gonna take 1 hour and 15
The race director is telling us that we have 1 more hour to race, and we must be as quick as possible in the next 15 heats of the 6.
Yeah, because if we can't do it, then we can't start it. And if we start it, we have to finish it. And
let's push it for the final hour of the day.
but yeah, if you want to keep your qualifying opportunities alive, then you want as many qualifying rounds as possible, and therefore come and get them.
7, J-Box, R8, Arvin FPV. Qualifier B, be prepared for the
Okay, so the top.
R1, V, F2, Gabrus, F4, EXO, R7, Skymax, R8, Fiorix. Qualifier A, please.
Let's get our top 32 confirmation now, so we can see that Foxer is just hanging on in there, as is Avacin, who's had a run or two, just not help them whatsoever. At the top, it's back being Yuki, then Killian, Small Yuki, and Yayu still in that 4th place. And then down from there, J-Box moved up a couple of places after he'd slipped down to 9th after these 4 pilots were pushing in front of him, but he's got himself into 7th. So we've got Japan and France, Poland, Sweden, America, France, Latvia, and Hungary. Excuse me. And Danbust is still just outside that 10, along with Long XL, our Chinese pilots. And then on the right-hand side of things, King Joshi, we've still got 2 UK pilots in the top. Kagenga's slipped from the left-hand side of the leaderboard to the right-hand side. Leo on Fire, the Women's World Champion here in Italy, has gone from 15th down to 17th. But still very, very safe, you would think, in this group. But look, right behind her, 2,000ths of a second behind her is Gagengo. Drone DFPV is only a few tenths of a second behind her. And then we've got 4 Latvians still in the right-hand side of this board. I don't know what's happening in Latvia at the moment, but the pilots are really, really good.
Yeah. There's a lot of very fast Latvian pilots.
We have 7 here in total. I think we've got 5 up here, haven't we? Yes, 5 out of 7 all in this group. And Topi's been doing so well in racing for Latvia for so long, and Emis is, I've been highlighting how great that young pilot is as well. I guess the other pilots have kind of want a bit of this as well. We're underway in Group 6. Sorry, round 6, Group A. Italy's Geek is attacking now. Nate. Oh, Nate! Come on, Nate! Oh, no. We've got JM, J-Box, and Arvin. We could get a good scrap between J-Box and Arvin, I feel. But Arvin is all a little bit untidy and way behind, actually. It's JM who's next to start lap number 2.
Ooh, Geek on the ground.
Yeah,
Let's see if we
it
can...
never kind of looked like it was going to work for him since he started, did it? J-Box still on lap number 2. Arvin almost wiped out at the finish gate. Oh, and we've got an overtake there. That is a move. J-Box is down. I think JM and J-Box may have come together, as J-Box was overtaking him through the timing gate and around the turn at the start of the lap. And I'd love to see a replay of that if we can get it from one of the onboards. JM has still got vision, but not in the air, and J-Box hasn't.
Even Nate is down.
He's been struggling to start a run, unfortunately.
Arvin is the only one flying now.
Now, Arvin's just set his best lap, but before that, he set the opposite. He had a 24.7, the one before, a 42. It's one lap isn't going to matter. Arvin doing the smart thing there, that run is done. Put it away. So A is over. Arvin being very professional there. That run couldn't help him, and he knows everybody wants to get a chance to fly, and I think he's helped out there.
Yeah,
that's really respectful of him.
Cut off one lap, he could have flown.
You get at least a bit more stick time.
Yeah, he had the right to do it, but obviously he knew that he wasn't going to improve anything. So On we go with the Group B.
I wonder, just from where we're looking, I couldn't tell if J-Box and JM came together, but as I said, J-Box overtook through the timing gate, through the last gate of the lap, was higher than him, and then they both went into the straight towards that duck through the bottom of the wooden tunnel that we have, and I'm not saying it was in there, but it was obscuring my vision as to what happened afterwards. Well, we look at Group B, who are coming up next, and this group has been making steps, but as I started to point out last round, are they big enough? Can they be big enough? We've got V, Gabrutz, Exo, Skymax, and Fiorex. You've got your 3 Italian pilots in this, along with V from Lithuania and Exo from Greece. And we've been having really good battles, particularly between Exo and V and Gabrutz. But Gabrutz has been also down a few times as well.
Yeah.
Is not
they
the
have,
last chance,
yes.
but it is maybe one of only 2 or 3 chances remaining. I don't think it's going to be more than that. It's unlikely, I think, we do more than 2 more rounds of qualification tomorrow. Also, we said 8 at the start. That would mean we were exactly right.
Exactly. There are only 2 pilots in this group that they can actually be able to get into the first 32 pilots if they replicate their best lap time. All the other ones are a little bit slower, so it's not going to be easy for them to be so consistent and replicate the time for 3 laps in a row. But who knows?
It's in the drone racing god's hands, isn't it? There's plenty of times I remember at events, major races too, where you know you've got to be in it to win it, right? You've still got to be racing at the end. That's your chance. You know, things can happen to other pilots, and you're the one who wins it. Just saw J-Box walking back, looking a bit unhappy. So yeah, maybe a bit more damage on that than he wishes. Away we go, and it is Exo from Greece who attacks.
Very aggressive start from Exo.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Extremely quick.
Fiorex is into Strippo and Gabrutz as well, and it sounded like a crash, but it doesn't look like a crash anywhere.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Exo still flying nicely, and the first one to reach lap number 2, and it is their best lap by a whole second. Exo might be about to make some waves here. 44th in qualifying before round 6 began. V, of course, V again. Trying to keep up with Exo and ahead of everybody else. Fiorex has just got onto his second lap now. V is well underway in hers. Now the dive tower, and out of that she'll fly. Then the laddering down is very nice here. The left-hand turn and across the centre of the course. Gabrutz is on to lap number 2. Skymax is not happening here, sadly for them.
Ooh.
And that sounds bad for Gabrutz. And a splatter and a clatter, and I'm not sure as much going to come back from that. Exo's on lap number 3. V only 1 or 2 seconds behind them. V needs to find about the best part of 2 seconds a lap to improve her lap times, while Exo has just taken another chunk of time out of their best lap. That is a great run for Exo. That's 4 seconds of improvement. Exo was 44th. Exo wants the top 32. V wants to be in there as well. She comes across the line now. It just got a little bit away from her in lap times. That run's not going to help the 49th place that she was in. Fiorex will never say die, it seems. They've had a complicated day of runs. There is their 3rd lap finished. Much better than the first, not quite as quick as the second. And Fiorex isn't going to improve as they're about 12 seconds behind their total time, which is getting them qualification in 57th at the moment. So Fiorex needs to find a lot in tomorrow's rounds.
Exo is just shy of 1.1 seconds from the 32nd place cutoff. So good, a very good improvement, but still a little bit faster. He needs to cut off the half second per lap.
And it will be interesting to see having stopped after this round and then doing, I guess, 2 rounds of qualification tomorrow, how does that affect things? Because some pilots have kind of hit a groove and are improving a bit every time, and then other pilots have improved quite a lot in rounds 2 and 3 and sort of 4, and then not really in 5 and 6, and maybe a break is what some pilots need. And they'll come at this tomorrow and are kind of, right, I'm refreshed and it's do or die day.
Yeah.
I've got to do it today, let's go. Other pilots, though, it can happen the other way around. If you're in your groove now, you don't want to stop.
Yeah, would it be safe within 30th place? It would be a little bit risky still.
Yeah, I would be worried about that. Right, we go for Group C. Rolfus from Germany, Aska from Japan, Italy FPV from guess where? KFPV, CAFPV from Italy, and Tiebling from Sweden.
Next race begins in 10 seconds.
Here comes Group C's last run of today here at the FAA World Drone Cup Italia. And go when you're ready. And Tiebling goes first and straight into the back.
Ooh, even Italy FPV.
It was Italy FPV, wasn't it? Absolutely square on out of the start. We know Tiebling always attacks that start immediately and is really fast along there. Italy FPV launched and was nowhere near quick enough. Tiebling just easily flew into the back of them. That's not intentional. That's just going for that enormous start, which he's done every single run. If you're in this group, you might sort of think, right, I'll let people get away. Tiebling's always going to go. Oh, that's unfortunate for Italy FPV, and it's unusual that the drone at the back is the one that keeps flying too, because usually at least prop damage on the drone at the back. More often than not, the one at the back is the one that comes down. But that just, Italy FPV just took a bit of a push and is dead. And Tiebling is dead.
Ooh, Tiebling.
Oof. It's untidy. Somebody's totally missed the finish. It is Aska. Come around for it. I think they made an extra gate before it as well. Aska was wildly off course and had to go up and then come back around. And it's just you now, Aska, for Japan. Nobody else is flying. What a mess in Group C.
Probably some pilots are becoming a little bit tired, maybe.
Maybe, yeah, maybe. And Tiebling's drone may well have, although it did keep flying, and as I said, that's quite unusual when you're the one that was at the back of a mid-air. It's quite possible it wasn't great to fly. But CAFPV has just launched off the ground and come back to life.
And this guy's down.
Oh, Aska is down. Let's have a look at this pilot for Italy. Carmine is still flying, and a pilot's just left the pilot line, and that isn't supposed to happen while anybody is still flying. That's not very professional, but I don't think it's going to have affected CAFPV. And the pilots just wandered back in. And actually, yeah, they are. Yeah, that's not brilliant, getting out of the pilot line before a race is finished, even if one's out of it, and that one's a spiraling, clattering cartwheel for Carmine CAFPV, who's still trying to get it back, and will, there you go, never say die. But is it any good?
Is it Aska?
No, oh my gosh, what are they tag teaming? When Aska went down, KFPV came back, and when CAFPV went down, Aska's come back in.
Some kind of relay.
It's a
race.
tag team effort. Oh, I can't do this right now. You back in, tag, and away we fly. What on earth?
It's not sounding very nice.
Hey, we've lost stream video on the screen. You haven't lost stream, have you? We've lost program.
Finish the track and land.
And Aska will just have to land it as the time has expired, and that heat of Group C has been put out of its misery. I think that was just problematic and cumbersome, and one goes down and another one takes off. That's interesting, isn't it?
pretty weird group, I would say.
Unfortunately for them, that heat run hasn't helped. But, oh, look at that. That is beautiful. Take a look at the screen. Beautiful in all the wrong ways a drone racer ever wants to see, but that was absolutely spot on.
Qualifier D coming up, R1, XOXO.
Oh my gosh, I don't think I've ever seen as good a frame of a mid-air before. That was absolutely
job.
there.
You could
That's
read,
on the highlight
you,
reel,
could,
isn't
you
it?
could read the brand of the motors.
F2, Yuki, F4, GoPro Master, R7, King Joshi. The first qualifier.
Now, at the back of this tent, actually, behind the pilot line, is the FAI judging area. And I'm just wondering, because there seems to be some sort of animated conversation whether...
Next race begins in 1 minute.
No, I mean, I don't think anybody's protesting, but I was wondering. Right, come on, pilots, let's keep the action coming. We're looking for Group D. XO from the UK, Giganga FPV from Japan, Faustus from Lithuania, XGG from Latvia, and Luca FPV from Italy. Let's get into Group D or they're going to be timed out.
Next race begins in 30 seconds.
Quads are on blocks. 1, 2, 3. I'm struggling to see 4th and 5th. Okay, Group D in their places. Let's have this. Come and send it. All right, all 5 underway.
Good strategy, a little bit more spread out compared to the last heat,
Yeah.
just to avoid a little chance of mid-airs.
Faustus has had some problematic runs. This one hasn't started well for them. XOXO's a little bit in soft focus, but hopefully they're used to that. Giganga is attacking, as I thought they would do. We've seen them do this. And then we've got XGG in this run, and we've got Faustus was in this run, and those pilots have had a few problems throughout, and a few more along the way too. So I'd like to see a tidy run from XGG here, because I think they've lacked a few. They're still in the top 32 though, but 27th is not secure.
Yeah, not safe enough, probably.
XOXO's put in a slow first lap for them. Giganga's just got a new fastest lap, and it was their second. XGG, a better second lap, but still not their best. And oh, there's a drone on fire, I think. Green one down on the floor. It's going to be Giganga's maybe in front of the triple gates. There was a lot of smoke coming out of it as it went down.
Seems pretty safe. It's not.
Does seem pretty safe, doesn't it?
It's not burning. It doesn't seem to.
Luca's on their way in their third. XGG is as well, and XOXO is, I thought, about to land too soon, but it's still keeping it going. Luca's in the triple. XGG is out of the picture, but with the 3 laps completed. Okay, we've got the run for XGG, and it is only a tiny couple of tenths of a second improvement, but it's in the books at the end of the day. That's important. Luca FPV got a good lap on their second, but won't be getting a third. And XOXO is some way off their best pace by about 5 seconds. 2 laps so far in 1 minute 30. They're going to need about a 35-second third lap to even come near to their best time at the moment. And the run is going to end up with the finish gate. Have you hit the finish gate, EXO? I'm not
Or
sure.
did he pass over it?
The timing didn't come in, but I'm not... Did he go through it? I'm not entirely sure. Hey, I think I think Dan Stevens missed the end of the lap 3. I think he pulled out a gate too soon and landed. Yeah, Dan Stevens from the UK. We'll get that third lap investigated to make sure he finished it, because I think he's turned a gate too soon. I think he might have blown it. That's such a shame. Group E, getting into position. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Nope. My fault, I was pointing to a net over this way, Bono, sorry. Right, we got Nico from Germany coming up. Yuki Hashimoto, the number 1 from Japan. GoPro Master from Italy. King Joshi from the UK. And
Akra is not here.
Akra's not here. Nope. This is. I mean, you could measure what's the best group by doing averages or whatever. All 4 of these pilots are in the top 25.
Yeah.
All into the eliminations as it stands. One of them is the reigning world champion and the fastest here. Fastest top speed and fastest total runtime, and not quite the fastest lap holder anymore, but almost. And his name is Yuki Hashimoto. But his last run he did 2 laps, and I think the run before that he only got 2, or another run recently he only got 2. This is possibly our best group, just in terms of how it's gone so far. Yuki goes, King Joshi goes, and Nicho and GoPro Master are underway, of course. Yuki wants to end the day in style and as quickly as he can. GoPro Master and King Joshi are not far apart from each other, and Nicho's behind the pair of them, but very near. Yuki, though, is away. And Yuki's got a 22.0 first lap. Not bad, not his best. In comes the second lap for King Joshi, and that's a couple of seconds behind his best. Nicho's is 2 seconds behind his best. Joshi is rolling all over the place near the triplo, but keeping it flying, unlike GoPro Master, who may not be still flying, and that's really early for them. Let's see what happens with the Italian. Meanwhile, Yuki, has he finished yet? He almost has. Yuki through the triplo, just absolutely blitzed it. Made it look like the double gate for a moment. He was so quick through the 3 of them.
Yeah,
There's the double gate. That's gone. Here's the little lonely gate. Bye-bye. 1, 2, 3. Yuki finishes it in a 21.869. That is 0.05 of a second outside his best. That is 3.5 seconds quicker than he has done before now. What kind of a move is that from the world number 1? Joshi's got his 4 laps in a 1:24. That's 4.5 seconds behind, 4 seconds behind the best run King Joshi has done. He'll be staying around 20th, you would think. GoPro Master, only the 1 lap, sadly. Nicho, I don't think improved. But what did we just see from Yuki Hashimoto? A 105.9 heat. You remember this 5-second gap we had between 4th and 5th?
Now we have
He is 5 seconds ahead, well, 4 actually, 4 seconds ahead of Killian in 2nd place. He just left everybody in every kind of dust and dirt, and he hasn't even got the fastest lap of the day. He's just got 3 incredible ones.
He wants to go to bed tonight safe and superior and say, okay, this is my spot.
He doesn't even need to do quali tomorrow, does he? Everyone's got probably 2 rounds tomorrow. And he's first. I mean, there's nobody touching that at all at the moment, let alone 32 pilots. pushing him to 33rd. What on earth? What a move at the end of the day to find that time. And Killian still has the fastest lap, but it is by in fact by 11 thousandths of a second is all that's stopping Yuki from claiming everything we've got here. And he's flown 16 of the 18 possible laps that he could have done. And I think there's hardly anybody else who's managed to do that many finishes. Arvin's got 17, and he's down in 14th place at the moment. Well done, Arvin. And other than that, Exo from Germany's got 17. V has flown every single lap. Yes, actually, I remember V doing that before. So V's got 18. Forex has got 17 out of 18. Luca as well. So V is the only pilot who's completed every round of qualifying from start to finish.
Until
well done, V.
We still have the
At
other
the
ones.
moment, yes.
Yeah, we have to see if...
there's a couple on 17. But Yuki's got 16 out of... All right, so Yuki hasn't got that record. But he just found 4 seconds in 3 laps.
Next race begins in 10 seconds.
We'll talk about everybody else now. Long XL, Bear Racer, LAFPV, Goreets, and Moga FPV. Their last run of the day. Long XL gets it underway and has got all of the track to himself at the moment. Smart move by him going first then. Goreets is at the far end. Moga just behind them. LAFPV just behind her. And then Bear Racer has gone out last. Long XL across the centre of the track. Moga is saving it and still alive. Long XL's first one across first lap and has done it in a 26.0. A 24.5 is their best. It feels like at the end of today, maybe it's a battery thing and a drone thing and people need to take a look at their equipment. Nobody's got the best performance except for Yuki, who just did that. LAFPV just gets onto their second lap now, but that's take a long way to get there. Ahead of them, Moga, ahead of her, Bear Racer and Long XL still out in front and is the first pilot to get on to lap number 3. Goreets is still flying, which he wasn't in some of the previous runs. Long XL looking pretty tidy here. 12th before this happens, but that's as far as he's been able to get up the leaderboards. Meanwhile, Moga comes across the line in a really good second lap. That's her new quickest time. Moga is finding a bit more speed. LAFPV has found some more speed in their second lap. Moga takes a good route up to the top of the dive tower. And meanwhile, Long XL's third lap has let him down by 10 seconds. 10 seconds off of the third lap for Long XL. I thought he was having to slow it down a little bit. Long XL's got a 1:26 and his best is a 1:17. Moga has taken 3.8 seconds off of her combined time. She's going to gain hopefully a place or 2 or 3 with that. Well done, Moga. And Goreets has moved and taken 17 seconds off of their best. And none of these laps are even their best lap, and some of them not even that close to it. But Goreets has had a lot of mixed runs. When you get the 3 together, like I've been saying, big things can happen.
Good consistency from Goreets and best lap time also for LFPV.
Yeah, good finishes for a few people in that group as well.
F2, Brody, F4, Son FPV, R7, Green, R8, Alex G.
Ok, abbiamo appena finito il gruppo F, quindi la sesta delle 15 hit per questa ultima tornata di qualifiche. Domani mattina ne avremo probabilmente altre 2 di giri, quindi altre 30 hit di qualifiche prima della gara effettiva a doppia eliminazione. Quindi abbiamo appena visto volare il pilota italiano Alessio, alle FPV. Si stanno preparando il pilota giapponese Madex, il pilota tedesco Luca Radian, francese Iwan, Super Iwan, Timmy dalla Svezia e Big Garage il nostro pilota italiano Carlo Brugnolo. La prossima hit comincerà tra 5 secondi.
Right, we need to clear the track and keep the racing coming. It's only fair that everybody gets their run in this group. And this is how everybody gets as many qualification runs as they can.
10 seconds.
Okay, guys. Here we go.
Next race begins in 5 seconds.
Madex from Japan. Rerun from Germany, Super Ewan from France, Timmy from Sweden, Bigarage from Italy. Where is Madex, my Japanese friend? He had no battery for his goggles just now in the last run.
Yeah.
We get him flying in this one, I'm so pleased to see. Timmy, can he improve on the 6th place he's got? He has made improvements pretty much every single run. Clearly loving his way around here. Come on, Madex, get this together and get a good run in to finish the day. The Garage as well is having a better start, I think, than in previous runs. Timmy's on to lap number 2. So is Radian, so is Super Ewan. And the Garage as well. Nobody improving their times yet. Mad X still down, sadly. Now it starts to happen. B Garage might be getting some work and making a little bit of a dent on their best lap. Maybe not overall. Super Ewan's got their best lap with that second run they've just done. That second one. Timmy is where? Where is that, Timmy? It's not in the air, unfortunately, which is the more important thing, but I'm not sure where he is. Because that blue bit's not on track, I don't think.
Super Ewan can be doing a really good qualifying now. It's actually just a little bit short of the... No, actually, no. He improved by 2 seconds.
Yeah, 2.3. Yes, Super Ewan from France was 15th. Might be slightly higher now. Madex is still trying to get video out of his drone. Radian is going to get this one to the end. Timmy might come back. B Garage is going to be out of their time, but it's got time to finish. And would, you know, this is all important stick time and air time for flying. Radian's got the finish in their hands with a 34.6. None of those laps within even 4 seconds of their best.
Big Garage against the inflatable gate, double gate, doppio. He was able to recover. Okay.
And completes the 3.
completes.
So fought that one to the end and gets it home. But Super Ewan's the only one who's made any improvement there, and it was a decent few seconds of an improvement as well. Wow.
Ok, abbiamo concluso adesso il gruppo G, ci portiamo al gruppo H, dove avremo Demon FPV dall'Ungheria, Drone D FPV dalla Olanda, Son FPV da Israele, ReFPV dalla Lettonia e Alex FPV, scusate, Alex J dalla Lettonia, anche lui.
So we keep it going. Keep the racing coming. We'll get all the way through round 6. After that, our ceremony will be happening. We have an orchestra joining us. We have a few speeches. We have a parade. And we've also got great opportunities for all the wonderful audience here to come and try everything out that we've got off track, that is, with our exhibition area, the drone soccer with our friends from France who are running that, and some other hands-on activities. There's quite a lot of food and a bar, if that's your thing, which it is.
Next race begins in 1 minute.
I've got a flag just being... Yeah, reset. Yeah, put back up. A little bit of a breeze, nothing major. Just a little bit of movement on track, but hardly anything. More at the opposite end to the start, though, which is what it was happening yesterday while the track was up. No practicing happening yesterday, but I did notice, as I said at the start of the show, that the flags at the complete opposite end from the start were moving a lot more than the flags at the start. We're waiting for Group H. Damon FPV, Drone D FPV, Sun FPV, ReFPV, Alex J. Hungary, Netherlands, Israel, and 2 from Latvia.
Alex, ready? Here we go.
Next race begins in 5 seconds.
Why? Away we go. Group H.
Sun FPV is down.
Oh, Sun
Unfortunately,
FPV.
Yeah.
FPV just had a little bit of an untidy save there, but saved it was. That's the most important thing. And we had Roland earlier mentioning he doesn't think this is his day with a big smile on his face. Come on, Roland, finish the day in charge. Drone DFPV has definitely been the best of its group. 19th out of quali and just set their best lap. FPV though just set their best straight speed. So more maybe to come from them. It's only Drone DFPV and FPV who are in the top 32, and Sun FPV from Israel is still flying again, and they are 38th, so they are one of those pilots who could, you know, maybe if everything works out for them, might get in that 32.
Yeah, he has the potential with lap time, but obviously it's not going to be easy.
No, because it's also, their best run was basically 3 very good laps, as opposed to 2 and a scrappy one or something like that. Not easy to find the improvements. Third lap underway for everybody, except for Sun, who will get there now, and Drone DFPV is the first one to finish and has improved by nearly 4 seconds. Great from them. And we've got Sun FPV finding their new fastest, Alex J finding their new fastest. Has not gone any quicker, sadly. Their second lap was close to their best, but not quicker. And their overall time has not improved. Still got Alex J flying.
Yep.
And a 43-second third lap has ruined their fun there. It could happen. A few more places could definitely be gained by them tomorrow. But for this run, we've got Damon FPV improving on their position by 12 seconds. There you go. That was the opposite of a commentator's curse. Which I usually don't have the opposite of a commentator's curse. But yes, Roland, that's the way to finish the day.
Good job.
Thank you.
Both of you. Roland and you.
He was also involved.
Yes.
He did a bit. Now I'm hearing, I think that Sun is going to get a rerun at the end. Video problems from maybe the run before this. I think he already had that rerun in the bank, so to speak. So I'm not sure about anybody else, but yeah, I think that's the only one at the moment. And what a clean event this has been.
Absolutely. The video feed
More
has
credit
been always...
to track design, to race control, to the Mattios who've done so much to make this happen. You know, in the world of drone racing over the last couple of years, there's been some like big events to talk about. We've had the WDRC in 2023 and 2024 happen in Korea and happen in China. And the WDRC is the World Drone Racing Championship. That's where Yuki became the world #1. That's where Luisa became the world's women's #1. And, you know, those are big events. And then we had an event for the first time ever in Riyadh in Saudi Arabia back in January, which had a record-breaking, the world record number of nationalities at an event. We had 140-something pilots, twice as many pilots as this, and 51 nationalities. That was the record. And there are big events afoot, and the DCL is still going very well, and MultiGP is putting some things together that I can't talk about just yet. But it'd be very interesting to see. You know, there's some big stuff planned. This event in Italy could easily be overlooked as, oh, you know, one of the weekend European events. The world's best competitors are here, and it's been run so well. Like, never ever overlook what these guys do. Yayu, Pavel, Mathieu, Antonig are attacking their last run. Oh, and it's biting back, isn't it? Pavel's been chasing Yayu in most of the runs, and is 1 place behind him in the qualifying leaderboard, but Yayu is done very soon here. Pavel out on lap 2 all by themselves. Mathieu is going to keep that through those gates. It was looking a little untidy, but it's cleaned out a little bit. Pavel, on the other hand, just spiraled down and has been overtaken, I think, by Antonig now even. So Antonig might get a really strong finish here from Bulgaria. Maybe not one to improve on their 35th position unless the times also improve. And Antonig's all out of shape now. How on earth they went from that high to ducking under a gate. Getting it through the gate is tricky. Getting it under the gate where it's meant to go, I hasten to add. That was a particularly impressive dive and recovery. And Antonig's turned that into a 29.6 lap, better than their first one, even with the skies time. But that will be that, it appears. Although, no, we'd like some more. Of course we'd like some more. I just wasn't sure that drone was going to be willing. Matteo has come down at the finish. Good for you, Matteo. But I think it may... Yeah, we're getting timing issues there. I'm not sure we can count whether that's an improvement or not. And it's over, done, and put to bed by everybody else.
Oof. Abbiamo appena archiviato il gruppo I, mancano ancora 6 hit di qualifica e volevamo ricordare al pubblico qui presente che alle ore 19 ci sarà la cerimonia di apertura appunto di questa World Drone Cup Italy 2025, quindi musica dal vivo, presenteremo appunto gli sponsor, le persone che hanno reso tutto questo possibile e ci fermeremo qui anche questa sera, ci sarà appunto i posti dove poter mangiare e rinfrescarsi bevendo delle buone bevande. Quindi e tra poco appunto nel prossimo gruppo di qualifica abbiamo la nostra Leon Fire, Luisa.
In the top 30. 18th now after some pilots have, well, one pilot has just moved her down a little, but this is her last run for today. Aviv FPV from Israel, Sab from Spain, Spagle FPV from Septia, and Dorian FPV from France. Leon Fire is from Italy. We've got 3 pilots in the top 30, and if you count Sav, 4 pilots in the top 33. That's where he is. You don't want to end the day in 33rd. The gap between them, 33rd and 32nd, which is still Fox Air, by the way, from Taiwan. He's been there for a while now.
Less than 2/10 of a second.
Less than 2/10 of a second. Gosh. That's what Sav needs to find to break into the 32. Leo on fire. Your Luisa Rizzo of Italy is on the way first. And I feel attacking with a bit more confidence, and I'm glad to see it. She's had a couple of events recently where she's had, with various video issues and things, just not many solid runs. And at some events, not her fault, it's just, you know, some track issues, some video issues at events. Luis has come to get this one. What a turn that was. Across the starting line in a 27.4, it was great effort, and then the speed after that is really quick, but this isn't even her quickest. She can go 2 seconds faster. To the tower, down through the tower, big right-hand ladder all the way down now with the 2 gates and towards the tower, and then coming underneath this one into the dock fuel. That's all good. The sad lonely gate on its own is complete. 1, 2. Luisa goes on to lap number 3. But while she's doing that, Sav's got their best lap of the day and almost the second one as well. So Sav is coming for it at the end of the day like I've been willing them to. Spagel from Chechnya is still flying but not improving. Aviv from Israel didn't finish lap number 2. Dorian didn't finish lap number 1. And Leo on fire has improved on her time by another half a second. That'll get her maybe another place from 18th to 17th or so on. Another completed run in the books and her best lap times on the way in doing so. It's all on fire for Luisa Rizzo, Leo on fire, and Sav. Sav has improved by almost 4 seconds. You don't want to end the day in 33rd place, I said. He doesn't plan on it either. He's made a move. Sav from Spain. I think he's going to have a happier sleep tonight and feeling on the cusp of things until we race again tomorrow. Well done, Sav, and Leo on fire ahead of them.
Abbiamo avuto un miglioramento di mezzo secondo sui 3 giri da parte di Luisa Rizzo e ha settato anche il suo miglior giro della giornata.
Spagel FPV is about a second behind their best, so that run hasn't moved them, and they're 31st now. So, coming. 5 more groups to go before our qualification battles end for day 1 of the FAI World Drone Cup Italia. Decker from Italy, Pygod from Italy, Namakai from Japan, Kinzo from Sweden, and Dan Buster from the UK coming up in Group K. Dan Buster, the quickest of the 4 British pilots here, made it as far as I think 8th on the leaderboard, but since then has dropped to 10th, then was 11th for a while. They're now in 13th, just ahead of their final run of the day. And but they are the only pilot in this who are in the top 32. The closest to them is Kinzo from Sweden, who's 37th at the moment, and then everybody else is 62nd or slower. So Dan Buster, probably, you would think, going to get out of the blocks and then go and just chew this one up. In a strong position throughout the whole of today, probably wanting to finish it in a stronger one. Looking fairly relaxed, just pulling his goggles down. Namakai next to them. You got Deco. And on the other side, Kinzo. So, yep, it is Dan Buster first into the main gates action. Kinzo, the first one to crash into them, went absolutely square into the middle gate rather than ducking under it where you have to go. Bounced off it, but it's one of those really clean bounces. You hit it and you just immediately go backwards a couple of feet, and easy from there to, you've still got your line, you haven't lost your direction, you're not confused where you are, just go again. Dan Buster already onto his second. 25.3 is about most of a second off of his pace, which we're seeing a lot now. We're seeing a lot of pilots just not quite able to touch their best lap times. Only a few have improved in this last quali round. Deco is rolling and rolling and rolling and rolling and coming to a stop in the greenery and wants some more. Come on, Deco.
Good job, Deco.
Yeah.
Back up and finish this heat.
Kinzo is not on their 4th lap. That's going to be, I think, 2nd and 3rd lap should be combined. But I believe they're on their 3rd lap now. Dan Buster is way ahead on their 3rd lap. Namakai is getting a better time out of lap number 1 by 0.6 of a second. More of this, please, Namakai. Come on, Mai. And Dan Buster finishes it in a good time, but not an improvement. He's 3.5 seconds slower than his best. I reckon he'll come back and make a few more waves into the top 10 tomorrow. Kinzo completes his run as well and is 0.2 of a second outside of an improvement. He's going to remain out of the top 32 for just a bit longer. Namakai's 2nd lap, not quite as good as her 3rd, which she's starting now. And Deco is still flying this, but his lap times are 5 seconds and then 13 seconds off of his best. So this run for Deco is just for practice more than anything else. Namakai.
P-God seems to be
yes.
having video problems.
P-God's
but he's
first
still
lap
fine.
was almost their best. The second one a little bit behind it. You haven't got long left, but you can definitely all finish.
Yeah.
And P-God does. P-God's got it home. With 40 seconds still to go, I'm confident Namakai will. And Deco has, but where are you going, Deco? You've just gone a long way around to find the finishing. Okay, now Namakai on the final turn. It's complete for all of those pilots. Actually, it's complete, I think, for everybody.
Everybody this
Everybody got the whole run, 3 laps to the end. The sort of thing that shouldn't be unusual, but feels like it is.
In drone racing, it's pretty common, unfortunately. especially if you push it hard. Or
That
if you,
people don't finish, you mean?
yeah, that people don't finish,
Yeah, that's what I mean. Everything, all the pilots finish all of the laps without anybody being wiped out by something is not something we've seen a lot of today.
No.
But it wasn't clean by any means. There were a few... I didn't think P-God was coming back into it for a while.
Yeah. He was able to recover many times.
4 heats to go, and not many minutes to get them done. Keep it coming, pilots. We know it's the end of the day, but come and get your last opportunities before very few opportunities are yours tomorrow. Killian Rousseau from France, Small Yuki from Japan, Keepy from the Netherlands, Luki from Germany, and Bon FPV from Canada.
Will Killian be able to reply to Yuki?
Yeah, isn't it exciting to just keep these two battling? It's always good between them. If you asked me, out of all the times they've met, Yuki and Killian, who's won the most, I feel it's Yuki, head to head. I feel certainly in terms of finals, at the end of an event when they're both in that grand final, I feel more confident that maybe Yuki's won more of them that Killian's in than Killian has won that Yuki's in, if you see what I mean. But I could be wrong. I could spend this evening looking at an awful lot of spreadsheets to try and work such a thing out. But I got a ceremony to present alongside yourself and other things, and prep for tomorrow. I'm not promising those numbers are going to turn up. Pilots getting their seats. Keepy's in position. Killian's in position. Yeah, we're ready to go for Group L.
Next race begins in 5 seconds.
If you ask Yuki and Killian who's better, they might say themselves, they might say him, depending on how jokey they were feeling at the time. I don't think either of them would be very sure it was always them. Off we go! Wow.
Killian is pushing it hard.
This small Yuki versus Killian battle is not to be overlooked either. Like, small Yuki has given as good as Killian has given, and has just done the first lap quicker than him, but he just started fractionally behind him again. It is small Yuki, who might well be the quicker of the two pilots in this group again and again and again. It's just the best run of Killian's is just fractionally by 1/10 of a second better than the best run of small Yuki's. The fluffy hair continues. On lap number 3! That was a quick crash and recovery. Nice work, small Yuki, but I think your run may have been a bit spoiled. Looks like Killian into the doppio. And gone from there is the way small Yuki is rolling around again. It's going to be Killian's win in this round. And it's still
Killian's
not his
improved.
quickest on his third lap and his second and his first lap, but his time overall is improved by 2.5 seconds. It's not enough to take the title for now, for today, back from Yuki. But
That's very
Keepy's
close.
just improved by over 2 seconds as well. And small Yuki's got a better lap, and Luki and Bon are all setting better laps. What a finish this is going to be for this group. Come on, guys, keep it going all the way to the end. This group has come alive and risen to the challenge. I love it. It's all turning green here as we see pilots setting their best runs. Luki's got his best run by 6 seconds. Bon FPV is there as well. Bon's improved by also 4 seconds. It's just small Yuki who sadly came out of that too soon. Everybody else has made a few seconds worth of improvement. That is a great way to finish day one for that group. Well done to them. We've got just a couple more to go.
And Bon probably is within the first 32 pilots.
Do you think he's done enough now?
I think so.
He's up to 29. Chris goes into the top 32. Dropping out of that then, it is Avasin, going down to 33rd, and Foxer, who was 32nd for a long time, but he has got to fly yet, and Avasin is flying next. Although Bon FPV's just had some timing updated. What's it done for Bon? Oh no, that might have just turned it all back around again. Okay, I think sadly Bon's time in the top 32 today may have been very, very brief, as it appears. His times have been corrected and sent him down to 38th, which is basically where he was. So I'm not quite sure what was problematic about that run, but it is, and it won't work for him. Oh, that's a shame.
Maybe he missed a gate or something.
Yeah, must be something like that. Group M to get ready, then Group N, then Group O, and then don't go anywhere, everybody, as we will be having our ceremony soon.
Ancora 3 hit di qualifiche e cominceremo con la nostra cerimonia di apertura, quindi rimanete qui in zona. Tra un minuto comincerà la terz'ultima hit di qualifica della giornata.
Now you really want to make these last rounds count. Of course you do. But if I was to tell you that the weather for tomorrow is not the kind of weather we want to talk about in drone racing, as I'm now getting an alert that in this region of Albizate, strong to severe thunderstorms likely tomorrow. Come and join us early in the day, everybody. We start racing at about 8:30 in the morning, and maybe we won't do as many quali rounds as we thought. Depends on what the weather is going to do about the rest of the timings. Let's keep this day going with Joe FPV from Italy, Ed from Latvia, Topi from Latvia, Avasin from France, who's out of the top 32, and Emmy FPV, who has been improving. Come on, Emmy FPV, send it. Let's get a great finish for another one of our French team.
Joe is looking very good. He's trying to push as hard as he can, probably. He wants to be able to get into those 32 pilots.
He's got to find 4 seconds. He's just got his best speed on the start of lap 2, but his first lap is still a fraction slower than his best, so he's not quite on them. They might come back to him tomorrow, though. Everybody, apart from Emmy, onto lap number 2. Avasin attacking through the triplo.
Ah, Joe.
And Avasin again. It's been so untidy from him a few too many times. He's on the ground, on an angle, and lights out, I think. Joe looks so fast, and it's only when you look at the times you realise he was faster earlier. And that's true of many pilots now. Topi, though, has just made a step. He's taken 2 seconds off of his best. That'll get him back into the top 10 a bit more securely. And he's just set his best lap with a 24 dead. Good work from Thomas Petersons of Latvia. Ed, also from Latvia. Keep it flying. Come on, Ed.
Unfortunately, Joe hit the dive gates.
Ooh. Ouch. Ed through the dive gate. Doesn't hit it. Very pleased to see. Ladder down is very nice. Turn left, go for it, Ed. Emmy still in this. Emmy's wanting to finish strongly on her final run of the day. Come on, Emmy, come on, Ed. And Joe is maybe back in the air, I think, but let's watch Ed going to the line and crossing it there. Ed's improved by just about 3 seconds. Good work, Ed. And that'll maybe get them another couple of places. Great finish from young Ed of Latvia. I swear I just saw some video from Joe's drone, but it was all kind of whited out, wasn't it? I'm not imagining this. Emmy FPV, come on, let's get this run finished. Just being a little bit cautious. 32 seconds left. Droneracing through this gate, coming up to the doppio. Good turn. Nice. Bit of an earlier turn might work out for Emmy to try and shave a bit more time off. We've got to get this run finished in the next 15 seconds, which she definitely will. Ladies and gentlemen, Emmy FPV, another completed run for her. Not the quickest of the 3 laps there, but a good way to finish is to get it home.
Both our Latvian pilots have improved. Good job. Topi.
Yeah, and Emmy FPV as well. All right, Group N, who do we have? Phenomen from France, Bronco FPV from Sweden, who was putting it together in that last run really well. ZTK from Lithuania, Finns from Italy, and Steve from the UK. 2 pilots from the UK in the top 32 at the moment. Steve has given both of them some decent races in British championships. Steve can find his way into that top 32, but with the weather report I've just announced, we may not have as many quali rounds tomorrow as we were hoping. You can't afford to let any quali round slip, like I said right at the beginning of this. There aren't that many. Okay, we go for Group N. Quickest of these pilots by some way. Phenomen from France, who's 8th on the leaderboard. Or was, until Topi just passed him in the last run. So Topi from Latvia, Thomas Petersons just took 8th. Now we got Phenomen, who's in 9th, so that's still a really good position, obviously. Everybody else is 40th or lower than that. 40th being Steve. So some upsets are still very possible tomorrow. Well, and in Group N and O, who are still to race today, but also tomorrow in 1 or 2 more quali rounds. Some upsets, some surprises, some scrapping around that 32nd place, some late changes to it, I think are all very, very possible. Here we go.
Next race begins in 10 seconds. Next race begins in 5 seconds.
And a second beep. Took a little bit longer than some of them have do, but that's why you've got to wait for it. You don't know when it's coming. The first one just lets you know it is coming. Bronco, though. Sweden. Bruno, where are you, Bruno? His last run was really, really improving. I want to see more of that from Bruno. I'll take anything. There we go. Right, we have him. Good. We have him flying. It is Fenneman who went away first. Steve's... Hello, Steve's first lap is a lot faster than Fenneman's. Keep an eye on those two, as they're going to need to maybe be spotting each other. Bronco, Bruno Hjort from Sweden, his first lap is comfortably his best by almost 2 seconds. Steve has improved on his first lap by 6 seconds.
Incredible. Good job, Steve. And he's flying very...
Oh, keep it going, keep it alive.
It's fine,
Does save it. Oh no! Still alive, still alive. Where is that timing gate? It's coming up now. That second lap, absolutely ruined. What a shame, but showing, yeah, don't count Steve out. Fenneman is down again. Finns has just been struggling in many runs today. We're not going to maybe get much more from Finns or Fenneman. Steve is to the line. Yes, Steve in another 27. Overall, that run is, even with that massive second lap for Steve,
it was very close
Steve
to
is
his
only
best.
half a second over their best run so far. Only half a second behind their best run so far. If he hadn't lost, 10, 11, 12, 13 seconds in that middle lap, Steve would be saying hi to the other British pilots in the top 32. He may still do so tomorrow. That is, I hope that's a good way for him to finish today rather than, so nearly way to finish today.
There's a lot of potential in Steve.
Yeah. Group O, the last run of qualification, the last flights for today. And it's a strong group led by Burkan out of Bulgaria, Dimo Sherev, who has been around 10th or 11th for a while, currently 11th. Don't be surprised if you see him move up to 10th or better. Also Fox Alex Lee from Taiwan, such a really, really popular pilot in the whole international drone racing community. Alex has been 32nd for a long time. He's 33rd right now. But the gap, as we mentioned, let's see if it's changed very much. It is less than 4/10 of a second to get a Vassin down, and Foxer to be back in that top 32 where he wants to be. Nicola Lego has been improving too. MSFPV is 22nd, so a bit more safe in that top 32. Firefly from France has not kind of threaded a few runs together. Can they finish in style? Let's hope so.
Siamo giunti alla ultima hit di qualifica per oggi. Dopo questa ancora qualche istante e poi cominceremo con la cerimonia di apertura. 10 secondi alla partenza. Very quick start from Burkan. Even Emis, they're trying to push it as hard as possible in order to be able to clinch those 32 places, be able to be within those first 32 places.
So really, Foxer is not racing Burkan right now. Foxer is racing his time, and 4/10 better than it is what he needs to find. Emis, though, what a great start from them. They've improved by a few tenths on their best lap. Foxer is slightly out of his best at the moment. Burkan has improved on his best. He wants top 10, not 11. Nicola Lego still going around their first lap, and everybody else out on their second, including Firefly. Better run from them so far. Not their best time by any means, but maybe a solid, consistent run at the end. Thought I saw a drone going downwards a little bit too steeply, but it's not on the ground. Burkan is away on his third now. So is Foxer, so is Emis, so is Firefly. Nicola Lego might get a little bit lapped. We might get a little bit of a coming together. Somebody goes to the sky. It's Burkan who's crossed the line and is really happy with that finish. Foxer, though, is on his best run, and so is Firefly. Those last laps of both of theirs was really good. Foxer improves by 1.2 seconds. Welcome back to the top 32, I think, Foxer. That should be, I'm pretty sure, back into the top, unless any of the other pilots are fighting around that position with their finish as well. Firefly has made a 5-second improvement. Sorry, 4.5-second improvement. Still got Nicola Lego flying with just about a minute to go. They're not going to need all of that, I don't think. Not with the lap times they've been doing and where they are on track. So it's going to be Group O finishing our qualification rounds in style, I think, as Nicola Lego goes last gate now, takes a big chunk of time off of that final lap, and it's still not even their best, but what a good finish that was. 4 of our pilots are green in that run. What does it mean? It means they've improved. What a strong showing and a strong performance. So we're going to get Son FPV for a rerun, and amazingly, they are the only pilot getting a rerun, which means there haven't been any other protests which have required one.
Out of 90 heats, only one rerun.
Yeah. No, what have we done? 15 sixes. Yeah. Out of all these pilots, 73 pilots, as 2 couldn't actually start. 73 pilots, 6 times. Good job, everybody, and race control and judging, and our pilots, of course, bringing really good equipment and working really well with it. And, you know, a tight schedule of let's keep going, let's keep going, let's keep going, which is what everybody wanted.
Quindi avremo probabilmente una ripetizione di solo un pilota, nonostante le 90 hit eseguite fino ad oggi. Come succede spesso nel drone racing, può capitare che per problemi tecnici non attribuibili al pilota, tipo problemi video o qualcosa del genere, si debba ripetere un volo. In questo caso c'è solo un pilota, quindi abbiamo ancora questi 3 minuti al massimo da attendere. Questo pilota israeliano, Son FPV.
So Israel's Son FPV has the track to themselves. Their best at the moment is Son's best at the moment is a 128.19. That's what they're looking to improve on. 28.56 being their best laps to get there. First lap is
not being registered.
We have no times for these. Production, guys, we got no lap 1 count or graphics or whatever. Looking confident from Son FPV. Lot to be pleased with here. That's nice. that the Doppler was being flown well there. Now to the end of lap number 2. That's good. Just a little bit dangerous on the left-hand side into the tunnel. I was a little scared that one of the gates might catch him out. When you've got a lot of gates in a row, you might think, well, if you're in one, you're in them all, but you can still get caught out by a little bit in the middle. Down through the dive tower. This is nice work from Sun FPV. We haven't got their total time as of yet during the run, but 1:28.190 is what they want to improve on. And it's going to be to the line now at a 1:27.4, which will be definitely improvement for Sun and get him, what do we say, 1:27.4? You're going to get up to about 38th or so.
Yeah.
First day of racing is
But that is the end of our
gonna prepare ourselves for the opening ceremony.
qualifying day here at the FAI World Drone Cup Italia. And Stefano, what a good day it's been.
Absolutely.
Such
really,
an amazingly tidy event.
really clean racing, awesome organization. I mean, all the people helping here and DDR are just top-notch organizers.
Yeah.
And
Speedy Pizza Drones.
Speedy Pizza Drones.
The name
the two
could make
guys.
you think, oh, they're just kind of mucking about, right? They have a funny logo, they have a funny name.
No, absolutely.
Look
They're-
what they've created here. Everybody wanted to be here, and what an amazing, genuinely amazing first day of racing. Barely any issues, bit of drama with some fires and some crashes, but you know, no need to have any big delays fixing stuff. It's all just worked, and that's how it should be.
And if
Well done,
something
those guys.
happened, they just fixed it in
Yeah.
2 minutes.
Yeah, exactly what
without
we want.
losing time.
Exactly
Absolutely.
what we want. People should be paying attention to what's happening here in Italy. The Italian Whoop League is going very well too. But what a great day of racing. Let's bring you, I think, our last look at our top 32 for today. Few names moved around on the last kind of stages there. Look, Geek has just got in there. They weren't being talked about as being very clearly in that 32. Geek's in there. JM and the other 3 Latvian pilots who are on the right-hand side are still in there, but they've scattered around a little bit. They were actually in pairs. Foxer is a little bit safer, but can't just stay there tomorrow. Bon FPV from Canada, the only Canadian pilot here as well. And then we've still got quite a few French in this top 32. The 2 Brits are still in there as well. Sab from Spain. Welcome to the top 32, I said. Look at that, 23rd. 3 Japanese pilots still in here, quite a few Italians, quite a few French pilots. Our only Chinese pilot is here with Long XL, but he's just dwindled a few places down into 14th over the course of the afternoon. We've got Bulgaria in 9th with Burkan. Our only American, J-Box, is in 7th. Timmy hangs on to 6th. Pavel from Poland is 5th, and that top 4, it hasn't changed for a while. Yayu hasn't improved on his times and has just been 4th for ages.
Yeah.
Small Yuki just was kind of napping at the heels, trying to just get that spot from Killian. Killian's not guaranteed 1st or 2nd. Small Yuki might put another Yuki into the top 2. But look at that, Killian with a 1:07.6 and Yuki with an absolutely untouchable, amazing time, 1:05.9. That was never seen coming. What a great run that is. Killian will still have that quickest lap for a few more hours. So there's your top 32 for now, but what happens? Well, tomorrow we go racing at what we think is going to be about 8:30 a.m. here in Italy, which is Central European summertime. That's 1 hour ahead of the UK, 2 hours ahead of UTC. And please work yourselves out wherever you are in relation to UTC. We will be here at 8:30 in the morning. It'll be a cardboard cutout, that's what I'm planning.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And AI, no, not that.
No, not that.
No, I love my job. Go away, AI. We're going to be having a ceremony very, very shortly, though, with all of our pilots and athletes and talking about the other things that are happening here and having an orchestral performance as well. So don't leave the stream. Please carry on with us here on YouTube. But the racing has finished for today. We'll be back with plenty more of it tomorrow. More qualification, perhaps a very dramatic change in the weather. That
Hopefully
spices
not.
things up a bit. We will see. And then our top 32 double elimination bracket to find out who's going to be the champion for this year.
Thanks for tuning in, and just stay with us for the ceremony.
Yep.
We'll have more to show you in the live.
Yes, absolutely. So don't go anywhere. Keep flying, but most of all, keep with us right now. And to everybody who's joined us here in the athletics arena as well, stay where you are in your comfy seats on the bank with a great view, because we've got a little bit more of a show for you as well. But I'm Matt, he's Stefano, we are done. Well done to all of our pilots, the incredible crew of Speedy Pizza Drones, Matteo and Matteo, and a wonderful team of Dutch Drone Racing, DDR. Love working with these guys, love to do it all again tomorrow. So we will, with you, we hope. See you then.
Buonasera a tutti e benvenuti alla cerimonia di accogliervi ad Albizzate in questa straordinaria cornice dove i migliori piloti di drone racing del mondo si sfideranno per il titolo. Un ringraziamento speciale a tutti i nostri sponsor, alle autorità locali, alla FAI e naturalmente a voi, il pubblico e i piloti che rendono questo evento possibile.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the opening ceremony of the World Drone Cup Italy. We are thrilled to welcome you to Albizzate in this amazing setting where the world's best drone racing pilots have been competing for our title. We want to give a special thanks to all of our sponsors, the local authorities, the FAI, and of course to you, a wonderful audience watching at home and here in Italy, and to our incredible pilots who make this event possible.
Quindi un sentito ringraziamento va ai nostri sponsor, quindi, che con il loro prezioso sostegno hanno reso possibile questa edizione della World Cup Italy 2025. In particolare vogliamo citare
Yes, a heartfelt thank you goes to all of our sponsors whose generous support made this edition of the World Drone Cup Italy possible. So we say thank you to
ASC Oil, Aeris 3B, Asfaglia Prime Broker, Barella Impianti Termosanitari, Bottelli Ingegnere Elettrico, Deco Diadema Immobiliare, Elettrotecnica Vailati, FPV Sardegna, Full Green Energy, Gli Archivi Ritrovati, Impresa Edile Buran, Isea, l'ARP, Lombarda SPA, Mediolanum Private Banking, Miotello SRL, Model Drone, Model Forg, Modellismo Varesino, Novello Case, RC Magic Cleaner, Stamperia di Menzago, Tacchificio Ilta, Team Blue Eyes, Tino Borghesi Trasporti e VR Group. Scusate, Volandia Parco Museo del Volo. Grazie davvero a tutti per aver creduto in questo progetto. E signore e signore, ora accogliamo la banda musicale che darà ufficialmente il via alla cerimonia con due esecuzioni straordinarie.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the musical band that will officially start our ceremony with two extraordinary performances.
Ed ora vi invitiamo ad alzarvi in piedi per l'esecuzione dell'inno nazionale italiano, accompagnato dai colori della nostra bandiera.
Yes, now please rise for the Italian national anthem, accompanied with the colors.
volta sola. Crescendo,
Avete appena ascoltato l'inno alla gioia, simbolo dell'unità europea e dello spirito internazionale che ci unisce.
Yes, you have just heard the Ode to Joy, which is a symbol of European unity and the international spirit that binds us.
E ora è il momento della spettacolare parata delle nazioni. Invitiamo i piloti a sfilare con le loro bandiere rappresentando le 22 nazioni partecipanti.
And now it's time for our spectacular parade of nations, and we invite the pilots to parade with their flags representing the 22 participating countries.
Bulgaria, Canada, la Cina, Chinese Taipei, la Germania,
Bulgaria, Canada, China, Chinese Taipei,
la Grecia, l'Ungheria,
Czechia,
Israele,
France, Germany, Greece, Hungary, and Israel.
Giappone, la Lettonia, la Lituania,
Japan, Latvia, Lithuania,
l'Olanda, la Polonia, la Corea del Sud, la Spagna, la Svezia, la Svizzera,
the Netherlands, Poland, South Korea, Spain, Sweden, Switzerland,
il Regno Unito, gli Stati Uniti e infine l'Italia.
the United Kingdom, the USA, and Italy.
Solo che è vicino a me e te ha dovuto fare due
E poniamo l'attenzione che abbiamo qui presenti il campione del mondo della classifica generale Yuki Hashimoto e anche campione juniores, entrambe le cose, e nelle file dell'Italia abbiamo invece la campionessa del mondo femminile sempre del Droneracing, Luisa Rizzo.
Yes, we are proud to have with us the reigning FAI overall and juniors world champion Yuki Hashimoto from Japan. And we are sure you are delighted to welcome the reigning FAI Women's World Champion, who is your proudly representing Italy, Luisa Rizzo.
Adesso invitiamo sul palco il sindaco di Albizzate, Mirko Zorzo, per un messaggio di benvenuto ufficiale.
And now please welcome to the stage the mayor of Albizate, Mirko Zorzo, for an official welcome message.
Buonasera, signore e signori, cari atleti e appassionati di droni. È un onore per me dare il benvenuto a tutti voi qui oggi per l'apertura del campionato mondiale dei droni. Siamo orgogliosi di ospitare questo evento importante nella nostra Albizzate e di mostrare al mondo la nostra passione per la tecnologia e l'innovazione. I droni rappresentano una tecnologia in rapida evoluzione che sta cambiando il modo in cui viviamo e lavoriamo. Sono un simbolo di creatività, di innovazione e di competizione. In questi 2 giorni vedremo i migliori piloti di droni del mondo competere per il titolo di campione mondiale. Siamo entusiasti di vedere le abilità e la creatività dei piloti, di droni in azione. Siamo sicuri che questo campionato mondiale sarà un'esperienza emozionante e spettacolare per tutti gli spettatori. È un'occasione straordinaria per il nostro territorio. Vorrei ringraziare gli organizzatori di questo evento, il gruppo aeromodellistico Secchia di Modena, l'Aeroclub d'Italia, per aver scelto il nostro comune come sede del campionato mondiale. Ringrazio le aziende, le varie attività commerciali, le associazioni, anche quelle dei paesi limitrofi, per le varie attrezzature messe a disposizione, la protezione civile, i carabinieri, la banda, gruppo musicale Silvia Colombo, il chiosco La Fornace e soprattutto i volontari che hanno sostenuto questo ambizioso progetto. Ringrazio i miei stretti collaboratori dell'amministrazione comunale e il personale dipendenti per il gran lavoro svolto. Siamo onorati di ospitare questo evento e di contribuire a promuovere la cultura dei droni e dell'innovazione, ispirando nuove passioni e nuove idee per il futuro dei droni e della comunità. Auguro a tutti gli atleti buona fortuna e buon divertimento. Siete pronti a mostrare al mondo le vostre abilità e a vincere il titolo di campione mondiale? Noi siamo pronti a tifare per voi e a godere dello spettacolo. Dichiaro ufficialmente aperto il campionato mondiale dei droni. Viva il mondiale, viva i droni, viva Albizzate!
Grazie al Sindaco per le sue parole e supporto alla manifestazione. Grazie. Invitiamo ora il giudice capo Sotir Lazarkov della FAI, Federazione Aeronautica Internazionale, a rivolgere un messaggio ai piloti.
Yes, and now we invite the head judge Sotir Lazarkov from the FAI, the World's Air Sport Federation, for a message to our pilots.
Dear officials, participants, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the International Air Sport Federation, FAI, I want to say thank you very much for the organizers of this beautiful event, and start with Matteo Barella, Matteo Gandini, Dutch Droneracing, and organizers team.
Gentili signore e signori, organizzatori, piloti, in rappresentanza della FAI volevo ringraziare Matteo Barella, Matteo Gandini, Dutch Droneracing e gli organizzatori con
che si sono spremuti in un lavoro infinito fino ad oggi.
I also must say thank you very much for the local municipality, Albizate, for huge support, and of course Varese Provence, and all sponsors for their big support for such kind of event, because I know how much work needs to do such kind of event. It's months and months for the people which are involved. And I hope this event will grow bigger and bigger in the next years, and finally will become a world championship.
Ringrazio soprattutto il comune di Albizate, le istituzioni, tutte le persone che hanno aiutato, i volontari e e gli sponsor che hanno reso possibile questo evento, e siamo sicuri che con gli anni questo evento diventerà sempre più importante e ci darà grandi soddisfazioni per poter diventare veramente la Coppa del Mondo generale di questa specialità.
Thank you very much.
Grazie. E per concludere in bellezza lasciamo il palco alla banda di Albizate per un'ultima emozionante esecuzione. Lino di Albizate.
And to conclude beautifully, we leave the stage for the Albizate band for one last exciting performance of the Albizate anthem and Volare.
Attenzione, ehi là. Nel punto più, attenzione perché c'è la prima parte che è un po' lenta, guardate un video, Un, due.
applauso alla banda di Albizzate, complimenti.
Thank you to the Albizate Band.
Ora vi invitiamo a visitare gli stand dei nostri fantastici sponsor e non perdetevi l'area di Drone Soccer, presentata da Droneracing Polienas dalla Francia e gestita dai nostri amici di FPV Sardegna. È un'esperienza divertente e unica per tutte le età e potete anche provarla voi stessi.
Yes, we invite now everyone to explore our venue and visit the booths from our amazing sponsors. Don't miss our drone soccer area presented by our friends Droneracing Polianis from France and handled by our friends at FPV Sardinia. It's a fun and unique experience for all ages and you can give it a try yourself.
E mentre siete qui fate un salto al chiosco di Albizzate per rinfrescarvi con bevande e sapori locali e gustare dell'ottimo cibo alla griglia nell'area street food della zona espositiva. Che siate qui per gareggiare, per fare il tifo o semplicemente per scoprire il mondo dei droni, c'è qualcosa per tutti.
While you're here, make sure to stop by the Albizate kiosk for refreshing drinks and local flavors and enjoy some great grilled food from the street food area in the exhibition zone. Whether you're here to compete or support or just discover the world of drones, there's something for everyone.
A brevissimo inizierà anche la nostra Night Endurance Cup verso le 8:30. I team si stanno preparando per un'ora intera di gara senza sosta. I droni sono piccoli ma pieni di LED colorati e in questa sfida contano la strategia e la resistenza. Vince il team che riuscirà a completare il maggior numero di giri entro un'ora. Quindi restate con noi e godetevi lo spettacolo.
Yes, our action continues very soon with the start of our Night Endurance Cup. The teams are getting ready for 1 full hour of non-stop racing. Now the drones, they may be small, but they're packed with LEDs and it's all about strategy and endurance. The team that completes the most laps in 1 hour will win. So stick around and enjoy the spectacle.
E non dimenticate, questo è solo l'inizio, le gare della World Cup iniziano domani alle 9:30, quindi tornate presto, prendete un buon posto e preparatevi per un'altra giornata intera di indimenticabile drone racing.
Yes, don't forget, this is just the beginning. The main races will kick off tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. So come back early, grab a good spot and get ready for another amazing day of drone racing.
Benvenuti alla World Cup Drone Italy. Grazie e buona serata.
Yes, welcome to the World Cup Italy. Thank you and have a good evening.
Okay, the beginning is very similar to the normal track, it looks like.
Welcome then to the Night Endurance Cup here in our incredible track which we've been using all day with the FAI World Drone Cup Italia, and we are going to be for the next hour challenging these 4 teams of pilots to see how much they can do. I'm Matt Andrews and look at the men who are alongside me.
I'm Stefano Mirabelli.
I'm Stefan, aka Voter FPV.
Second best voice in drone racing, I said earlier on.
That's what I heard.
Good, I'm glad you heard. We are going to try and take you through the Night Endurance Cup. Oh, it's all gone a bit quiet. They've all seemed to have landed at the same time. So the idea here is there's an hour of racing. We've just made sure they got underway before we started the broadcast. So we've got 57 minutes and 11 or 10 or 8 seconds, 6 seconds, 5, you understand, to fly. Now these teams are allowed to change, obviously, they're pilots as they go, and as we understand, when the drone can't really do any more laps and it lands, when you switch out the drone, you also have to switch out the pilots.
Exactly.
So these pilots are going to be taking turns flying for their team. The winners are the ones who complete the most laps within an hour. So right now, we've only got the team Runaway still flying at the moment. The other teams, you can see some consecutive laps there. We're going to be able to show you the times in the top right of each window of the last 5 laps they've flown. So as you can see at the moment, Runaway, who are still in the air now, are onto their 7th lap and are clocking around 19, 20, 30 seconds laps there. And the other 3 teams at the moment are in a kind of changeover, I think, having flown 4 or 5 laps each, as you can see on the screen.
Lipos now, and I'm seeing some kind of quads being placed on the starting grids.
Now, I would have thought, and I think it's a fair assumption, guys, that if you're a team of 4 people, you know, you go, right, I'm 1, you're 2, you're 3, you're 4. When 1 lands, 2 goes. When 2 lands, 3 goes. And 3, like, I would have felt like the changeovers, because they're not, I don't think they're changing lipos on a drone. They're changing a drone for the next drone and a pilot for the next pilot.
Yeah, that's
I would have thought that would be mostly instantaneous.
Well, if you are only changing the lipo and not the quad, then it's taking much more time.
Yeah, but I thought you would just switch the whole quad.
You're switching the whole quad, yes. Yeah. If one quad is ready, the other one
put quad
is
2
standby
in, put
with
pilot 2 in, and go.
Including with the lipo beneath it and ready to go. It's saving a lot of time.
Perhaps the sort of efficiency of the teams will change as we go. So Runaway, as we can see, still flying.
Yes.
While those other teams were missing maybe 2, maybe even 3 laps, Stefano.
Yep.
We have currently then FPV Sardinia, who are our good friends who've been involved in some of the other activities going on here at this event. They're in second. Then we've got Mondval FPV in third, although they are not flying right now, and FP Veneto are not where they want to be.
No, they only did 3 laps. I already see a team with 10 laps.
Yeah.
So yeah, if they want to win, they have to keep on pushing.
Yeah, you must keep your stamina. You don't want to push too hard. You don't want to crash too many times, especially because you might leave your drone in the middle of the field. And I've been told by Matteo Barella that there are a couple of curiosities and a couple of rules that he just told me that basically each team has one card that they can like drop on the table and say, with this card, everybody stops for 1 minute and we can recover our drones from the field. So that makes sense. Obviously, when this is happening, every team can actually go inside the field and recuperate and recover their drone from a crash.
So
or
FPV
something.
Veneto, the blue team in this, their drone was momentarily in the air and then rolling around on the floor for longer than it was flying.
Yes.
They're going to try and get that back into the air. We've got the pink team Runaway, who are, here we go, Runaway leaders at the moment, living up to their name.
It's a team coming from the Milano area, if I remember right, from the northern part of Milano. They're very active and always present during the IWL, Italian Whoop League, always organized by the two Matteos, Barella and Gandini.
We've got a chase on, Runaway gaining on the red drone from Mantha FPV.
He got it. He got it.
Going to lap them, going to move on. So keep your eyes on Runaway, who are clearly flying very well here, and we'll see how well their changeover happens when they need to do one. FPV Sardinia not flying right now.
Are they changing lipos?
It's hard to tell, but the blue drone FPV Veneto is clearly having some issues because it's briefly flown and crashed, briefly flown and crashed, and spent a lot of time not doing either in between.
Ooh. FPV Veneto was airborne for a few seconds, but now it's crashed again against the flag.
Yeah, so as a team, I'd be feeling like, let's ditch this one and get the next one in the way. But I wonder what their tactics are. Meanwhile, Runaway don't seem like that drone knows when to quit.
No, but
Their
it's-
lap times have crashed down, well, like massively decreased. Look at these burner FPV. They're getting in 16s and 17s now.
Yes, 16 and 17s, and I see the other teams like 23, 37. So Team Runaway has got some, I think, most experienced pilots. And like battery management is also
Yeah.
very important in this kind of races.
If you were watching the racing earlier on, yes, this is a slightly different arrangement of the track, by the
Yes.
way. They're not going through everything.
I think they are skipping like 50% of the track.
I think so, yeah.
Because normally the track that we have in the front is like 460 meters for one lap.
Right.
And if you're going to do that for an endurance race.
Runaway is changing lipo finally.
Yes, yes. Another
And
quad
they
in the
just
air.
started, like began like in 5 seconds, less than 5 seconds for that relay
They're going to
time.
lap the red team again. There you go, they've gone past them. You can see on Mantha FPV's image in the bottom right, there's a drone in front of them that they don't want to be there. I think it might be FPV Sardinia.
Ooh, bit of a glitch.
Bit of a near coming together in the Duplo gates over there. In front of our audience who've joined us here for the Night Endurance Cup. The pink drone not getting away from the red one as well as it could. We have pink, red and orange in the same race.
Yes.
I feel there are other colours available, but we'll go with pink, red and orange.
Yeah, they're a little bit confusing, but
Now the orange one actually is just, it's now gone for the tunnel. Sardinia's drone there was struggling on the approach, but there's a cheer from the audience there appreciating the pilots making this work. We will, after a while, go, I think, and talk to some pilots and actually find out a little more from the ones who are not flying about these teams. But we are looking like we've got a separate event going on for Runaway
Yes.
compared to a close battle, really, forming actually between Sardinia and Mantva FPV. And FP Veneto not too far out of this.
Yeah, they're
by
catching
any
up.
means.
Well,
Hello.
they're catching up through by legs. I mean,
Yeah.
almost every team has got 8 or 10 laps, excluding the Runaway team, because they have double the amount of laps compared to the other teams.
So having not seen much out of FP Veneto, oh, there's a coming together, both the red and the orange, Sardinia and Mantva FPV in midair.
Oh yeah.
I was going to say, FP Veneto, after having been on the ground for so long and only briefly getting in the air to come down again, actually it was starting to work out for them, but they're down.
Well,
Everybody's down except for Runaway.
Yeah, 3
don't
quads are
seem
down.
to ever stop.
So I think there is a possibility that they can play a card.
Oh, it's still long. We still have 49 minutes, 30 seconds.
And if you can only play that card once, then
That's true, that's true.
you really
You have
want
to
to hold
be
on to it
careful.
for a while, you'd feel.
Now Runaway and
Unless you've got no
FPV
choice in
Veneta
the
are
matter,
still
isn't
up.
it? And Veneta are back too. Blue drone heading towards Triplo now. So it's still a slalom through the top parts of the triple gates.
Yes.
And then straight through the dive turn, as you can see FP Veneto doing now. Now they're into what we've been calling the Duplo, but it's different because it's basically a corkscrew through one, loop around and then go through the gate that's next to it. That's still the finish line. There's still the main straightaway. Then turning right, if we stay with Veneto for the moment. And then they're going to go down this side of the running track over the dugouts that are used for the football. Slaloming through the triple gates, through the tower, straight across it. Here's what we've been calling the Duplo all day.
Yep.
But it is basically, that's a very wide corkscrew that Veneto are doing there.
Yeah.
So we've still got Blue in the air. We've still got Runaway in the air. But Sardinia and Montfa had that coming together in that mid-air and haven't been seen since, I think.
No, they're still down.
Mantua is down now. So we had the red and the orange drone not flying at the moment. The orange drone, they plugged in another orange drone, so FPV Sardinia should be able to take off.
Yeah, they're
Okay,
trying
now
to
some
recover.
pilots are waving their arms quite frantically, so I think we're going to have...
The card.
Well, everything. So the blue drone's just come down where it is.
Yeah,
rather
okay,
than
so
made it
probably
to
they
get- so I
played
guess
the
you
card.
Continue it from there.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're gonna play the card.
Yep. Everybody's running
Everybody's
inside
on
the
the
track
track.
for
So
1
maybe
minute.
we can show the track now because there's a lot of people running quite a long way in some instances.
They have 1 minute.
One's in the tower. 1 minute.
Yep.
Yeah, 1 minute to retrieve the quads and plug into the next one.
And there's enough people on track to make me think there's more than one quad per team being recovered out there.
Exactly.
I thought every quad was being recovered. All 4 quads
Yeah.
were laying on the floor.
Well, some of them must surely be at the start.
Yeah.
Like they've completed laps and they've been brought home rather than just ditched wherever they fell. Well, interestingly, FP Veneto, with that little extra bit of flying there after the mid-air, they're now moved up into second place, having spent so long earlier on the ground. And you can see that their lap times have been a little inconsistent. Their 9th lap was 54 seconds. Everything else has been 29s and then a 20 in the last one. Like I said, it was starting to really work out for them. It's kind of a similar pattern to Mantva. FPV Sardinia are maybe the quicker of those 3 teams, but they've had a couple of absolutely shocking laps, which has put them way behind right now. Now we can see how this happens.
Oh,
Wow.
that was tricky.
So when your drone is ready, you go, even if somebody else is putting a drone on a block.
Yes.
Okay. I heard this gets all very frantic down at the start blocks. I can see it now. Like actually panting for breath after having ran so far to get quads and get things.
FPV Veneto seems to have a problem. It's
Oh
not-
no, they're going to lose that lead that they've given themselves, aren't they? By lead, I mean for second place, clearly, as Runaway.
I
I've
think
picked the right name.
FPV Veneto doesn't have any signal, no OSD, and they're still stuck on the starting grid. I think they're having a problem with maybe the connection with the radio.
Ooh, Runaway crashed.
Now Runaway have stopped
they
momentarily.
crashed
This is
big time.
everybody else's chance to gain some of the ground that Runaway have been stealing and just disappearing with.
And as we speak, FPV Veneto is taking airborne.
Okay, so we've got a team on 14, a team on 13, a team on 12 laps, and the team out in front are back into the air. So it was only a momentary chance to try and close any ground on them. But chinks in the armour, perhaps, of Runaway. Didn't catch what led up to it. And we don't have access to know who's flying at a certain time for each team. Now we've got a little bit more speed coming for Mantra FPV as they've gone through the triple and they're attacking now. It's not totally stable, it's not very clean. So they must have some experienced pilots on their team because that's not easy to fly with at places.
Also saw a lap time of 14 seconds. I don't know if that one is correct. Maybe it's a bit of a hiccup in the timing. That's possible. Because all the other lap times are around 20 seconds.
Well, there's some 18s happening for FP Veneto, but yeah, Runaway, who have just been flying and flying and flying and flying and flying, they're getting 16s, 17, 18s, but you know, then there's like a massive gap as well. So, yeah, the timings are very weird in places. Sardinia are on lap 15, but lap 11 apparently took them 4 minutes.
Yeah,
Perhaps that's when the changeover happened.
I think.
But no, they also had that huge mid-air.
Yeah.
Because
that would have
also
just stopped them in the tracks. wouldn't it?
FPV Veneto, 13th lap, 2 minutes 25. So I think that's the crashed one.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, now Runaway are momentarily stopped and off again. Like, they are just ready to keep it moving, aren't they?
And Monta FPV has just landed, so I think they're going to be a replacement of the LiPo.
We've got a drone on a block there, which I guess must be meant for FPVs, because that's the only one that isn't flying at the moment. But now FP Veneto are switching in and bringing in a new one, and also getting ready on the block one of the other teams. But those two other teams are still flying, so there's a drone getting ready to go before the previous drone has landed.
Only one quad per team is allowed in the air.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but you don't have to land the one you're flying before you get another one ready to go.
I think you have to land first, plug it out, and then the other quad is allowed to go.
Unless you land in the middle of the field and then you have to switch off the VTX.
Disarm it.
Put it in
Yeah,
pit mode.
and then in pit mode,
Yeah.
and then they can take off again. But obviously they lost one quad,
Yes.
so they must play the card before the turn of the fourth pilot. So
Well,
yeah,
I guess if you've lost one quad and you've only got 3 quads with your pilots, you could still just keep cycling the 3. Tactically, you just keep
Yeah.
cycling the 3 and forget about the 4th. It's not ideal, obviously. Everybody's got to race a little bit more often. Oh well. Puts a bit more strain on everything that you're using. But, you know, what's the alternative?
And Team Runaway is almost hitting the 40th lap.
Yeah.
And the other teams are almost the same. FPV Veneta's got 18 laps and the other one has got 20, and I see 21st lap. Terwijl a Runaway team is hitting the 40th lap with 21 seconds.
So there's our pilot line. You can see it's basically the same as we were using for the main events with the racing yesterday, which we'll be back with all the rest of the battles and the eliminations tomorrow. So make sure you join us for that. Somebody just having their antennae wiggled by somebody else. Something I want to point out here is obviously we got Runaway on double the laps of everybody, although they're on the ground. Was that intentional? I feel it may have been, because one of Runaway's team has just run out to grab it, and there's another one in the air already. I mean, that is just how you want to go for this. But Runaway, despite being like always flying, never stopping, clocking up lap after lap after lap, their lap times, and ignoring the kind of discrepancies you can see right now, because 32 and a 21 and so on Runaway's lap times, their lap times are not under 20 seconds,
No.
although funnily enough, they just did one. But FP Veneto, the blue team, all of their consistent laps, less than 20 seconds. Mantra FPV, I've got 20s and 24s and 21 and 24 on screen, but earlier on there were 18s and 19s. So Denia, I've got a 19 something there and some other ones around 20. My point is, although Runaway are spoiling it for me right now because they've started to find some more speed.
Yeah.
My
probably.
point was, although Runaway keep flying, the other teams are actually quicker than them. They just can't do it consistently,
Ooh, a
and they
purple
can't
drone
do
on
it
the floor.
for long enough.
They crash
Now
more.
Runaway though have just had a bit of a big crash, haven't they? That was
That
untidy.
was a mid-air in the tower.
Ah,
Yeah. Well, they're airborne again. Yeah. They're
unbreakable, aren't they? It seems.
yeah. Good job.
If they get into any technical problems, you know, maybe they crash one drone too many, or are delayed on track for some reason. The other teams, like, it's not as one-sided as it might appear. The other teams, there are possibilities of them gaining on them, but they're going to need to do it consistently. And also, Runaway have started putting in 17-second laps, so perhaps they heard me and thought, oh, we'll go a bit quicker then.
I've also been told that these drones are capped to 80% of their throttle,
Okay.
and they can only give 100% throttle for 10 seconds for each lipo.
Yes.
So basically, it's like some kind of curse they used to have in Formula One.
Oh yeah.
It's like maybe you can use it for some kind of overtake only for 10 seconds.
That's an option on the Switch.
It's an option on the
Also
Switch.
is used in the Spec 7 race, in the 7-inch races. There is in the firmware you can use a boost
Yeah.
that will count for like 10 seconds,
Right.
and you can use it I think only once.
Okay. So that's same sort of thing.
And the quads that they are using are flying on 4S. I thought 1408 motors, 3850 kV, reduced it with 80%.
Yep.
So you are lowering the max RPM.
Yeah.
And they all are using the same kind of props. In the meanwhile, insects and bugs are flying
Yeah,
here
I've just seen a new
on the
kind of
table.
bird just- Mantra FPV managed to get a decent lead over the teams who they've been battling with, which is everybody but Runaway. They've just started to find some rhythm here. Look at their lap times. 14, 17, 16, 17, 17, 16. Manva FPV are coming alive a little, and Runaway are again outside that 20 seconds. Perhaps it's one of their pilots, or a couple of their pilots can do sub-20s, and the other ones can't. And that may be true, of course, for all of the teams. But Manva have just, considering when they were on 20 laps, Runaway were on 40. They're now on 32, and Runaway are on 50. Like, proportionally, Manva can pull a few. They can kind of do. I don't want to try and do the complicated maths, but they can kind of do 5 laps in the time it might take another team to do 4, or
Yes.
whatever it works out to be.
Yes.
If they can keep it flying, it may not be all a runaway, if you see.
Yeah, because the other teams are still stuck on lower laps. And if I look at Menta FPV, already 34, FPV Veneto 24. So it's a bit gaining on each other, but Runaway team already did 51. So it's 17 laps difference. And I think if Manta FPV is keep pushing it,
Yeah. So
I think-
Runaway have just got this
Yes.
changeover nailed, haven't they? There's a drone on a block. Drone comes down, we get some snow, we
Yes.
fly again about 5 seconds later.
yeah, it's also about teamwork.
Yeah.
You have to trust your own pilots and the people at the pits.
So after a little while, we will vacate our little commentary booth, den, whatever you want to call it, man tent, whatever you want to call this thing, and we will go and
We call it Madhouse.
Yeah, okay, cool. Well, we'll wander over to the starting blocks and see how the teams are doing this a little bit more, I think, because I'm interested in some of them looking more relaxed than others, as you can see.
Yes. There's also a lot of difference between the flying style of pilots when they're sitting in the chair. Some pilots are sitting completely still during the flight, and some pilots are just like Stevie Wonder,
Yeah.
and that's funny to see.
Yeah.
They follow it
You're
every turn.
you're our starter. You're always getting all the pilots in shape and keeping the event
Yes.
flowing so well. But no, you must have seen a few variations.
I've seen a
in-
lot of crazy pilots, and also saw some pilots who were falling off the chair. They were leaning so much to the side, fully concentrated, and then they fall off the chair. But just keep on flying. Also, when they're laying on the floor,
well, yeah, there
they
you go.
keep
then.
on
Full
flying.
commitment, full send, full commitment.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay, so Manva are down now intentionally in the landing area. And away goes another for a different team, for Sardinia. So Manva, this is where you're losing this race to Runaway. You've got the speed to close that gap of laps, which is now back up to 20 laps again.
Yes.
But why are you not in the air sooner? That's where they're losing this race to Runaway. And Runaway, again, now have got these lap times that are sub-20s. So the advantage that some of the teams had is gone for the moment. They're already getting
But-
another one going.
If you look at Team Runaway, one quad lands,
Yeah.
and within 1 second, the other one leaves. And that's also important, because there's too much time between,
Yeah.
just like 3 or 4 seconds, and you do that every time.
Yeah.
Times 10 is already a minute. And
Yeah,
every
yeah.
lap counts.
Even if you've got you're 3 seconds quicker a lap or you're 4 seconds quicker a lap, you're losing all of that. You're trading all of that back
Yep.
when you switch to the next pilot, because
True.
they're off in 1 second
True.
and you've just lost everything you gained.
Yeah, you're taking your chances pushing every lap, and then you lose it there when you can change the lipo or
Yes.
change the quad, actually.
Yes.
Now we are getting a few stray numbers there for Mantva FPV, unless they just did a lap in 1 second, 0.235. So that will get adjusted as we go and corrected. There we go, it's been corrected. Now Mantva, you're ready to go, and they're off again. Okay, oh, but where are you going?
But they're gaining on Team Runaway because the difference between the laps is getting less.
But Mantva had just done a whole couple of rotations and have crashed, and they didn't
Oh.
even begin. That was coming off of a starting block, and it just took about a 360 or again and again. And
see.
now we got people out on track.
Yes.
So
Oh, they played the card again?
I guess so. I hope so.
There's someone in the middle of the track, so I think so.
Everything else has landed.
No quads in the air.
We are
Makes sense.
coming up to halfway,
Still
and we are
people on the
also
track.
getting to be quite dark.
Yeah, but if you look up to the sky, there's a big grey cloud coming this way
Yeah.
as we speak. But
Yep.
hopefully it's gonna stay dry, because last year
Yep.
we also planned an endurance race, but that was hardly interrupted by an apocalyptic storm
Yeah.
with horizontal rain and a lot of thunder.
Essentially, this race has been a year in the making, as far as I'm concerned.
True.
And, it took that long to dry out, but we're back, avoiding the floods and all the apocalypse that landed on us last time we were in Italy.
And we had a very successful first day.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
A lot of laps, a lot of heats, happy pilots, a lot of bugs and mosquitoes.
And we got noisy ones back into the sky. Where are you, blue team?
FPV Veneto is having a hard time taking off.
They're so close, coming out of the triple. Runaway and Mantva. There's 18 laps between them, but there's not much airspace between them. And Mantva, now this is what I'm talking about. You can outrun Runaway. They are the quicker of the teams in the racing part. The gap is getting bigger and bigger now. Mantva are leaving Runaway behind, although I think I've woken Runaway up, as now they're starting to put in a bit more of a chase across the track. You can see as we go on board with Runaway, well done Christian, we got the red drone of Mantva in front. Yep, Mantva still lead them and got a bit further ahead of them as well. If these two pilots can keep this going for a while, particularly Mantva in red, if you can keep this going for a while, you are going to make a bit more of a dent in Runaway's lead.
Yeah, but still the difference between Manta and Runaway is 18 laps.
Yeah, I know.
And it's staying the same in the last 5 minutes. So I hope that they can push up.
Yeah. Well, that's another thing, isn't it? I mean, this gap between the red drone and the pink drone, between Mantva and Runaway, is getting a little bit bigger. Every now and then, Runaway close it a little bit, but like for 2 or 3 laps now, Mantva are with it. Runaway can see Mantva ahead of them. They don't actually need to catch them.
No.
Mantva need to pass Runaway 16 times, 17 times, right? You've got to lap them.
And that's a lot.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
So if you carry on being a little bit quicker than Runaway, okay.
Well,
good.
Runaway
But
has crashed.
You're not making enough of a dent.
Runaway
enough
has
of the time.
crashed, so maybe they can... oh, we got a blue image. So it's still 18 laps difference between Mantva and Runaway.
Small defiance by Runaway. Maybe they can...
This is your time, the other teams. Runaway are stuck at the moment.
Yeah, Runaway is
Now it's
still
time
on the
to
ground.
send it. Now it's
Mantva
time to
have got
send it.
17 laps to catch up on. They've not closed the scrap. Now it's 16.
16.
They need a move now. Their lap time of that last 51st lap was 15.8. That's one of the quickest we've had. This is your time to send it, Mantva, because Runaway is still not back in the air. It's really getting spread out now. We've got a big gap between Mantva
But
and
I think
second and
Mantva,
FPV
yeah,
Sardinia.
they are landing. They're landing.
And
LiPo
then
is drained.
FP Veneta are 9 laps behind Sardinia. Runaway is still not... What's happened to Runaway? We've been praising how
Yep.
quick they are.
Okay.
Now they're back. But
Back.
they have conceded maybe 3 laps
Yeah.
there to Mantva. But I mean, that's not a lot. But we are almost at the exact halfway stage. And it might well be that Runaway have been by far the best team for the first half of this. But like I said, just a few little technical glitches or some drones not being quite good enough or some pilots struggling a little.
Yes.
And the second half of this event could turn it all back the other way.
The difference now between Manfa FPV and Runaway is 16 laps.
Look at this chase. They're chasing each other. Wow.
Yeah, they're close to. Oh,
That
bit
was
of a
really
crash.
close.
Manfa just parking it on a gate briefly.
But back in the air.
3 drones into the triplo all at the same time. It's being led in some terms by Sardinia, but Runaway have just got past them. And we got all 4 drones in the same part of the track. Now Runaway are showing a bit of speed, actually. Veneta are down again.
Yeah, they're landed for. They're gonna do a little swap. They just landed on the spot, but it takes too long before they have a new quad on the grid.
That's it. Like, why are you not already flying? This is where this race is being lost by everybody but Runaway.
It's taking 10 seconds before there's a new quad on the block.
It's not the drone racing, it's the human moving,
Yes.
which is the problem. I'm looking at the starting blocks right now, and there's no urgency, really, to get anything back on there. Now we've got a blue drone being lit up. That'll be FP Veneta's. I don't know what takes so long, but it's not... Here we are. They're obviously needing some kind of approval that it can go.
Got no image on. Okay, there's
And
the
the
image on
next...
the quad.
Actually, so that's Sardinia were waiting for Veneta to get approved, and then Sardinia have got their drone on the block, but why is it not going? We're not getting a video signal.
Well, there he goes.
1 minute and 27 seconds for the last lap of FPV Veneto, and they also crashed.
Yeah.
After all that time,
Yeah.
to get that blue drone lit up and armed and connected and go, it took it longer to put it onto a block than it did to fly.
And also Team Runaway is now on the starting block, but isn't flying. There he goes. It takes like 10, 15 seconds
Yeah.
before taking off.
Yeah, it's
And that's
20,
taking
20
too long.
seconds.
The gap is still 16 laps between Runaway, who are in the first, and Manva FPV, but that gap could have been smaller.
Okay, no more drones at the starting blocks, it looks. But FPV Veneto, have they retired or what?
The blue quad is not flying, so I think it's crashed. Or they have given up, I'm not sure.
I don't think they'll give up, surely. I
see
hope not.
There's one quad on
But
the
it might
starting
be
grid.
that they've just got some problems with their quads, and that's contributing to this massive delay. Or it
Yes.
might be that they've got some problems with their quads and they just can't kind of keep flying.
Mantua FPV has topped.
Yep, but there's a
So-
red drone being taken away from the blocks. It just had its lights on momentarily, but not now. There's no lights. There's nothing happening in the starting area, really. Oh, no, we've got a drone getting on a block, but it's an orange one for Sardinia, I think. And they're still flying.
Is this
Or
orange
is that the red one for Manfa?
Yeah, probably it's a red one. Hopefully it's a red one, yeah.
Yes,
Or it's Sardinia getting ready to change and they've got their next one, but no, we're off. It's Mantua FPV.
But we're
Fly again, but they're now 18 laps behind.
Yeah, we're still missing the blue one. I don't see it on the block, I don't see it in the air.
I think, boys, it might be time to go and get a little closer and personaler. Yeah? Fancy a walk?
Let's ask what they are doing.
Okay, so with Boner FPV and Stefano and
Yep.
Matt Andrews, we're going to go and get our hands dirty in a speaking sense. Here's the pilot line.
Runaway, lap 81, 22.4. Manva FPV, lap 64, 16.6.
Yeah, we still don't have a blue drone in the air.
Lap 51, 21.0.
This guy. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. With his radio.
Switch my microphone off so I can ask
Runaway,
what is happening
lap
with
82,
Veneto FPV.
21.6. Lap 65, 37.1. FPV Sardina, 152, 21.4. Mantua FPV, lap 66, 16.6. Lap 53, 20.7.
So FPV Veneto has finished the drones basically, and now they told us that they will be able to recover in 5 minutes.
Lap 54, 20.0.
So just talking to FPV Sardinia, the orange team, they're down to 2 drones now, with a little under half the race still to go,
Runaway,
which is a challenge, of course.
17.0.
Runaway still threading through the triplo and going through the tower and carrying on. And their closest competitor to Mantua in red, not too far behind them on this lap, but remember it's total laps that matter. The audience are completely blind if it's not for us.
Mantua FPV.
So, Runaway getting closer to that big 100 laps as they're on 89 at the moment. And Mantua FPV, who were 18 and closing behind them, are 19 laps behind right now. And nobody is flying as we get the time to run onto the track. So let's go and get a little bit crazy ourselves.
Another card is being played, so we have the pilots running inside the track for 60 seconds, not one more second.
That's the second card they played.
I think it's the third now.
Third. And every
Yeah.
team has got 1 card,
Yes, so we have only 1 card left.
so don't crash.
Yeah.
The blue quad was stuck in the end, so I see it being retrieved.
Right, we make our way towards the
yellow one
starting
on the
blocks
block.
because we want to get a little bit more information as to how this race is working for some and slightly falling apart for others. Here on the starting blocks, FPV Sardinia drone lighting up our gloomy evening time. Ooh. Right, blocks. Your leader at the moment is the pink team Runaway, who are not running to get back into the race just now. Down on the floor has gone the red one from Mantua. FPV Sardinia looking good in orange, but it needs to be looking good in the sky in orange in a moment. Now here comes our blue team.
Finally, FPV Veneto is back on track.
And away it goes, Runaway. Of course, it's them who get on with it first. They're the best at all of these changes. Down the main straight. They're going to fly. And now we got the chase back on again. Mantua, their closest competitor at the moment. Closest one at the moment. Can they
FPV
catch
Veneto
them?
is back, finally, after a very long interruption.
Now, where are
And
our
we're
red
just waiting
friends?
for-
The biggest challenge to Runaway.
We're waiting for
Runaway is
FPV
still
Sardinia
flying.
to take off.
I only see 2 quads in the air.
Yeah.
I see the blue and the purple one, or the pink one. The yellow one is on the block. I think the red one is...
Down on the track somewhere.
Plugged in at the-
Sardinia is back into the race now,
It's
and
gonna
a
be plugged
different
in.
one. A different one for our red team is coming
Yes.
in, as the other one is somewhere out on track.
So they already lost one of their drones.
For now, at least, until
Yeah.
they can recover it by using the cards.
Actually, we have only 1 card left.
And there's a little battle coming up.
Sardinia go down, they hit a flag in front of the double gates, and they're on the floor again as Runaway go over the top of them and fly past and go on to another lap. And we've got our red team back into this as well. And Veneto in blue are just a little bit slower through this
there's
double
a chase.
pair
3
of
quads
gates.
on the straight part, chasing each other. And that's what we like to see.
Yeah.
The close battles instead of way ahead of front.
I don't know if it's FPV Mantua or Sardinia that they have some bent props. You can probably it's the red one. FPV Mantua has at least one prop that it's pretty bad bent.
That's sounding pretty rough, but I'm seeing
sounds a
another
bit
one
different.
for the red team onto the starting blocks as well. So they
There's
know
a
that
mid-air
one. They know
after
the red
the-
one's going to have to be pulled because of the props. They're getting the next one ready. That's what you've got to do. That's where this race is getting away from all of our teams except Runaway. The changeovers are brilliant for Runaway and frankly awful for everybody else. And all the time is being lost with the human bit around the starting blocks and not in the air.
And we are still missing a quad because there was a little mid-air behind the start block. So the blue quad is down. And I don't see a replacement coming into the air. So I don't know if they have got any spare quads. But there was a mid-air after the starting block, or for the starting gate. And I still only have 2 quads in the air. I see the pink one and the yellow one. Red one is being plugged in at the moment. The blue one is still on the ground, trying to take off.
Well, we're going long jumping now with the blue team Veneto as they've just put their drone down on what I think would be the sand pit for the long jump track near to our audience. So that one's been brought in safely. On the starting blocks, Sardinia, who are not flying right now but have a drone lit up and wanting to. We've got a switch over coming for our red team. It's not hasty. There's a chance for the red team to get this race. If anyone's going to take it from Runaway, who are the team in pink, then our red team are the only ones really looking like they can, but they are conceding this race by the changeovers. It's out on track right now with our pink and red teams and Veneto, the blue team, just coming back into it. It feels like the red team are still the quickest when it comes to the actual flying, if they can keep it consistently together. That is very wide and wild going down the main straight. They've had to totally save that and go back through it again. That's cost them 3 or 4 seconds, just as I was praising how good they are. Behind them now, Sardinia and then Runaway get a next laps underway. Okay. So there are drones in various different parts of our track right now. And the closest to are Sardinia's orange drone at the far end, who is trying to get into the battle again with blue team Veneto. While Runaway has a little bit of clear air all around them. And Sardinia could do with being a little bit more aggressive now, as that's a really high bit of corkscrewing that doing. It was nice and smooth, but if you're not going to attack all the more tricky obstacles quickly, then you need to be doing things like this straight away a lot quicker than it is. Take the simpler parts of this track and start to attack them a little bit more. Because Runaway are landing Sardinia soon. And Sardinia go across with their orange drone towards the double gates. And Runaway are heading towards that now. We call that a corkscrew, where you go through one gate, then you go over the top of the one next to it and go through that gate in the same direction as the first one. So Veneto's blue drone comes down. They get into the switchover, but the next drone is not on the blocks, and that's what the other teams are doing to their advantage. The blue drone needs to be on the blocks, ready to fly before the last one is finished, and they are not overlapping like that. This is better than we have seen because there's a blue one getting lit now.
There's
But
still
that
one
should have
quad
been
on
in
the
the air
floor.
10 seconds ago.
Still one quad on the floor at the double gate.
Oh, that's our
I
red
think-
chasing team.
Yes.
That's Mantva, sat there with the lights still on. And there's a real problem here, isn't there, Stefano? People who, Stefano's over near our audience, Bona, if you can't disarm a quad, if you
Yes.
can't put it into pit mode, it's still transmitting.
It's
and if
keep
it's still
sending.
transmitting,
The other
you
quad-
can't fly anything else.
No, the other quad can't fly only if we have changed the VTX channel,
Yeah.
but that's not possible.
No. So,
So-
while that red drone is on, if they can't stop that sending video to the pilot, they can't fly another red drone.
They're grounded. There's another quad fallen off the blocks, so there's only the
Yes,
pink-
Sardinia's drone is on the floor. They're going to go and grab that now. I can see a red drone being lit at our sort of pit table over there, but there's still one on the floor.
only the pink quad is in the air.
Again, Runaway.
I'm,
Picked
cu-
a good name. 'Cause
I'm
they
cu-
are absolutely devastating this.
I'm gonna check the laps that they have
for it, go
because
for
I'm curious about the distance.
You can report to us from over there.
Yes.
So Runaway are just off track now, but look, as they take the pink drone to the starting to the pit table, what's on the starting blocks? The next one, lit up. It was already there. It's ready to fly. Why it's not flying, I don't know right now. Launch that and keep going. There he goes. That's how the changeovers are done, and a lot of their changeovers have been a lot quicker than that, Stefano. It's frustrating.
Yes. This is where they're actually excelling in their performance.
But Runaway
So
are
we
on
have
the
a runaway
ground
drone
in the
on
dive
floor.
tunnel.
Yeah.
On the main straightaway, and that, again, that's a lit drone. It might well come back as they're using what we call turtle mode to bring that back. Turtle mode, if your drone crashes on the ground and it's upside down, you can use turtle mode to spin the props the opposite way to flip the drone back over, and then you turn off turtle mode and you can launch it again. So you can recover it from being flat but upside down.
Yeah.
Two drones down the main straight together. Red just ahead of orange. Runaway find themselves in a whole open piece of track again. It's not very straight. We're looking directly down the tunnel now, Stefano. You
Yeah.
can see as drones go down that, they swing quite wildly and get a little bit closer to the edges.
Yeah.
That's better though. The red team much more direct, and Sardinia a bit low, but kind of straight.
And there's already a big difference in the lap times because Team Runaway already did 114 laps. Team Sardinia is about hitting 68. Mantva FPV, 80 laps.
Oh,
So there's a big difference.
yeah.
And the other team, FPV Veneta, 43, maybe 50, 45 at the moment. But the leading team is Team Runaway with 115 laps. And at the moment,
it was a 20-lap gap for a while. They'd done twice as many laps as all the other teams who were on 20, but Runaway were on 40.
40
We've been
difference.
tracking that distance. It got to 18. It got to 16. How many is it now?
42.
It is Runaway's race to lose.
Yeah.
None of the other teams are anywhere near close to them in number of laps.
No. Team Runaway can take a break for 1 minute and they're still ahead.
Actually, they have probably only 10 minutes left, so they should be able to win it with some anticipation.
We got
And
tw-
we have a
20
lot
minutes
of
left.
people now gathering around the track, a big crowd. And if I'm allowed, I would say something in Italian to them so they understand what it's happening.
Do.
Ok. Quella che state vedendo è una gara di droni a staffetta. Ci sono 4 team, ogni team ha a disposizione 4 droni. Questi droni hanno un colore per ogni team. Praticamente può esserci solo un drone in volo per ciascun colore. Quando è finita la batteria del drone di quel team, deve atterrare su quel telo bianco che vedete all'inizio del salto in lungo e solo in quel momento lì il drone dello stesso team può ripartire con lo stesso colore. Si stanno sommando i giri e c'è un team in particolare che ha quasi 25 giri di vantaggio rispetto agli altri 3. Adesso mancano circa 10 minuti, la gara dura circa un'ora, anzi un'ora precisa, e alla fine dell'ora vincerà il team che ha fatto più giri. Okay, back in English.
So there's not much time left in this race. Can I have a quick chat with you? Which team are you with?
I'm with FBV Sardinia. Right now we're waiting for one of our pilots to land to start with a new one. Nothing.
I don't want to interrupt anything you're doing, so if you need to do something, just ignore me completely. But you're ready with a drone to light it up, yeah? Yeah. So how do you know when to do that?
We know that when in this figure the pilot gets in the bottom side, he's going to land soon. So I'm waiting for him to change the side.
Brilliant, thank you. Right, so you'll know from their pilot when that one's going to be wrapping up and you get yours ready, because that's what's happening with our teams. We've noticed Runaway are doing the best changeovers, and the other teams, including yourself, are just a bit slow. Here we go. So Sardinia's orange drone is down now. The next one is lit and on the blocks, and I'm hearing the tones. That one is looking ready to fly. We're just desperate for it to go as soon as it can. Why is it still here? Whatever Runaway are doing, their next drone is ready much earlier than somebody else's. So Sardinia's is hovering up and down on the blocks.
You're ready to go, Sardinia. You can start.
Well, they know. They are surely doing what they need to do. And it's hover testing, and it's straight down onto the ground. Sardinia's is on top of a drain, but is away now. Good. That was a little bit of a dangerous place for that to maybe get tangled up, I felt.
It could also be possible that the pilot is hesitating or has some the goggle issues or maybe a problem with the transmitter. That's also a possibility in this sport. Everything can happen.
So yeah, we'll try and talk to Runaway, our pink team, who have clearly got some kind of system working better for them than the others. But I'm really pleased to see Sardinia's orange drone is into the air and flying well. So I'm with our pilot table, not getting in the way. We've got 3 in the air, and I can see a blue drone being ran to our pilot area. The lights are still on, but it's way, way away from where it should be. My friend, hi. You're with the blue team?
Yes, yeah, I am.
Can you tell us what's happening right now?
They are testing the last drone we have. Is the third. We only use 2, and one has a motor problem. The second one has a VTX problem. So we are trying to rise up the third one, and it's kind of difficult. Looks difficult.
So these are technical problems that you're having with the drones. You haven't had any big crashes or anything like that, as far as I can tell.
No, yeah, the motor's problem was because of the crash.
6 minutes to go before this flight is done.
That's it. But the VTX problem, I really don't know what happened.
It's tough, isn't it? Because this is where you're losing time, right? That right now, there's a blue drone as far away from where you want it to be. What is it do you think the other teams are doing that maybe you can learn from here?
Of course, maybe they tested before much than us, the sure. And I see there are many pilots that have many more experience than us. That's why I'm seeing. That's it.
It's tricky, isn't it? But well done for what you're doing in this competition, because it's a really rare format of competition. So we're really enjoying what we're seeing. Good luck for the rest of it. There's not a lot of time left.
Actually, 5 minutes, 30 seconds left.
And the gap is getting bigger because Team Runaway has got 135 laps and Team Manfa FPV 88. So that's almost a difference of 60 laps.
Well, we've got Manva back in the air. The red drone is flying again. And is down the straightaway and possibly going to catch Sardinia's orange one before the end of it. Certainly on the turn at the far side they do. Meanwhile, Runaway are down, and that's intentional. And Runaway's drone was already lit and is flying. And that is how you are going to win this race, by a massive margin if you're on the pink team. Meanwhile, another member of their team is now running out to pick up the quad so they can retrieve them from when they've been safely landed here. And it's been a little while now since we've had anything like a mid-air or any big problems, which has caused drones to be lost somewhere on track. Sardinia going to start another lap now. Runaway about half a lap separated from them on track, but 60, 70 laps, something like that, but between them in the actual racing.
Probably we still have one car to be played.
Yeah, one car is left. Team Runaway at the moment has got 138 laps.
Now we've got the blue drone from all the way over in the pilot area is back at the starting blocks, glowing beautifully in blue, but why is it not on the block? Where are you going? Put it on there and go that way. What? Oh no. It's over for the blue team. It's over. No, the blue team can't compete anymore. Oh no, Benito are out. But the race isn't over yet. We still have just under 4 minutes still to fly.